Hello and welcome to the official beginning of the weekend, at least where I'm at, which is the Friday afternoon. Thanks for being here as always for the start of the stream. I didn't put it in the title, but I'm feeling like there's a good rhythm developing. Like you probably already know, everyone who's here, that every Monday we do challenges. I feel like last Friday was the first Tilt Friday, although it didn't really get tilted, but tried to. I think Fridays are gonna be the kind of casual, let loose and get angry Friday. But we'll see if it will be possible. If we'll find reasons to be angry today or not. But I am feeling, the music also got me really into the mood of that. Thanks for being here as always. Joe, first message of the stream, what's up? Absolute gaming indeed, hoping for more of that today. Bonsai Mindset, nice spears. What's up? Hello, Voodoo. Sparkly said, quick reading merged two names together, Victor Zane and Bonsai Mindset to Victor Mindset. I should put that on a shirt. I don't know. If my name wasn't Victor, I would feel better. I don't want to put my name on the shirt, but it does actually sound pretty good. I like it. Also because Victor obviously in English means also a winner, right? So I like that. True Spear Mindset. Lose millions of silver with a smile on our faces. Correct. We'll be doing a lot of that. Hello, sir. What's up, Jans? Yes, once again, I will never get tired of repeating this. Once again, the first week where you can watch the stream on YouTube or Twitch. Currently, though, from what I've heard, the quality of the video is still actually better on Twitch because I'm running it at 936. But I will probably try 1080p later, and then maybe YouTube will just match that. Anyway, you can choose where you want to watch it. The fish I am eating is very tasty. Bon appetit, my friend. Good day to stream. Why? Because Friday? Friday is pretty good day to stream. Although I don't think it's the most active gaming day, at least in the evening, right? Because a lot of people go out, and it's one of the best days of the week, to actually go and have some out of the home fun. But I think it's, for many of us, including me here today, it's still a bit of a gaming day and the beginning of the weekend in that regard as well. You want to get angry today? One word, Tinta. Yes, Sparkly, we are starting off strong. Oh yes, we are definitely gonna kill Tinta today, hopefully. How does the ocean taste? Can't even explain it, but I got to eat a smoked fish once and it had a weird taste. Okay. Does not sound like the craziest of stories just yet, just based on that. Where in Estonia, definitely it's if you go to the countryside, it's very, very, very common to smoke fish. Like a lot of people who live in country houses or type of farms type of stuff, they will have. I think it's called a smoker. I'm not sure how to translate, but anyway, they will have an outside construction out of bricks, which is specifically, but it's not like a oven, but you do put a fire under there, and essentially it becomes like a smoker, and you smoke fish. And Twitch has channel points. Correct. Last stream, actually, I should continue selling. I'm gonna sell just a couple more items, and then we'll get going. Last stream, I had to drink a lot of water because one of the redemptions is for all of us to hydrate together. But also, Tosha redeemed because you can use channel points to make me play any sort of build. And Tosha redeemed for me to play Quarterstaff, which is really fun, for half an hour. I played Quarterstaff. Let's get these silver bags into my pocket. And let's sell one more tab. Oh wait, I actually didn't even finish selling this one. I need to sell, first of all, to have fewer questions, because, it makes sense, but, like yesterday, hey, what happened to 300 million? Where's your money? First of all, to have a little bit fewer questions like that. I'm definitely, what I'm streaming, definitely not making profits, at least the first month of streaming, in terms of Albion Silver, But still, since I'm not selling anything, I'm not really worried, I'm not thinking about it all, then it looks worse than it is. So I have to sell a bunch of stuff to feel a bit better, but I'm not gonna sell everything, just a little bit. So I'm clearing out this tab also, and also of course I need an actual tab to put today's loot in. Okay, so at least I have one tab clear, and then maybe we can sell a bunch of stuff here as well. My bank management is not very good. I wouldn't suggest taking too much, like, from this, learning or follow or doing the same. But I do have a bunch of tabs for loot. Then I have a tab with some weird loot, you know, mostly for quick selling, and some awakened weapons that I don't know yet what to do with. Might play, might not. And then I have a big for future tab, which usually, like also right now, you see, I'm gonna drop items that I could sell otherwise, but I know I'm gonna use them probably at some point or other, you know? Not a lot of stuff, but some stuff that feels like your tier 7 torch. I mean, sooner or later, 100% I'm gonna want to use the tier 7 torch, so might as well keep it, you know? That's kind of my logic. And then I have one tab, which is called supplies, where I drop pretty much all the food and potions, and I will sell some of these also. Like, no reason to have 300 healing potions, but I don't know. I haven't used the omelet, I don't know for how long, so could sell some of these also. But it's essentially all the leftover stuff. And also, accidentally, I've started putting trophies here. I don't know why. I really don't know why I keep these. Oh, this is actually not bad. But it's not like specifically awesome kills or anything. It's just some random... Hey, remember that one day I played Tamemoker? It's mostly just random things that I picked up and forgot to do anything with. Thanks for following, by the way, Black Moon. Hello, Vic. What's up, Azot? Hello, good evening. What's up, Tosha? Hello. I'm happy you made me play quarterstaff. I am getting ready to play more. Not today, but I am getting mentally ready to play some more quarterstaff at some point. Actually, I could put the face breakers here as well. I'm gonna sell just a couple more items. It's like 2 minutes while we discuss the beginning of the Friday, and then what I'm kind of feeling is I was thinking about what to play. I'm kind of feeling that even though there's a lot of things I want to play, and it's kind of nice on stream to constantly change around and do different things. I also felt very clearly recently, like when we played the Daybreaker earlier, like one day of Spear was actually pretty good, but still, even on Spear, I feel like constantly jumping around. Maybe it's because, you know, I'm streaming and it's still kind of new to me, but I feel like I'm definitely, like, the performance level is much more inconsistent, right? So I'm kind of thinking maybe, and since I do love playing Daybreaker so much and it is in a good spot right now, maybe I will just still try to force myself to continue on Daybreaker for a little while more to feel that I've got back in the rhythm, you know, and not my brain isn't constantly switching between what spells am I using, what weapon am I using. Also because I woke up at 5 AM for no reason. My body just told me, I don't know. I'm kind of happy because morning was good. Like the first 3-4 hours after I woke up were super good. Like I was super awake. I felt productive. I even just went outside, you know, to get, because it's already like the sun is pretty much out already. At least it's light. So it was awesome. But then after that I felt like actually lack of sleep. You can feel that. That's why the title also says. Crimson said, hello tired man. Exactly. I'm also tired as fuck. Welcome to the club. I mean, if you're working, if you're here and if you have a regular job with a schedule, not, I mean, if you work like project based, like most of my life I've been, then like these tired moments can come and go randomly. But if you're working like on a schedule, or you're studying like a normal weekly schedule, I'm pretty sure that Friday is a pretty common day also then to be tired, just because you're accumulating so much of tiredness over the week. And then you think, hey, it's the weekend, you know, so you're gonna rest, you're gonna have a lot of time, and then before you know it, it's Sunday evening and you have not rested at all, at least. That's my experience usually, or used to be. You can use your trophies to decorate your personal island, it's a good decoration. Good point, Jans, but I don't know why I got so many of them. I also put, the moment they came out, at the very beginning, I also put a bunch of trophies on my island already. And of course, like all of us, I had some plans and I thought, okay, maybe I will just pick out like the best kills, but I'm way too lazy to go through these. I'm sure many of these are not even my kills, or like kills like this. I don't know why I have this trophy, you know, it's just some random kill. The guy isn't... with tier 7 versus tier 6 type of kills, not gonna put them on the island as if like, oh, this is a trophy, you know? But I have it. Okay, what did I sell? I have, this tab is now full. I cleared one tab. Oh, I can clear another tab here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna put all the runes in the Awakened tab, because Awakened Weapons also has all the runes, which I can quick sell then. Because in Brazilian, I think I pretty much always just quick sell runes, unless I keep them and use them myself later. And they are not that expensive to sell, unfortunately, in Brazilian. And all of these other things here we can just sell normally. And it's definitely not as efficient. So before streaming, and I've also talked about this at the end of my video, how I got to 1 billion silver. Before streaming, I was a bit more aware also when selling items of which items am I selling where. And I was spending a bit more time like looking through, is this item good to sell in Brazilian or not? Not like doing market research, but just having a quick look of what it looks like, you know. And I brought a lot of items that I thought, okay, it looks like it's not that good to sell in Brazilian because it's really not traded a lot and doesn't have anything to do with roads or mists content. I usually brought them to Limhurst or for Sterling and then sold them there. I don't go to black market. I don't like the transporting part. Feels like it's kind of dull and takes a bit too much time for me. But it is. But I did sell them to royal cities, the items that were not traded that much. Sometimes I've looked like, okay, I will reroll quality because it's worth it, because then I'm going to be able to sell it. So I was definitely a lot more efficient with actually getting also the money from the items that I loot. But I think it's whatever. I think I can wait. I cannot sell this. Okay, and these are just trophies. You like project-based work more than regular 9 to 5? Me? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not, like, my personality is, it's difficult for me to adhere to a 9 to 5. I've always kind of had a bit of trouble. Now, one job I had, which was like very regular. Okay, it wasn't 9 to 5, but it was like schedule, right? Since, well, essentially it was like, it was similar to 9 to 5 anyway. That there was one job where I was really, I don't know why, I really enjoyed it. I was really good at it. I really enjoyed it, and it's like I worked there for like 2 years, and I kept like switching positions because they pretty much promoted me. Or like at first I did the job, then I started teaching others how to do it, and it's like I progressed a little bit. I really enjoyed it, and like those 2 years kind of went by, and I didn't never had this feeling that I have to force myself, you know, because I really wanted to go. It was fun. I woke up. Sure, it's not always easy to wake up in the morning, but I woke up and I wanted to go, and it was amazing. But, you know, I still have a lot of, like, these ups and downs in my life, and after 2 years I decided, you know, it's also when COVID came, everything was less happy, so I decided to not continue there. But kind of my personality, other than those 2 years, I think I've always found it very difficult to have, like, a proper schedule, 9 to 5. And much easier when if I have to do... Even if I have to do more actual work, let's say next month I have to do more work, but I can choose when I do it, and I am evaluated based on the result and not based on the time. It's 10 times better for me, definitely. I think a lot of people are like that, but it does come with a bit of extra difficulty of kind of planning it, which sometimes ends up that I'm going to just do the work during the last 2 days. Like if I had to do something big during next month, I would probably, you know, procrastinate a little bit. So first week I would do nothing, second week I would do a little bit, and then I would actually start doing. But it usually works out for me like that. What time will be the early stream? I'm not sure, Voodoo. Kind of depends on my Saturday as well. I think we'll do it. I'm also thinking of which day of the week should be variety day, because I'm gonna start doing playing other games like 1 day a week. And I'm thinking maybe Sunday is a good day for that. So maybe that will also be factored into my decision. But we'll see what I feel like. But if it's gonna be Albion, then definitely after server restart is a good time on Sunday. So the question was about Sunday stream, because if you are on Discord, by the way, join. If you're not, because we have good discussions there, all kinds of even giveaways occasionally. Although recently haven't been making one, but we will definitely have, because I have new codes now as well for premium giveaway. And there's also a channel where I actually post my schedule, so you can know when the stream is going to be on. So that's why Voodoo is asking, because on Sunday I promised to stream. Like tomorrow I'm not streaming, but on Sunday there will be an earlier stream than usual. Okay, let's go open a couple chests and see how my sale orders are doing in Limhurst, and then I should be ready. And then we're gonna go and attack everything that moves. Time passes quickly on weekends. Why? Why? I mean, I'm not arguing, Jans, but do you have an idea why? Why it happens? Is it because you have control over your time? It's free time, or is there something else? I mean, it is definitely true. It does feel that way, right? But what if you had like what if you had a whole week free? Probably the whole week would pass quickly, right? If you didn't have to do anything. Let's go to the bank. No rest tonight. Gonna go out with friends, or probably gonna go to bed at like 3. Okay, well, I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to rest. I hope you have fun when you go out. Okay, where is my tab? Okay, let's see. What do I have that I can open here? I also have a bunch of books. These books are here. If you ever ask how I farm my stuff, these books are here so that, well, I don't have to do it anymore with armor, really, because I have pretty much everything. I just have a couple armors to finish. But next time, I want to try something else. For example, one day I really want to start playing quarterstaff. I have so many books. I will just equip each one of these and just put some of the books into them, essentially. Or, I mean, there's all the weapons where I don't have that much specs. Arcanes I have some because I played, but still I could put more, right? When will we get to see the YouTube chat? I don't know if you will get to see it. I don't fully want to. I don't want to risk it because I've seen interpretation of Twitch rules when I was looking into it about multi-streaming that they don't allow you to have like live chat of another platform or as part of your stream. I know someone already told me on Monday that they think that's not correct. You know, maybe it should be possible, and they've seen streamers who do this, but I'm not gonna risk it. So for now, you're not gonna see YouTube chat. The question is because the messages you see above my head on stream are just from Twitch chat, but I also see YouTube chat. Of course, I'm answering. You know, I have two chats together here. Mamuta incoming. Okay. So we have, first of all, this is easy. Actually, you know what? You know how many chests? Wait. I also, first of all, I need to figure out a couple things. Activities. I have to go claim the previous weeks, right? Or previous months. And everything else I should have. Okay. I don't want to, until we get to 1 million, I don't want to do it. But actually, I also have 600,000 favor. By the way, another thing I realized, this favor here, this is like 14 million silver plus minus. I just realized that my like normal, I don't know, play style out before I was streaming, like, and when I was more, not really worried, but I was at least thinking a little bit that, ooh, money goes up, feels good, you know? I just realized that this is actually kind of was also part of that, right? At least making a bit of extra money from buying occasionally chests with favor. Although buying tomes with favor is also a good idea. Okay, we have a raven. Can I think I already have this, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll have to destroy that later. So let's get Twitch drops first. I don't think there's anything here that I don't have, right? Okay. So there's a bunch of stuff. All of this goes into destruction for more good stuff. What else? This I definitely have. This I definitely have. Nothing special here. And I think these I can also actually grind down into tokens. Someone told me. I didn't know this. I always used those victory modes earlier. Hi, HQ Gaming. Quarterstaff so good. Which weapon do you think is the best for PvE? For solo PvE, like clearing camps? Probably Battle Axe. Well, Quarterstaff is also really good. It kind of depends on how you're doing the PvE. If you just want the maximum fame, then probably you will want a weapon that can kill bosses and mobs that are very strong, you know, especially since you're not gonna risk a very high IP set. That's why I say things like Battle Axe or Quarterstaff. You use Mercenary Jacket, and I mean, sometimes in Rhodes people even use double Mercenary Jacket with Spectre Hood. With like Mercenary Jacket Battle Axe, you will be able to kill very strong mobs, and it's gonna be a better strategy than constantly running around and killing a lot of weak mobs, you know. So probably that. But out of like weapons which are also for like good for PvP, by the way, spears are also actually really good at PvE as well. I love running 5-in-1 longbow with Merc Jacket. doesn't strike me as something that, you know, this is really good at PvE. Like it can be decent for sure, but you don't get that you can go to roads and kill like tier 8 go to a tier 8 road and kill mobs. Like with a battle axe or quarterstaff or a nature staff, you will be able to go to solo clear much stronger mobs than you are, even with a budget build. Is anyone here also getting errors with trying to update test server? I haven't done it in a while, but it's very common for the test server to have errors because they are like on a completely not random, but on their own schedule. The devs are updating and changing things about the test server based on what they want to test, like what they want to put there. It's not always that, you know, whatever is the new patch, like it comes out to test server and that's it, and then we wait for next test server patch. It's not always like that. They have they add and remove other things, and it's very possible that at some point it just doesn't work for a couple days. Okay, we have Morgana Challenge Chest. I have 470k in my inventory. Okay, we now have 650k. Nothing impressive. I don't know if I can get something amazing from these chests. I had 3 chests for undead, and I don't even know if it matters which challenge. Okay, this was nice. This was 400k. Not bad for this chest. Can I don't think I have these. Undead legs. They don't look very good with the rest of the set. I think the overall undead look is really cool, but I don't think these fit very well. Wait, what? Didn't I just have like... this doesn't seem like it's worth anything, but didn't I just have a lot less money here? Oh, this is considered 2 mil. But is it tradable? Wait, I can sell this? So I could also sell the... I didn't know. Yo! I can sell the skeleton look. I mean, it looks pretty cool also, but hey, this is... I didn't expect to be 2 mil... I was surprised that I suddenly popped up to 3 million. There was nothing valuable. This does not look cool with like this with the mandolin. If I remove the... where is it? If I remove the actual... The music instrument, let's see now. Okay, this way it looks kind of awesome. Yo! This is cool, actually. If you wait a couple months, prices will shoot up again. Prices of what? Of the undead look? Is it undead challenge right now? It is undead challenge. You're right. Okay, so even... I can claim this as well. Even using the boots, the undead boots, I thought it was untradable, but I could probably have sold them as well. Okay, this actually looks kind of cool like this. Like the undead with the cape. I didn't know you could sell that, the cosmetics you get from the challenges. Another big money increase. But for what? Am I blind? This is worth nothing. Why is it saying 4.8 all of a sudden? Guys, what is happening? I was at 3 mil. I opened this chest and I have 4.8. But there's nothing here that is worth anything. Silver bags. Yeah, but silver bags are like... Look, this is 50,000. This is 100,000. That's 150k. This says estimated value nothing. And this says estimated value 84,000. Oh, I took this. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, I took the boar also earlier. Yeah. Spectre ball. Yeah, Soaksman. Nice. You're right. I missed that. I clicked it, but yep, I claimed boar. Of course. Okay, 4.8. Not a good chest. Magic regal carpet. Okay. We are at 5 mil. I like opening chests now. Okay, this night challenge sucks. You heard it here first. Night challenge sucks compared to undead challenge. Okay, the whole night challenge gave me like a fraction of this one single undead cosmetic. Can I actually just put this on the market, actually? I'm gonna run out of slots. Before we open the big chests, let me go and put... see if I can put this skeleton thing on the market. Although, to be honest, it looks kind of cool enough where I'm almost thinking, like... I would never buy it for 2 mil. Not... I mean... I don't know, maybe I would, but I would never... I don't care that much about cosmetics. And I don't think that... I don't look that much at what I look like. But this does look kind of cool. It's weird. But maybe it doesn't go with the rest. Okay, it says 1.5. Don't sell it now, keep it for a while. Okay, okay. Probably same with Direboar. Although I just sold one in Brazilian, but... And Raven... I can actually use the Raven myself in Mists. It will cost like 10. The Undead Body will cost 10 mil? Really, Crimson? Is that where it was at before? That seems kind of crazy. I'm gonna quick sell a bunch of this stuff. I mean, not obviously not these things, but everything else. Okay, so I can clear out the inventory a little bit, and I can also put this on the market. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Even like this is such a cheap thing that if it goes up in price, doesn't matter. Your friend sold it for 10. Holy shit, I didn't know that it's... I've never thought like much about cosmetics. I didn't know that it's... you can get it in a tradable form and then sell it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Mammoth incoming. Okay, we have 6 shots at a mammoth. So this is like... You get one of these every month, right? No, it's every week. Or not. Yeah, it's every week. It's weekly rewards and I'm asking... Okay, so 6 of them means just 6 weeks. Then it's a bit less impressive, but still. Let's go. I have 4 mil in my inventory. Is it gonna be 300 mil? Almost. Hey, maybe this little guy will grow into a mammoth. I can't put him anywhere. I don't have this thing on my island, but he does look very cute at least. Okay, 5 more to go. We are close to 5 mil, 4.85. Well, this is nothing. It is weekly though. If it was monthly, I would have higher expectations. What's up, Queen? Or is it Kevin without an E? Welcome, welcome. We're getting ready to go into the mist, but I want to open some stuff first. 525. Okay, not even a fawn. At least I got the cute guy from the first one. Would be nice to have some other animal babies. I think you can get any animal baby, right? Not just mammoth or fawn or something. 562. This is 400k. At least I'm getting siphoned energy. I'm going to use that today for sure. Where's the chest? 2 more to go. 2 chances at the mammoth. This does not look like a mammoth. This should be pretty good though. Crystallized red. It's pretty cheap. I would think. I remember it costs a lot more. Maybe higher tiers, but I guess like the balance of weapons changes a lot. This used to be pretty like a very popular way to craft some of the more expensive items, like the Fiend Cowl. And this is that even I know, you know, as a non-crafter. And we have 400k from the last one. So no mammoth. Absolutely scammed. But not selling the big red things that I could just manually sell instead. Everything else, sell directly. Nope, I don't want to sell siphoned energy. Okay. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Still kind of good result, even without mammoth. That would be cool though, you know. That would be like instantly put me more than everything that I've bought like last month with just one mammoth. I have to... Okay, it's too early, but at some point I have to also redo the sales. Ooh, this price is much lower than... Redo the sales. Usually I keep them up for... I try to keep stuff up for at least 2 weeks. And, you know, if you don't need money, then I suggest you do the same. It's usually a good idea in my experience. Like the value of items. Of course, if you know that something's going to be more or less expensive, you can use that information. But value of items usually like goes up and down, you know, from day to night, from weekend to weekdays, and then week to week as well. So if something doesn't get bought for a couple weeks, it doesn't mean it's not going to get bought. But usually after a couple weeks, I like you see right now, I decide to change the price to kind of bring it down. I remember this kill and I cannot still... This was a while ago. I've already reset this this once, but unfortunately no one seems to be interested in a 7-3 masterpiece battle axe. I wish Vitas was playing on EU server. We would give it to him. This I can actually... Yo, this I will actually play. I don't know why I was selling this. I'll keep it for the future. For some blasters action later. Not today, I think, but some other day. Very funny Battle Axe price. How much is estimated on the Battle Axe Crimson or the Mage Robe? Mage Robe is 120k. Battle Axe is 6.1, it says. So less than this, actually. Yeah. It's because I remember the first time I put it on the market, and like with everything, the first time I put it, I take whatever offer is lowest and just put -1. But I remember already refreshing this sell order once, so I probably, as you can see, I just messed some random price, you know, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, like the lowest price was like 7.4, and I just undercut it by 500k because if it's already been up there for weeks, I don't care that much, and you know, I'm not gonna try to squeeze the maximum out of this. I'm just hoping to sell it kind of reasonably, you know. You might buy. Okay, well, consider it. Wouldn't selling in Brazilian be fastest? Most items, yes. Most items, yes, but some of like the items that don't expect to be traded as much, I sell to royal cities. When I opened this and I seen Brazilian that last 4 weeks or 7 days, no one has bought the item. Then I mean, I don't do this now because I'm a bit lazy with streaming and everything. But I used to always just look at Brazilian, see if it's not being sold in Brazilian at all for a week, usually, and then I would take it with me and take it to a royal city and sell it there. And especially all kinds of items which are not popular, very popular in mists and roads. So if I got like some sort of, I don't know, 6/4 bedrock mace or Horfrost or whatever random item, I would take it to a royal city for sure. But with this battle axe, it could also sell with Brazilian in Brazilian the same way. I'm not sure, but if I brought it here, it means that it was not, it wasn't being traded at all in Brazilian. Like, of course, it's specifically masterpiece, so that affects it a lot. Okay, enough trading. Let's go destroy all of these things for some extra community tokens because we can trade them for something cool. And by the way, also you are here, so you are earning Twitch drops. Congratulations! But if you get a drop you don't really particularly like, why this guy is not talking to me? Okay, he is now. Then you can do what I'm doing right now. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, what? I cannot. I already have this unlocked, so I cannot salvage this. Okay. Okay. I did not know that. Make sure not to salvage the body there. All of these other things. Nothing to do with these. Process is irreversible. Okay. But what about... Oh, I have more than 1,000 now. What about these? What am I supposed to do with these avatar rings? Okay, I guess nothing. I'll just bring those to black market. Yeah, Crimson, it would make the most sense for those items to bring them to black market, like the ones that are almost not traded. It's likely that this battle axe also could sell very well in black market, but I don't like transporting. I don't like spending time just walking around. I mean, that actually maybe on stream, like on one hand on stream could be a good idea to do it, because well, we can talk and we can have fun at the same time. It's not like a boring thing. On the other hand, though, if I transport on stream and there's a bunch of stuff in my inventory, the likelihood of me just getting randomly ganked and killed goes up tenfold, right? So I don't know. What did I want to see? I wanted to see if I can... okay, I need 1,600 for this. And you can also get alpaca, actually, for 1,600. I already have over 1,000 community tokens, so actually not that far off. But I don't want the alpaca. It's awesome. It's one of the most popular skins, I think, from what I've heard. At least how much people like it. And by the way, you can gift or sub and gift a sub or gift 2 subs, and you can also get it here right now, you know, as part of the event. But I like the kind of the regular moose, so I'm thinking to go for this instead, if I do get the coins for it. This is kind of cute, but I have never used the direwolf. Swiftclaw at least for open world and roads occasionally, you know, for group play, it can be pretty good. Thanks for following, by the way, Aditao. Hellshoot said, found another use of watching on YouTube. Twitch is blocked. Oh, okay, on your work network. Glad you're restreaming to YouTube. Okay, nice. Happy to hear that. And yeah, it's. Oh, by the way, someone, yo, help me. But this is for someone in Twitch chat because I want to test it. Check it out. If check out. Post a link. Post a clip. Not just a link. I mean, you can post a link, and you should get a message like it should be deleted and the mod. This is what we always had. You can't post links in Twitch chat. But I tried to fix it, and I'm not sure if I did correctly. So if you want to help me, you can post a Twitch clip right now in chat, and see if you're gonna get if the mod, the automatic bot, is gonna tell you stop it, or if it's gonna accept it. Then I will know if what I did actually was correct and whether it worked. I just remembered. And yes, the next step to actually, I put in a notepad as well. I have this notepad to things for stream. YouTube quality, YouTube stream quality. I feel like since I'm streaming in 936, the YouTube just takes the next closest resolution that it wants to serve, you know. But if I change my Twitch stream to 1080p, I think that YouTube will also match that at 1080p. So it's possible that in the future there will be better quality on both platforms. And of course, if you don't want to, you know, if you want to save your internet bandwidth, then you will always be able to downscale or choose a lower resolution. Okay, let's see. Voodoo posted a chat. BPD Boppity. Nice. Okay, so it works. Nice. Okay, so actually it's possible to post clips now. Very good. Oof, I'm very happy. Which means clip stuff. I will keep saying this. Clip stuff that happens. And then you can now clip whatever and post it here. Okay, is there anything else to do in Limhurst before we go back to our home in Brazilian? Actually, I wanted to play this also. Not today though, but I want to play this in Mists as well, I just remembered. There's also, I also still have Depths loot, a bunch, or corrupted loot that I need to sell actually, but that's for the future. That's for future me to worry about. Let's take the money bags and the siphoned energy back to Brazilian. Is there any money in here? Or siphoned energy? No. Okay. I will clip you failing. Do it. This is it is becoming one of the key activities of the stream to learn from mistakes and to see. I hope that everyone who comes around and watches can also see that it's fine. It's okay. You know, you don't have to be hard on yourself. You don't have to feel bad if you die, but you also if you just fuck up every now and again. You know, we all have good days and bad days, and you know, someday you might feel like you are the esports pro of Albion, just absolutely playing out of your mind, predicting every enemy move, and sometimes it feels like you just installed the game and you're making the stupidest mistakes. And I think I hope at least that the stream can also show that that's how it goes, at least for me as well. Starat says, bro, and then you have blue face blue smiling, because my chat, I don't know, it doesn't show the YouTube emotes or faces, so it's funnier for me. But face blue smiling at you as well. Yep. I'm guessing it's a sort of YouTube emote, which for some reason is not. My restream chat doesn't show. Okay, ready to go, I think. I legit want to just attack everything today. Kind of. I want to go tier 8 Daybreaker. Let's warm up with tier 7. This is a common thing that I do and you've probably seen me do. And since I have a bunch of tier 7 stuff, we can... let's start with tier 7. And then... Actually, oh, we have a Mistwalker for later as well. And then we will go tier 8 as soon as I die, and we will keep attacking everything that moves. Actually, can we go like this? Is it overkill? Let's go tier 7 Daybreaker, tier 8 Assassin Jacket. And kind of feel like Duskweaver has shown itself. So this is... I'm choosing different music. Although it is an angry day, but this music is not making me angry. So... do you read Twitch chat more regularly than YouTube? Right now, no. I have them both like, for me, they are one chat unland. So, no. Maybe in the future I will have a different system and maybe that will come into play, who knows. But for the moment, no. I don't read the one chat more than the other. In fact, I mean, I see a symbol, you know, I see what you wrote. In this example, you know, I see unland your message in chat and I just see a small YouTube symbol, so I know that you are writing on YouTube. But everything else, for me, it's just one chat where everything is together, so. But when the chat gets really busy, of course, I will miss some stuff, and it has already happened, you know. I'm getting to a point as a beginner streamer where there are some, I'm trying to answer everything, and I'm happy to, that's why I'm here, but I'm getting sometimes, like, especially after a big raid or something, I start missing stuff. And I honestly think it's kind of indiscriminate. Like, I miss a bit of YouTube, bit of Twitch chat, the same. Quote of the day. Let's see. Sexy Sublime Savant gives us the quote of the day. Two things are infinite. The universe and human stupidity. I'm not sure about the universe. I was expecting it to turn into an Albion joke, but yeah. It is not a bad quote. Okay, we're gonna get Duskweaver for our mostly tier 7 set. We're gonna get a bunch of these healing potions, nothing fancy. Overcharge. I legit kind of, I feel like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because I have taken breaks and played other weapons, if it's because that I started streaming and it's a new situation. I don't know, but I legit have felt more and more that I kind of need to get back into my to the mental state, and I'm talking specifically about Albion PvP, right? And like everything in life in general, I feel like I'm in a good place, but Albion PvP, I need to get into the mental state of just sending it, like just not trying to overkite, not trying to figure out the most optimal theoretical thing as much. It's good. It's very good for learning, and that's why we always analyze fights on this channel. If you've been here, you know what I'm talking about. Look at replays, stuff like that. But I feel like I need to kind of adopt this this policy of pretty much just attacking everyone and seeing what happens, and just dying over and over again, but making sure, because I've definitely died these last couple of weeks during stream. I've definitely died more than I want to, in a way where I felt like I didn't really like, it left me with the feeling of what if, you know. Like, I didn't really fully take the fight, you know. Not exactly, but I don't know. If this makes sense, very good. If no, whatever, just ignore it. But I feel like it's something to think about for me. Which is why I am also the stream title. And I am actually planning to try to attack most things and just see what happens, you know. Not expecting to win, but... Assassin Jacket, will you kite? No, I just had it in my pocket, so I thought whatever. I'm mostly gonna Inferno anyway. I do have the extra option of Assassin Jacket, and I'll keep that in mind. Let's see, what is this? Some dude, as I passed by, invited me. He's playing a one-handed curse, actually. A tier 7 overcharged one-handed curse. He has a cultist cowl, though, which is a bit annoying. Other than that... I mean, I have way too many. I have 3 things to purge. I only have 1 purge, which is... Like, it is not a good matchup for Daybreaker. As I said earlier, with Daybreaker you can fight against anything, right? So it's not that it's so bad that you cannot take the fight, yeah. It's just a difficult matchup. Because I can't really brawl him, especially with his build. I can't really go and just stand close to him the whole build. I cannot remove stacks, and he has... Okay, he went in. Yeah, he has a cultist cowl as well. But it's still kind of a manageable matchup with a bit more kite-heavy focus. However, a bit of a problem is that he has Mercenary Jacket, he has those Giga fast boots, you know, that I was using, also Royal March, and he has a Grudge on his W. Of course, he can change that. He might change to the Rooting W, it depends if what he wants to do against me specifically. But that gives me 3 things that are both very relevant. If he gets full value Mercenary and full value Grudge, he has already won, you know. If I don't give him those, then there's a... I need to change food. Then there's a chance that he will instead just run away with boots, right? If I purge other things and start winning the brawl, he might just run away with his boots. Okay, let's go fight the other Daybreaker. His helmet is better for this fight, but I have tier 8 jacket. Although, like, this is what I'm talking about, you know, tier 7 tenacity is kind of the same as tier 8 assassin, if you have the same specs. Let's see. He's not fighting. Okay. Well, I already ate food for it. Will you hit like a brick? Yes? Do bricks hit hard? I think so, yeah? Bricks hit pretty hard, right? Yes. Then yes, Ugburk. Also, what's up? Welcome. Welcome here, Ugburk. How are your arcane travels going? It's been maybe I just missed something, but I feel like I keep an eye on what's happening on Discord here and there, and I feel like it's been a while since you came up with like some wild innovation, which is makes me curious. Did you after calibrating different parts of your arcane playstyle, did you find the one, or what's happened, or you just haven't played that much, or did I just miss your latest craziness? Okay, like Onyx said earlier, hey Vic, I see most people use Splitting Slash with swords, but I feel like I prefer Blade Cyclone. Is there any reason why Splitting Slash is much more popular? It's not. Blade Cyclone is the default W, and it's used like 90% of cases in solo PvP. Ever since Splitting Slash got nerfed and Blade Cyclone got buffed, Blade Cyclone definitely has become the default. The only reason swords will change to Splitting Slash is if the fight desperately needs for them to catch someone, or just generally like for mobility, you know? So against the Frost, against a very kite-heavy spear, maybe against a bow, you don't need Blade Cyclone. You're gonna if you get on top of your enemy, you're gonna kill them anyway. But you need some extra tools to try to actually get on top of them. That's the only reason to swap to Splitting Slash. But as a preset, almost all swords use Blade Cyclone nowadays. But there are some other matchups like Bloodletter. If you saw me fight I fought the Carving against Bloodletter with like decent IP disadvantage, but you know it's a very good matchup for Carving. Not against all Bloodletters, but against that Bloodletter build, I also had big advantage because he was going for Stalker Jacket and Mobility build. Nice chest, by the way, right away to start the stream. 800k in the bag. So he was going for a mobility-based Bloodletter build. I was playing Carving. This was like on Tuesday, I think I played swords all day. And essentially, I went Splitting Slash because I don't need damage. I can just stand and brawl him with my stacks. I don't need any extra damage. The only thing I need is as many tools as I can to actually catch him when he realizes that he's losing. So in that case, it makes sense to have a Splitting Slash, but as a default, definitely I don't. Nata said, show your journal research progress. This is what you mean, yeah? Journal research. Here you go. I have not focused on this at all. The only thing... let's go gaming. Too bad. Too bad. So, the only thing that I looked at, like I specifically did on purpose, was exploration. When the journal came out, I did as much as I could to get my exploration to 80%. Now it shows 70, because they added more like journal achievements later. But I wanted this cat, and I got it. I did the 80% at the beginning, and I have the, where is it? I have the Swiftclaw cat. And then they added more, but you know, you don't lose the already unlocked skin, so this is the only one that I kind of thought about. Everything else, I have not done any achievements on purpose. It just has happened, kind of. The PvP one is kind of heavy with content that I don't usually play, actually. Ah, okay, I did, oh, this was when I was working and I was just trying to play some arena in between, like, work stuff. So actually, okay, I did this part, I played arena also just to try to open some of the journal, because why not? But the other parts here, faction warfare, I enlisted. Hey, I've started. Hellgates, I have not even entered the Hellgate on EU. Open world PvP. I still need to knock someone in the yellow zone. Interesting. Yeah, I have not been looking at this. Do you ever use Swiftclaw? Solo? No. But with friends when I roamed and we just played roads or open world, yes. I'm not very big on gathering. I did bring my tier 8 mining pickaxe, you know, because I do have like mining at tier 8. as the only gathering profession or spell. Ooh. Let's go. He will purge my Inferno, and I need to purge his, but I kind of want to try to just brawl like crazy, and that's it. And not think too much about it. It's 6-3, I'm tier 7, but hey, I'm attacking everything. He's 6-3. Given that he's playing like this, I don't want to... obviously I'm overcharging, but I don't want to overcharge, like, right away, because it seems like he doesn't want to, you know, start this fight aggressively, even though he is 6-3 and I'm tier 7. Well, I have tier 8 jacket, don't forget, but the way he's playing makes me think like this is 100% a player that if I overcharge now, even with overcharge, this is like, I feel like he has a big advantage, you know. But if I overcharge now, this guy is just gonna run away. I'm 95% sure. Based on what I'm seeing right now. Tinto. Man, if I killed Tinto, it would be awesome, yeah. Okay, at least I have time to look at chat. Hellshoot said that here in some countries people are crossing the crosswalk with a brick on their hand. What? What? Why? Why? What did you hear? Where? What? So yeah, Swiftclaw for Rome, and the reason I brought out Gathering was because if you go with like a small scale with your friends to roads or open world, if you are planning to gather a lot, especially on roads, then Swiftclaw of course is not the best choice because because it's going to limit how much you can actually gather. He still has 2 potions as well, right? Yeah, we both still have 2. We did this. We finally starting to get some revenge on the all the Flamewalkers. Everything went well, and he didn't purge my Inferno at all, I think, right? I blocked his first E with my helmet. The second one I was a bit late, but at least he hit my helmet. That's something. And then the last E I clicked Inferno as reaction. He hit the E into Inferno, and then he didn't even purge it later on. So this is why he was playing like that, you know? He's not as experienced on Flamewalker. But, hey, starting not even close. Yeah, wasn't even worried. It's not like his E was like 1 second away from being ready, right? I legit think I was like 1 second away from dying to his E there. And the most important pieces survived. So we have 4.5 million with easy profit. And, yeah. I need more of this in my life. And by this, I mean dead Flamewalkers. If you want, you can see now, since you know I won a good fight, you can now see if the clipping function works and if you can actually still post links, like clip links in chat. Although we established it should be working, but Just giving you an idea. The Death Givers were also a decent fight, by the way, but I'm gonna take out all the monies. Money, 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 and then we're gonna continue. Take that, Tinto. Yeah, fuck, fuck that. This was like, I mean, it wasn't Tinto, obviously, but it's a guy who plays, you know. It's not a dude who just started Albioning. But he was playing very careful, which is, I mean, it's possible that just, you know, a lot of Flamewalkers, as we have learned, go for every advantage they can, and that's also partly why you play Flamewalker for a lot of people, you know. You try to give yourself the best chance to win, and it's the easiest, strongest weapon. But the way he was playing also did give away a little bit that he's probably less experienced, you know. He hasn't been running around just abusing Flamewalker for weeks, but he's just trying it out. No deflecting spin into this guy. Yeah, I prefer Impaler. For the playstyle that you saw, just standing and brawling him. I feel like deflecting spin is not that good. Although you're right, it is possible, because if, like, with deflecting spin, if they E into it, yeah, it's very, very valuable, but it's I feel like it's here. I mean, he could have played definitely better, but you know, it's much more difficult to him to play against me like this. If against deflecting spin, if he's experienced, I feel like he will outplay me much harder. But yeah. Also, I saw, like, I've seen a couple fights where Dante played against Flamewalkers, and I mean, you must know who he is by now if you're at the stream. If you don't, then you can ask later. But anyway, I saw a couple fights, and Dante definitely has now, ever since the last update, not the last one, but the Flamewalker update, definitely has so much more experience, consistently playing Spear and Daybreaker at high IP. So I very much trust, like, his experience and opinion on the current state of Daybreaker and the matchups. And I've seen him play it, and I saw him try deflecting spin also. But when it was like a really important fight, in the end of the day, I feel like he also decided to go back to Impaler instead. Of course, depends a bit on the enemy build as well. Nice, you're on cam now. Yeah, Xipniso. I've been on cam for a month, even more. It's been over a month since I started streaming on Twitch. But this week is the first week that the stream is also available on good old YouTube. But yes, if you are here and you have only seen my videos, then hello. This is what I look like. Imagine this, but with less fat, because not older, but when I started making videos, I definitely was in better shape, and I'm trying to get back on that gym, in that gym rhythm, and I keep, like, I feel like if I talk about it long enough, one morning I will just wake up and it will happen, but we'll see. I actually just got an email yesterday from the gym that, hey, like, we are so happy that you're still registered. However, we just noticed that you haven't paid us for like a month or two. And I realized, yo, yeah, I actually haven't even been there for like 3 or 4 months, even just once. But, you know, that's how gyms often make their money, you know? They get you to subscribe because you think, like, to pay the subscription because you think, oh, well, I'm gonna work out all the time. Which, fair enough, you know, I've gotten more than my fair amount of value from the money I've paid, but still, then you get into this point where I'm in, where you don't actually use the gym for a while, but you're still thinking, I'm gonna go tomorrow, I'm gonna go tomorrow, so you kind of keep paying, you know. Luckily, it's pretty cheap though, so it's not a big thing. Do you think Badon... Oh, wait. Hello. One-handed fire. Okay. I guess I do this. I'm not sure. Interesting. I don't know how to approach this fight. We have to figure it out. Because, once again, my only possible way to cancel his rope is the harpoon. I need to somehow get a good trade, and then still have harpoon left. Okay, well, that doesn't count as a good trade. Okay, well, at least I can always get away, right? He's not gonna catch up. With Juice of Tenacity, even with his W mobility. If I go to Reflect, it's a bit too easy for him to just not hit my reflect, right? And then I completely lose my opportunity to cancel his robe. I need to win this fight slowly. There is no other way around it. I need to take many separate like brawls where I don't go crazy, and try to keep an out to be able to get out. So I have my E to create distance again. Going south sucks because I'm not gonna see him channeling E. One-handed fire, you need to use reflect W. Oh, thank you. Thank you for for that, Jonathan, but I disagree with you. There are more. I've talked about this earlier, but I very much suggest, like, if you're new or intermediate, at some point, like at the beginning, it's very useful to think of like weapon versus weapon matchup, which is what you're doing, you know, when you're saying that. We're saying that, but I suggest as soon as possible to start thinking more about builds and just try to understand some of the reasons why you use specific things against specific builds, and look more at the build as a whole, you know. I don't think I can. He still has his cultists, right? This whole time. At least he can never really kill me, I think. But I don't think. I don't think I can. We'll try. We can try your reflect strategy. I'm not sure I can win this fight anyway. We will see. He's using the Q though. At least he's not using the Q1, right? But Q1 would be even more hopeless. So yeah. So it's kind of a trade-off, Jonathan. A good Fire Staff player will anyway play around Reflect. Now, I can, of course, try to, you know, hope that he makes a big mistake with it. But what I'm losing with Reflect is that I have no way to cancel his Cultist trope. So while I might, you know, his E is not as crazy strong against me, obviously, when I have Reflect. Because he cannot full charge his E, right? He has to quick charge E so that I don't react. But at the cost of that, what I'm losing is that he has a free cultist trope always. But he's making a very clear choice to have himself on Shoes of Tenacity, which he already has a crazy amount of damage, right? So you saw, I had Inferno the whole time, almost, except for his last E. I had Inferno and he's still winning just the brawl, you know? If I hit my Qs and I missed the E. I think the last E, I hit the last E, right? Anyway, so he can anyway very happily win brawls. On top of that, he's making a very clear choice to use Shoes of Tenacity, which means that he does even more damage in a brawl, but it means that he's purposefully limiting his mobility, you know? So essentially he can never actually kill me, as you saw also. When I brawl him, he does like a lot of extra damage every time his shoes are ready, but then whenever I want to run away, I can run away, you know? Dante has like 25 6.2 Daybreakers. I'm not surprised. Like my for future tab has also, okay, like it goes up and down, but I used to sell more stuff, like the tab I was just describing at the beginning, where I just put all the stuff I might use one day. Many times it's gotten so full of random shit, like you can see even right now, but like 3 times as many assassin jackets, and I just start selling them because I'm never actually gonna use this many assassin jackets, right? So I'm not surprised, and Dante probably will have much more even of everything that he consistently finds in the mists. He will not be able, you mean, trade damage with you even after you use Cultist Trope. I don't think you're right, Jonathan, but I understand the point, I understand where you're coming from, and it's definitely not like it's a bad choice. I'm not trying to say that using deflecting spin against his build is like it's like a ruin, you know, like you're trolling. No. It's definitely possible, and you can play it. And if he comes back, we can try it, and we can see how it feels. But it's not like an obviously good choice either. At some in some ways, the Fire Staff is also just it's also just a very, very difficult matchup because he does more damage from range, so I cannot really kite him. But he's also very good at brawling in the end. And by the way, you say he's on wrong queue. Yes and no. I've also initially thought that. By the way, this is YouTube chat, in case you're wondering who the fuck is he talking to again, you know? Just so you know, because YouTube chat doesn't appear here. Also played against, I don't remember where, one of the corrupted players that is very good. Also used that Q, and there is a bit of an argument against melee weapons. Usually Q1 will still be better. If you just want to stand and brawl, Q1 will usually feel better. But it's not terrible for him to use the AoE Q, because it also limits my ability to actually brawl him. Because essentially, since he has more range, you know, he does damage from range. It's kind of my job to get close, because otherwise I'm trading my... Well, I can try to hit impalers, but especially when I'm on Harpoon, I have to get close. But then he just puts a puddle of fire under him, and it's difficult for me to properly brawl him because I'm tanking a lot of damage from the AoE. So, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a... There is no simple solution to this matchup, yeah. Soaks Vanaya says, I think you can't win unless he makes a big mistake. Talk about it. Yeah. Exactly. That's the way I see it as well. Unfortunately, the matchup is such that he needs to mess something up a lot. And then I have the tools. But as you saw also, like, it's a big part of playing. Like, you always make with your builds decisions, and a lot of many decisions come down to mobility for solo PvP, mobility versus brawling tools or damage in other bucket, right? And he's very clearly choosing with his weapon. You know, my weapon is more mobility, a bit less damage. His weapon is more damage for brawling, less mobility. And he goes even further. He completely cuts down on his mobility by having his shoes also on damage. So essentially, you know, it's like he's choosing to be the kind of fire staff that he will never actually kill me, like you saw, you know? He can get an advantage and I will just run away. But I will also never really kill him because he is very, very strong when I'm just going and close to him and attacking him. Firewalker in Asia paired the cultist robe with cowl that make the channel can't be interrupted. I have not seen that at all. In Mists or Corrupted, yo, Andant? Where did you see that? I have not seen that. I'm not saying it's bad necessarily, but it also feels like you don't really need to do that. I mean, it's a cool, interesting idea, but I'm not sure you really need to go that far. It seems like the Flamewalker is so super strong that you don't even need to play it on cloth armor. It's better to play it on leather armor, so you can actually utilize the versatility of the weapon. On leather armor, you will have more time to take advantage of how strong you are. It's not just one or two big bursts, but you can use more mobility for longer. You have decent damage, but also you're not gonna get punished for one mistake as much. David said earlier, try Merc Hood instead of Duskweaver Baby, see how it feels. Doesn't instantly make me feel like I want to. All helmets now have a very useful spell. So whatever helmet I'm using, there will be a lot of situations where I want to use this one. Is he on assassin shoes? Yeah, he is. Okay. I thought he is fighting me, but I guess not. So, anyway, in any helmet, there will be a lot of fights where I want to use the shield. But for fights where I don't want to use the shield, the situation where I don't want, first of all, as a preset, this is good, because if I need to get away from someone, or I need to catch someone who's running away, Duskweaver is definitely going to be better than Merc Hood for me, right? Because it's just a bit more mobility. For situations where I want Duskweaver in a fight, it's also going to be pretty good, because... do I actually... I think I do this. He's on the correct... correct QW, so it's going to be very difficult. No way! That was not a bait? Ah, okay. Okay, well. Oh, well. Actually, I don't even know. I mean, anyway, the fight is gonna start by him using boots, so there's no reason for me not to go close. But yeah, I don't... I like the ability of having this, first of all, as a preset, and secondly, there are the fights where I do need more mobility. Duskweaver is gonna help me a lot more. With the Merc Hood, unfortunately, I'm not gonna catch a bow or a frost. Or like a very, very kite-heavy build. Even like even one-handed spear, no? Maybe one-handed spear I have at least some chance of catching. But with the Merc Hood, it will be much more difficult. And for many fights, it will be the same, because anyway, I'm going to change to this one. You would look like a beast if you got jacked. Imagine jacked Vixane playing Daybreaker. Man, I missed that comment earlier, but that does sound good. Yeah, I've never been like properly jacked. I was in decent physical form, and like being constantly active, and in terms of like the way I looked. But I've never been like you know, like proper jacked in my life, I think. So who knows? Hopefully I can find, maybe somehow streaming will help me to get into a good rhythm. We'll see. I mean, if I have more weeks like this week, where it's like almost like a clockwork stream every day, you know, then it's easier to build the rest of the life also. It's like you can start adding pieces, you know? If you have something which is stable, like in terms of schedule, if you have something that happens almost every day at the same time in your life, it's very easy to start adding pieces, like to start associating other habits together with what you're already doing. I've done that in the past as well, you know? Like, of course, waking up is probably the king of that. Like, if you can somehow get yourself to wake up at the same time every day, like, obviously you are doing that if you're working or studying consistently. But if you get into that rhythm, then it's much easier to start, like, adding things on top of that. So after waking up every day, you do this. Then, like, for an hour, you do this. Like, you know, stuff like that. Let's see. Soaksavana said, I agree with you, Vic. When you use Reflect and Spear, a good player will easily counter that, and now you're playing with only Q and D. Yes, yes. Although, notice that in that build, that's also why it is especially difficult. If he had Cleric Robe, I would have Impaler, right? But here, since I went on Harpoon, I was also playing essentially just with Q and E, right? Because I'm keeping my Harpoon for when he goes for the Cultist. One thing I could maybe do is just Harpoon right away, and then hope that by the time he finds it reasonable to go for Cultist, I will have Harpoon again. But he might use the Harpoon downtime to go Cultist anyway. They pair with the Astral Shield, so the Cowl can make sure they can regenerate mana from the rope. Yes, I understood that, yeah. Also, avoid themselves from taking debuffs, thus they can use the leather shoes. Yes, I understand that, but I still think that the regular Flamewalker build, like this one, I think is the strongest. No, actually, the boots, not. The boots are kind of weird. Usually you use Royal Boots or you use Energetic Sprint. But generally this sort of build, like most top players who have been playing Flamewalker are playing either this build or a more kite-heavy build with the offhand Mistcaller. Let's see if these guys are probably playing something cooler, yeah. But let's look at Tinto. This also makes sense, right? It's very brawl heavy, but he does have Royal March option, plus Flamewalker has crazy mobility already. Does the new helmet ability make Scholar Cowl kinda useless? Was my go-to item for PvE builds with mana problems. We are fighting everything, as you know, but 7-3. If he doesn't change his spells, he's not that scary. Oh. Speaking of Tinto, this looks a lot like what I just inspected in the leaderboard. But unfortunately, this Flamewalker is going to be much more dangerous than the previous one. Although he cannot remove my Inferno, which is nice. But he has Cultist Cowl, which is very strong. Scholar Cowl, you were using it for PvE builds with mana problems. Yes, you can now use any helmet, and when you are in need of mana, so if you are doing PvE, you can just swap it and you will be fine. Yes, you're right, you're right. But also keep in mind that pretty much all of my time. Any kind of PvE I've done in Albion, except at the beginning, some Avalonian dungeons, like 20-man raids, I did that. But other than that, all the PvE I do in Albion is just while I'm waiting for PvP or around like PvP objectives, right? So I'm just saying that to keep in mind that any sort of knowledge and advice you get from me about PvE is going to still come from the mind of a PvP-focused player. So it might not be the most efficient for if you just want to kill mobs. It will be like how to kill mobs while constantly looking around for PvP type of thing, right? And from that perspective, Scholar Cull is already like it's already useless anyway. You never use it. If you want to have any chance at PvP, you never use Scholar Cull anyway for solo. Okay, Strong Bongs said, "Hey Vic, I have 140 mil combat fame, and I'm wondering if I should full spec Cursed, Frost, or Swords. What are your thoughts on these trees? I play solo, small scale, and ZVZs. Cursed, Frost, or Swords? Swords are the most versatile. You will be very well prepared to play solo content, duo content, trio, small scale. You have good things for everything, and relatively strong options for everything. So that's a good choice for that from that perspective. However, they're usually a bit simpler to play. Frost is really cool for solo, but a bit more complicated. It depends on whether you like the playstyle where you kite, because oftentimes, you need your enemy to come to you, so if they don't attack and you are playing Frost, then at some point the fight will just run its course and it will not happen, kind of. As for group play, I don't know about Frost. You can definitely have fun in duo or trio, but it's not going to be a strong choice. Like if you want to play with a healer, you can't really go Frost. There are some options, like the Arctic Staff at least has some interesting options. And for small scale, of course, you have the Permafrost, which is going to be key. But I don't think you can play Permafrost unless you are the caller, probably. I don't know, it depends. Also on the comp, so I don't know that much about whether you will be able to play Permafrost with your friends. And then you have Cursed. Cursed is actually, like, as much as we all give Cursed, like we give shit to Cursed players, just ratting and stuff like that. Actually, Cursed 3, especially with some changes to things like Demon Boots and Royal Boots, more and more Cursed Staffs have actually entered like legit PvP and fun PvP. So Cursed Staffs are actually surprisingly interesting and versatile, in my opinion. Now you have Life Curse, which is actually very versatile for solo PvP. You have Shadow Caller and Shadow Caller, One-Hand Curse, and even potentially Demonic. And then you also have this new one, the Rot Caller. So for small scale, Rot Caller is super valuable if you're fighting against a healer, right? So I know this is not the most popular answer, but out of those three, I actually kind of feel like maybe Curse will give you the most fun. Like if you're looking to do a lot of different content. Have any spear video soon? Trying to. Probably next couple of videos will not be like the old videos, but will be more like some clips from stream, and just me showing what has happened on stream. Although a lot of clips, unfortunately, that I've recorded are not. They have music or they're recorded in wrong quality or something like that a little bit. But anyway, there will be something like that, and then maybe some like more general discussions or stuff like that as well. Oh, what happened? I clicked Alt Enter and now I have wrong resolution. Give me a moment. This is the resolution. I wanted to click Enter and then right here. He's on triple kick. I'm not really even worried about this fight too much. Come on. I mean, he's 7-3 and I am tier 7, so I need to be a little bit worried. But if he's on triple kick, I don't know how he's going to win this. Oh shit, I have wrong food though. I'm a little bit worried now, to be honest. I need to have the other food, and I need to catch him anyway, because like this, he's just gonna outbrawl me even on triple kick because of IP advantage. I hope he understands that he doesn't understand. He thinks that I'm just running away. Oh, okay, 10 seconds. If I survive these 10 seconds without him using boots and killing me, then we are ready to go. Oh, he did change away. I need to be careful not to get my overcharge, not to end my overcharge. And I need my E before he catches me. That's maybe GG. I need every little damage I can get. Unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunate. He did change the spell, so at least he understands kind of what's happening, but... Okay, let him kill me, because I took the fight myself. He did change the spell, but at the end of the day, still kind of okay, I think, kind of winnable. At least somewhat possible. I need a longer fight, probably, though. But we're attacking everything. And if I see that he changes spells, it's so-so. Like, because of IP advantage, I can't really be in Duskweaver. Like, if he... It took him so long to decide at the beginning. I felt like he's probably going to be on triple kick, so I didn't check. But normally, like, for same IP, 100%. Like, if he's not devastating combo, it's very easy. But when he changes to devastating combo with such IP difference, I kind of need to change to shield. It will probably mean that even if I somehow start winning, he's gonna run away, right? But it is going to, like, it's gonna be the only option for me to actually stand and brawl him. I like that though. I wish Ava E wasn't a true combo. Well, yeah, I could have, like, if my first E, or actually we can look at that, but if I, normally, and this would have happened, like, if you saw this, last time I fought Fists of Avalon, it seemed like a easy kill. I don't think I have it here anymore. Yeah, we don't have it here anymore, but last time I fought Fists of Avalon, it was like a no-brainer kill. Obviously there we were same IP, so it was a different thing, but one thing that, I mean, since I don't have Mistwalker Jacket to dodge his E anyway, I just E during his E, you know, and it's very difficult for him to hit his thing, because even if he hits me with the first part of his E, I'm gonna be CC immune, right? But unfortunately, as you know, there's global cooldown in the game, so even if I know that's what I'm gonna do, if it's at the same time as I'm casting Impaler or by Q, and I kind of feel like I need to, you know, I can't just wait for his E, I need to do damage from far while he's helmeting me. So it's, if I get caught during a global cooldown moment, I'm not able to use my E, and then he can, you know, as you saw, he can fully hit his. But yeah, the last time he did the combo correctly, actually, he should do first part of E, then W, and then second part of E. Since I don't have Mistwalk or something to dodge it. I actually like it. Let's go attack everything once again on tier 7, and then continue from there. Or tier 8 Assassin Jacket. And then continue from there. With tier 8 later. Do you have some random boots to use? Oh, we can use these. Correct spells, and another Duskweaver. No reason to get anything else, right? Blaster's video when I need a tutorial. Wait, what is that? Tell me the whole sentence. Did I miss something? Also, what's up, Hamster? What's up? Welcome. Happy to have you. Blaster's video when I need a tutorial. Ah, okay. You were what I was talking earlier about. Yeah. I definitely want to make a Blaster's guide, but I need to play them even more. But like from beginner level to like intermediate plus or to advanced, like that, to cover that, you know, to that part of Blasters, I've learned so much with it that I feel like definitely I want to make at some point a video about that. Because also, even though the price is a little bit prohibitive to like new players, I feel like the actual fun you can have, especially if you already messed a bit with light crossbow, it's crazy. And kind of like Spear, it will teach you a lot of different things, because you will, with blasters, you will be forced at least somewhat. You don't have as much of the spell changing as you have in Spear, and you don't have to change your gears as much between kiting and brawling, but you still do. But there is definitely enough versatility where you have to like consider your opponent's builds a lot more than some weapons. And one thing I really like about blasters that I think will also make it like good for someone trying to learn PvP is how versatile the E is. And also obviously the mechanical skill that it requires, but how versatile the E is. So you have to kind of actually figure out a little bit like what does your, same as you do on Spear. Like on Spear and Daybreaker, if you're playing this for a while, your brain automatically, every time you fight, your brain will automatically start giving you answers to the question, what is the purpose of my E in this specific fight? Because your E is so multifunctional, you know, in some, and this is very obvious, you know, it's not rocket science, but in some fights you can use your E just to close the distance, in other, like just to get close, yeah, even if you don't hit it. In another fight, if you use your E to get close, you are dead, you made a big mistake. In some fights you need it to interrupt, in some fights you can forget that it even interrupts at all. You know, so it's kind of a little bit of same thing. All, like most popular weapons have some sort of versatility, but I feel like on blasters also, your E has a lot of different functions. And also mobility, dodging, the resistances, or just pure execute damage, or to charge up your passive. So you also have to make those decisions a lot more in your brain. You could make the clip something of an educational experience. Wait, did I miss something? Was something missing in chat? Because I still don't understand Hamster's sentence completely. Maybe there was a conversation. Or Hamster was asking. I can make a tutorial for you, Hamster, yeah, for sure. You can analyze your clips and tell you how you should not have killed all those 8.4s the way that you did, or 8.3s. Hey Victor, happy Friday. What's up, man? Happy Friday to you as well. It is indeed. Today's plan... Please tell me I got Siphon Energy. Today I am just attacking everything. And so far, it's been a good 50-50. We got a very nice 1v1 kill against popular meta build. Thinking that it's a free, easy real estate, but it was not. It was in fact him who was the free real estate. And then we took... we fucked around and found out against the Fists, which is a very good matchup for Daybreaker in my opinion. However... Unfortunately, I did not properly react to the fact that he did change his spell. While I was busy making sure I eat food, because I was in a bit of a trouble already in combat, but I had to change the food in 10 seconds. While I was busy thinking about that, he changed his spell to the correct spell, which was the Devastating Combo. Because originally when he started the combat, he was on triple kick. And yeah, and then the IP advantage was too much. But you know, this is why mid tier is good for money making. If you can take 50-50 fights like this, you're gonna end up making money, you know? This skill, even after trash rate, pays for like 5 sets at least. Yeah, for about 5 sets or 4 sets of this. Wait, I was coming here for that chest. Oh no, did I miss it? Tier 7 duels. Ooh, and the cool... okay. Well, at least I'm not the obvious choice for everyone to attack. That's nice. This guy gonna do a gazillion damage though. The dual swords is using Assassin Shoes dash. Interesting. I should change to Roast Snapper against either one of those, but not against both of them together, I feel like. I need to be a bit careful, because dual swords will finish me off if I go crazy right now. Neither of them have mobility also, so I'm not worried. Like, they're both... Neither of them has a sprint mobility, I mean. A little bit late, but hey, had to go for it and try it. And the reason I'm not just Eing right away is because he's gonna E after me in Mercenary Jacket. So I don't want to. I want to do that. My helmet, unfortunately, should be on the other spell for this. With this spell, I can just kite, but you know, I thought it's worth it. Of course, also there's tier 8 fists there, right, on the ground. So it's much more worth it because of that. Because we're not just playing for this, but we're also playing for the extra money on the ground. Yeah, so it's... I would rather just brawl and have a chance of winning and get the whole tier 8 fists money than to start kiting around, which is what I should do with this helmet, right? Because, you know, dual swords eventually, especially on Blade Cyclone, as he will anyway brawl a lot better. But one thing, at least he did the good job of not using his Mercenary Jacket, right? So, essentially, when he's not using Mercenary Jacket, I kind of just need to E early for damage, or I need to decide, right? Which I do. But since he has his E and boots, if I want to kite, I can't just E away and start kiting from a distance, you know? He will boots, he will E. So, if I decide not to just YOLO for the extra loot, then I'm just full disengaging, right? That's the only other option I have, kind of. Because then I need to use my E, he's gonna boots on top of me, then use my boots, because he already purged my Inferno, right? So he can't purge my boots anymore. Then purge my boots, and then hope that I'm just gonna get enough space so he cannot catch me. Like for a 1v1 fight against him, I would definitely, of course, have to change my helmet, but not in a multi-way. In a multi-way, it's really nice to have Duskweaver so I can catch up if I need to. Shouldn't use armor, I guess. You lost quite the brawl potential. Kind of true, yeah. He did purge my stacks as well, yeah. Like, as I said, it's a bit like yeah. I should just E after he gets his stacks, and after he uses boots to get to the top of me, he stacks once and twice. I just E away and kind of forced him to E into me, and then I can Inferno against his E. That would have been probably a better approach against it, but if I start cutting too much, I think I'm not gonna get the loot from the ground. Okay, let's go and continue attacking. It's the lifetime of mists, you know, like right now, like every day, and of course it's Friday, so even more people, but it's gonna be very, it seems already like it's very alive. What am I missing? Only consumables and a helmet, and I don't have a helmet here, so we're fine with that. And also, oh, by the way, I'm also on the other food, right? Unfortunately, since I don't have, yeah, that's actually probably even bigger than anything we analyzed, because I just took I ate the eel stew to, you know, to be able to manage the 1v1v1 better, but I couldn't change my food in, right? Because then I have 10 seconds cooldown, unfortunately. Even after I'm chasing and I'm out of combat, you know, I still have 10 seconds cooldown. So, yeah, actually, yeah, that's probably a much bigger argument than anything else we discussed. If I'm just eat roast snapper, you know, it was already very close, because we are getting to a point where he has to use mercenary, which I will instantly purge, and then it's a question who kills who first, but I have a good position there. So, yeah. Am I missing something? No, let's keep going. Would counter W have been a good pick in this case? Like, keep in mind, like, this is, as I said, like, keep in mind, for a 1v1, you would fight differently anyway. Like, a lot of things would be different in this. Like, but the most important thing is just eating the other food, honestly, now that I realize it. But this is not a, like, I'm not taking this fight as a 1v1, you know? This is after what happened you saw with the fists. And with the consideration that if I start kiting him, he's just gonna go loot the fists. And I'm never, like, okay, maybe he will fight me and I can actually take the items. But, you know, we are fighting for the extra 2 million on the ground, right? So a lot of the things, like, consider when you're asking, like Reflect, for example, in the situation where I'm fighting fists and he's there, and then we're kind of, all three of us are fighting, never I would go Reflect, right? I would always have Cripple or Impaler in those multi-way situations. Nothing else. Not Harpoon, not Reflect. Even if I would like to have Reflect against any of the participants of the cluster. And against dual swords, I prefer not to have Reflect. I have played it and it was always viable and it seemed kind of okay at some point. But I'm really liking Impaler more now, just for extra damage. But Reflect is not bad. Reflect, especially since he doesn't have any mobility to go reset. Just being on Reflect, but the problem is he's just not gonna E. Even there, you saw like the majority of the brawl. The big problem is that I'm not on Roast Snapper, but majority of the brawl he didn't actually use E, right? He didn't need it. If he has 3 stacks, he's just out brawling me anyway. So, and the point of Reflect, of course, would be because his E is very telegraphed. But I think right now, all matchups against swords for a spear have become just generally worse because you cannot use cripple anymore, right? So you are just weaker. The whole spear versus sword thing has definitely become more sword favored than it was before. But it also means that what has happened, I think, is that spear has to just kite more and hit impalers from far, and you cannot brawl as much. Because if you don't have access to cripple and you're not able to remove the enemy stacks, you can't do. Like earlier you could surprise some swords. Like you got a bit of an advantage and you already start brawling and the sword is like, oh yeah, I'm brawling, I'm a sword. But actually you are, out brawling them or brawling even after you took an advantage at the start. But now that I don't think that's the case anymore. So now you actually need to kite a lot more. Hey, Vic versus 2 dual swords could be better cripple? No, Fender. They changed cripple and they changed the way that swords work, so it's a big fat no, unfortunately, now. I mean, it's not like terrible because you can still get a cripple whenever you want, but the value that you actually get from the cripple is very, very, very small. Because you don't get the damage buff like you used to, and you don't remove their stacks like you used to. Cripple just cripples yourself nowadays. Good, yes, correct, Sparkly, I like that. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, cripple is when you want to cripple yourself. I mean, maybe I should try the fight on cripple just to see how much weaker it is, but it's going to be it's going to be also still full kite, and essentially what I will have to do is just cripple whenever he has the movement speed buff, cripple and then kite him as much as I can. But the problem is, the moment that plan fails even a little bit, so if I cripple him, I try to kite him with my Qs, to play at 10-meter range or something, 9-meter range. The moment that plan fails for whatever reason, he does get on top of me with his E, with his boot, something, then it's kind of GG, because now he still has 3 stacks, like because I cannot remove them, and I have no W damage that I would have from Impaler. What do you think about double poison and Stalker Hood? I don't think Stalker Hood increases poison damage. Does it? No, I don't think so, right? But if you're asking for a specific build, then in general I have very positive feelings about Stalker Hood. It is especially good when you are the lower tier player in the fight, because you can turn almost any build into the same strategy as low tier battle axes, dual swords, fire staffs, where the strategy is to become a porcupine, like I've talked earlier on stream. That somebody attacks you and because you seem like you are easily attackable, and then suddenly you actually are very dangerous. Like Stalker Hood helps a lot with that sort of strategy. And of course it combines well with when you have a lot of burst. But I don't think it increases poison damage, at least. Maybe someone has tested it and can confirm or say that it's not like that, but... When they put in the new auto attacks, they will say cripple is broken, their time will come. How come? Why? What do you mean? The auto attack change will make cripple even more useless than it is right now, right? I mean, okay, it will not change anything. Right now, someone who's using cripple uses it just for the mobility, for the ability to remove enemies' boots, essentially. Very rarely some other buff. So, that happens when you are in a situation where you don't need anything else than mobility. When you are 2 tiers higher than your enemy, you can run cripple because you are probably going to out-brawl them anyway, so might as well just have the extra tool to catch them. If you're being attacked and you want to be safe, instead of brawling, you can maybe run cripple to get away. But with the attack speed reduction on cripple feels non-consequential completely. And with the new, if they ever go to the auto attack thing that they wanted to do, that every spell instantly refreshes your auto attack, then cripple would be even more useless, right? Because auto attack speed will matter even less if you always get an auto attack after any spell. I hope I understood correctly what you meant. For this build you're using, I have been successfully... Oh, okay. I've been successful with Brawl Bloodletter and Double Poison. Purge for Hood. So I'm wondering if it could be same for Daybreaker. Purge for Hood. Let me understand. I don't understand. You have been successful with Brawl Bloodletter and Double Poison. That makes sense. I understand. By the way, awesome, Azad. But you were talking about using Stalker Hood, and now you say Purge for Hood. I don't understand what that means. So I'm wondering if it can be the same. There was one day, that time, if one of the first challenges, maybe it was the first challenge. If you were here a month ago when I started streaming, on Mondays I usually do some weird challenges. The first challenge I did was that I went into the mists and I forced myself, I cannot exit, I cannot leave from any exits. I can only go to the next mist, to the next mist, to the next mist, until I have 10 times more money that I came in with. And I did from 100k to a million, from 250k to 2.5 million, from 500k to 5 million. Then the last one was from 1 million. I went to the 1 million build, and I was just I could not go into the city, and I made it to 10 million and then came out. So that was successful and awesome and fun. My first kind of challenge I did on stream. That whole day I played Daybreaker, and I played Daybreaker with Stalker Hood. And definitely it played a lot, especially when I was playing like very cheap builds. It played a lot into the strategy of not worrying too much about my life, but being able to occasionally get some crazy good kills. Like one of the kills I did, it's also a clip. Like if you go to the channel, there's like a featured clip. Daybreaker versus Flame Walker. It was he was 8-2, I believe, and I was at tier 7, right? Well, overcharged, of course. Again, wrong food, but at least this time I have a pretty good start. Okay, he either way, so he's not trying to continue this fight, I guess. Let's see if he is back into me later or not. He's not eating into me, interesting. Again, wrong food, but I'm kind of being cocky here because he's tier 6. If he comes back, I change food just in case, but it should be fine. He doesn't want to fight. He won't have cape next time. If he does want to try again. Nah, would definitely be worth it. Considering he's tier 6, definitely worth it to go for it. Is my... I used the cape, right? Just now, not before. Yeah, I used it now. I mean, he must think now that he can win, right? And for a serious duel, just like before, for a serious dual swords fight, this, Energizing Shield, and Roar Snapper. At least one of them, but probably both. For this build, okay, yeah, we're talking about that. I mean, using Fiend Cowl for the headpiece. So what was the Stalker Hood about? I don't understand, Alan. You're confusing me. You said earlier about that you were suggesting or thinking, what about Stalker Hood with poison? And Stalker Hood for sure on Daybreaker can work. And as I said, for me it was, especially for low IP, I liked it to surprise some enemies. Poison I don't think gets affected by Stalker Hood though. And for most of these fights, like having 2 healings will just give me more HP than the 2 poisons will give me in terms of damage. So there's no reason to poison usually. Unless I'm really struggling to catch my enemy, then maybe. I will change to cripple actually. Not because of dual swords, but because I want to catch one of them. Not for the 1v1 fight, but because if I do end up in a situation where I'm close enough, like for this guy, then He's a gatherer though, so he's not fighting. Because I figure you won't need more purges since Daybreaker E already done the job. Okay, so essentially what you're talking about Daybreaker, the ideas you're giving have nothing to do with your Bloodletter play, yeah? Right? Because you're... Or you were just wondering about poison potions. Ooh, very weird build. If he's on triple kick, I'm keeping myself on cripple actually, just to catch him. He was also on plate armor, so I don't know. It doesn't look like a real build, but you know, who knows? Maybe he will be somewhere here waiting for me. But yeah, but I also agree with you that that you like purge is a little like on your helmet is a little bit less valuable in Daybreaker because you already have a purge, but it's still like Helmet of Valor definitely still very valuable. Fiend Cowl maybe a little bit less so because you don't have the extra option to also remove stuff from yourself, which is something you cannot do in Daybreaker. Like some of the matchups, like for example Death Givers, you've seen that I've talked about this. The Q1 Death Givers are very strong against Daybreaker. I cannot remove them, you know, but with a Helmet of Valor, you have a counter. So yeah, but so it's still definitely very popular, and if you want to play Daybreaker, try Helmet of Valor. It's not bad at all. It's gonna give you a lot of extra flexibility, because I mean, in some ways the second purge is less valuable, but in some ways it frees up your E to do whatever else you want in the fight, right? You can just use it for damage, because if you really need to, you can later purge your enemy's Inferno anyway, or Mercenary. Like in these fights against dual swords, if I like, well, it's just because my Duskweaver is not really useful in the brawl. But still, in these fights against dual swords, if I had actually purge on my helmet, I can E whenever I want. I don't have to worry about his mercenary. I hope some of it makes sense, and I hope I understood your question a little bit. But where is the Wisp? He's hoping to get a fight. I don't want to change my food just for him, because I don't have any more yields to, and you know, just to kill a tier 6. But I could. Maybe it's stupid. I mean, wasting one 80k heal steal to kill a 300k worth player is maybe that does actually makes a lot of sense. And then I can buy new heal steal later. Because on Rose Snapper, I don't think he has much chance to do anything with the IP like difference. Let's find someone else to attack. I feel like this is becoming a bit of... I need to explore this concept more before like really talking about this, but I feel like I've seen many people who play a lot, I've seen many people do this, and it's kind of like, it's a small thing, but it feels like a bit of a next innovation in baiting and just in general in being efficient with buying your build. And what I'm talking about is just buying a tier higher jacket. I mean, it's not like some sort of big revolution, it's been done before, but I see more people do this, where they buy everything at tier 7 and then their jacket tier 8, or you know, everything at 6-3, the jacket 7-3. It does definitely make, like, it impacts, like, upgrading your jacket or your chest armor in general does impact you kind of noticeably, as opposed to things like boots or... I mean, helmet affects your energy more than your HP. But the jacket actually does feel better. And it's a bit of an extra bait that even worked on me. Like, there was a fight where I fought Death Givers and I thought we are same tier, and after the fight I realized that his armor was 2 tiers higher, so we were actually... I thought it was a tier 7 versus tier 7 fight. I did not inspect carefully enough, because my attention was divided, and then after the fight I realized he actually had 8.1 mercenary jacket. So, I mean, yeah, it was kind of tier 7 versus tier 7, but it's a very big difference that he has 2 tiers higher jacket. So, if it can work on me, it can definitely work on a lot of people also who are either newer or who are also like, you know, distracted, like looking at chat or doing whatever they are, that they might not always notice. So someone might look at me and see, oh, this is tier 7 Daybreaker. Although you can also see that, you know, the IP is kind of similar because it's Assassin Jacket. But if I had tier 8 Jacket of Tenacity, for example, that would be like clearly a higher tier item than my weapon. Kind of want to try Shield Charge, honestly. I don't know if I can pull it off. Cooldown is kind of long, but I am a little bit tempted, the next person I see, to just change my boots to Shield Charge and see what happens. But with Shield Charge, I will probably go Cripple, so that even though I will try to use the Shield for extra brawl and have the Cripple to remove the enemy's boots, because otherwise they just, you know, run away. But it depends a bit on who I'm fighting. Some builds I just cannot use Cripple, because even with Shield Charge, no matter what I do, I won't just have enough damage to win the brawl with Cripple. It's another energy drink Friday. During this month of streaming, I probably drank like... It's not a crazy number, it's like, I don't know, 10 energy drinks, but that's like the same as last, I don't know how many years together. If I could catch a warbow, maybe I can actually. I could also go Reflect. Reflect is very annoying for warbows. Like really annoying for warbows. But the problem is if he's so far away that let's try it just for fun. I used to be one of my favorite things, but on one-handed spear you can do it better because you have a bit more mobility. But I am on eel still, so I have a bit more mobility that way, you know. Let's try it. Let's see if he eats me or not. The problem is that I kind of need to use my E for just for mobility now, you know. If I'm on deflect, I don't have the harpoon option. So if the fight should start by me using my helmet, maybe I will lose HP before that, but I will use my helmet, get on top of him, then he's gonna frost shot, and then otherwise I would just harpoon him back, right? And then he goes invis, and we both have boots. But this way I have to kind of use my E there to catch him out of frost shot, which is going to be a bit painful. And if I cannot if I cannot get too close to him without using my boots, then he will always have boots advantage. And then the problem, like if I use boots now, everything that I just said happens, and then he will just boots away and I cannot purge them because I don't have my E ready. So harpoon is, I think, overall better, but reflect can be really fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's even trying. He might have figured out what's happening. Okay, whatever. Let's say harpoon. Let's just take the fight, because it looks like he figured out what's happening. Because normally a warbow would at least try to use his E's, you know. Daybreaker is indeed my favorite. It's like one-handed spear, but better right now. Bro, he's not even coming. He's not. I'm not even talking that, you know, he's out of range for my spells, you know. So I cannot catch him. He's not even coming in range to use his own spells. Like, he's not even... Okay, finally we are in range for him to at least hit something. Yeah. Well, if that harpoon hits, he used invis, he used boots, he used frost shot. If that harpoon hits, unfortunately I don't have my inferno, but you know, I'm on top of him and we are fighting. Daybreaker is your favorite, yes. Oh yeah, I already answered that, but yeah, it is absolutely my favorite. But like, if I look at my whole time playing Albion, there is no question that Spear is my most played and favorite, has been my most played and favorite weapon. That's the life of a warbow. If you don't get a free kill, then you kind of have to leave. Although many warbows are actually have been really cracked that I've seen lately. But yeah. The fight can, like, it's kind of obvious, you know, the fight cannot happen unless I at least catch him once, and then he has to figure out how to create distance and kite me and do damage after that. But if I cannot even catch him once, then essentially what he's asking for is to me, when everything is on cooldown, just so that I walk towards him and give him my items, right? And I just turn around and he's like, it's not like he's gonna come and use his mobility towards me either, you know, to give me his items, so. Which is, and this is the experience with a lot of very kite heavy builds that just want to play from a distance. Unfortunately, many fights kind of end up like this, you know, the fight just fizzles out because, well, the person in my position, the guy who's supposed to do the catching, if I cannot catch, if I miss my spells, if I misuse my spells, or if he doesn't even come close enough, well, nothing I can do. And the other guy, like the kiter, essentially is, if he's not getting caught, he also, like, he cannot do anything, right? He cannot just initiate the fight either. So both people just run away and the fight doesn't happen. This is the case also with many frost staffs. It happens often. Frost shot bows. Anyone that does damage from a very long distance. But the bow nerf to the Q is so good, and it feels like you can actually feel it so clearly. Like, oh, it's been many times. When he finally comes in range to hit his Q, at least I have some hope to get on top of him, you know? The old bow, like the one before this patch, with 20 meter Q, he would have been doing damage to me this whole time, and I have zero chance to actually get on top of him, so this fight will never happen. But because the Q is now 18 meters, at least you saw, at least the fight kind of happened, you know? If I hit the harpoon, the fight is full on going. And that's because, at least, in order to come close enough to hit his Qs, he needs to be close enough where I have some chance of catching him, right? It's not like 10 meters where he comes close enough that I instantly harpoon him, right? But I can boots, dust quiver, harpoon, all of that together. I don't think I can attack this, unfortunately. I have no idea if there's any sort of plan of outplay in the history of the universe that will allow me to not just die to him the moment he hits one spell. Which is a bit unfortunate, because I do want to attack everything that moves. But let's say that the curse staff doesn't move, because he has a cold heart. Although, I mean, snakes move, so maybe that's the wrong definition. I saw you, Runeshine. The emotes look a bit weird in my combined chat, but I saw you still. But no, I hope if I'm gonna react to the same message more than once today, when I have to do that at all, then it's gonna happen today, because my head is tired, but I am in a good tired feeling. For some weird reason, even though I went to sleep, I don't know, like 1 o'clock or something yesterday, for some weird reason, I just woke up at 5. And like, I woke up feeling fresh. Like, it wasn't like a bad feeling waking up. My body just decided, that's it, we slept enough. And I had a wonderful morning, like actually productive morning. Like, everything was good. But then after the morning was over, you know, I started feeling the lack of sleep, so. I am, the title of the stream is correct. I am indeed a tired man today for some biological reason that made me wake up so early. But it's actually, like, if I could just program myself, like, I know I can, but, you know, if I could do this, like, instantly and not by methodically adapting some habits, which I've done in the past, so it's not crazy, but it takes a bit more effort, you know, and it will take me like a week or so at least to get into a rhythm, and also like a little bit more discipline in the evening, because, you know, it's a bit difficult to force yourself to go to sleep, at least for me. My mind is racing, even if I want to go to sleep, I have so many ideas. And plus also there's, you know, like games and movies that feels like, one more game, you know, one more movie or one more video. So it's a bit more difficult, but if I could like just switch a button, absolutely the only number one thing I would do right away is to make sure I just wake up very early. Like whenever I've woken up consistently at like 5, 6 a.m., probably the best year of my life. But it's not that easy. With this temperature in Estonia, it is hard to fall asleep since it's so warm. That is a good point. Yeah, it is definitely much easier to sleep or to fall asleep when it's cold. Yeah, because like your sleep is very much determined by your body's temperature, and you can actually predict. You know, if somebody is sleeping and you have like a thermometer, like you can you're measuring the temperature, like their inner temperature, you can pretty much predict exactly when they are going to wake up. Like, you know, I think, is it like 1 or 2 hours before you're waking up is the coldest point, I think. I don't remember exactly. Or is it 2 hours after going to sleep? I don't remember the exact number, but I remember like I used to be more interested in that and reading about it. And yes, essentially one thing, that's why taking a very hot shower helps you fall asleep also, because when you take a very hot shower, your body temperature goes like down a lot, you know, it decreases, and then you're like, it's easier to fall asleep. What are we dealing with? What am I gonna do against this? Well, I need to eat the actual proper food. He's on auto fire, so can I just do this and see what he does? I'm afraid that he's gonna destroy me with the combo. But if he needs to run towards me at some point. I'm never going close to him. When he runs towards me, I will try to E when he is going to go for sleep combo. That's the only thing I can do. I don't have any other ideas. And looks like he ran out of ideas as well. Interesting that it happens so much that people just change their mind. Let's see, what is the actual temperature? I am feeling kind of hot, but it says 24 on Google for my city. Let's see if my phone should know the temperature, like exactly where I am. I don't know, maybe my phone also is taking the general one. My phone also says 24. It does feel kind of like that. So 24 Celsius, obviously, you know, just to make sure we're on the same page, right? That's not true. Your body falls asleep at 72 degrees, you're better off with a cold shower. I'm pretty confident that it's the opposite. Like, your body will... I'm guessing 70... I don't know exactly how much is 72, like, in the units that I'm used to. But, you know, when you take a cold shower, your body adapts by producing more warmth. So your actual inner body temperature, like maybe your skin feels cold, but your inner body temperature goes up. And when you take a hot shower, your body also, you know, compensates and reacts to it. So a little while after that, your body temperature goes down. So essentially, by taking a hot shower before going to bed, you kind of lower your actual body temperature, kind of artificially, but that helps you fall asleep, you know, because I'm like, this is not my personal opinion, right? This is from mostly from the rabbit hole of Andrew Huberman's wisdom about biology and using your... Okay, well, he knows what I have now. If he never uses boots, then, you know, this fight is not happening. Okay, he did use boots now. But he's running away. And also, I cannot E from that far, because if I E from that far and I just get on top of him and then I just purchase boots and that's it, then unfortunately I just die there. So I need him to use... Essentially, I kind of need to keep my E for when he gets really close to me, because he's going to go for the sleep combo. We have a great arcane that is going to try to mess with me. But the great arcane has demon boots, so he can't catch me anyway. Oh, they're fighting each other, okay. It cools down when it's preparing for sleep. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, it's like a feedback loop, you know? Like, by the way, this is, once again, YouTube chat, just so you know who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to myself, you know? It's morning encouragement and motivation is the name of the person I'm talking to. So, you're saying that it cools down when it's preparing for sleep, and exactly, yeah, but it's like, you know, like feedback loops in your body. Like, when you feel happy, you smile, but if you artificially smile, you feel a bit happier. Like, that's sort of like, you know, you activate this kind of feedback loop. It's a bit like that, right? So your body will naturally cool down to prepare you for sleep. But if you artificially cool down your body, which you can do by taking a hot shower, that also will like get you to be a little bit sleepier. Essentially, that's the idea. Wow, so it's actually colder than here. 26 degrees. Well, colder, yeah. It is colder, but the word colder doesn't, in my head, it doesn't fit well with with 24 degrees, you know? I know it's colder than a lot of things, but it's still crazy. Well, I don't want to give my items to them together. We need to kill the other guy first. The Arcane will have, if we actually get into a fight, the Arcane will have a very good chance to just get away, because he's going to be low, he's going to be demon bootsing the fuck off my screen, while the other guy is going to use his soldier boots to catch me and kill me, you know? This is like 95% probability that this will happen. If I fight the Great Arcane, no matter if I'm winning or losing, the moment the Sleepcasters comes on our screen and gets dismounted, Arcane is going to click Demon Boots, go to Narnia, and I am going to be standing there with the dealing with the soldier boots of the Sleepcaster. Unfortunate. I've said this many times that there is a bit of a issue with mists that there's often a lot of people like here. There's 3 guys. We all want to fight, but because of the way it's set up, a fight often doesn't happen. You know, because for each one of us, there are some like, okay, in this case at least the Arcane is like careless. You know, he's like whatever. You know, and also he has Demon Boots. That's why he's doing it, right? So there's at least one guy, but oftentimes there's all 3 guys, you know? Like the Sleepcasters wants to fight, but he's afraid. I want to fight, but I'm afraid. I know that I'm gonna die. So it kind of ends up like we did find, like, you know, if you look at Mists as like a matchmaking system for solo PvP, the matchmaking system successfully put 3 people together who are more or less equal tier, we found each other in the Mists, and we all are interested in PvP. But because of the way Mists are set up, in this case, you know, the PvP didn't happen. I'm not saying that it's always a failure, and I don't want Mists to be just like a place to find 1v1 fights. It's nice to have more variety, but it's just an interesting example of how the design of the game has somewhat, you know, like it's done everything correct except the very last step, you know. Like, it's done everything correct. It's given us such a fun game, motivation to figure out builds. Buy the items, prepare, take the time to go to Mists, you know. We all are in the mindset to want to engage in the fight, even though we all 3 of us are risking. No matter which 1v1 fight happens there, we are risking our items, you know. So everything about Albion has, to that point, from the perspective of like solo PvP, has been done correctly. But now we are in the same place, and the actual mechanics or design of the actual content or environment is preventing, like, from the actual last most important step is not happening. And fortunately, I'm not saying this like, oh, this is like a easy fix, like fix my game, you know. I'm not trying to say that. I don't have an answer to this. It's just interesting for me to notice these types of situations. And people react to this differently. Some people just stop playing the content. Some people change their builds, you know. Like, that's another reason why all kinds of mobility builds are so popular. Like, if I was the mobility build there, if I had like a Great Hammer, or maybe I was running Royal Boots, I could probably take this fight against Arcane, you know? But in this case, I hope you understand also, like, since my build is not full mobility and Arcane has decided to use Demon Boots, the moment the rat dismounts, Arcane is low, Demon Boots is away, and I will be left, trying to survive the rat, who also has soldier boots, right? So essentially, it's just a question if I have enough HP and I have my E to purge it, I somehow survive. Otherwise, I die. Let's see. Sketch YouTube says, Vixen Gaming, what do you think of one-way combat in the solo Mists? What do you mean by that? You have to explain. What is one-way combat? Is that like a concept that I'm just not familiar with, or is that something you came up with yourself? Or are you or are you asking about like some suggestion that to make Mists like different, and you just call it one-way combat? I'm asking that because, you know, some people have suggested like to enable some sort of dueling feature in the Mists, which we have discussed and we can discuss more. But maybe you're talking about something else. I don't know. Sparkly said, mobility builds are fuck around, but don't need to find out. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, another thing is also when your build is very cheap, of course, it's fun, you can just fuck around, but essentially, yeah. I mean, if I was maybe like a Flamewalker or, you know, Bloodletter, I would have a worse chance of actually winning the fight. But I would also be in a situation where I can fight the Great Arcane and I know that there's a high probability that when the rat dismounts, I will still be okay, right? I don't have to worry that much. But on this build I have to worry, and keep in mind, I'm not playing like a brawl heavy build without mobility. I have very good mobility, I just don't have the kind of mobility to reliably get away from soldier boots and demon boots, you know. When there's a high rating chance, the mobility after adaptation is fair. 100%, yeah. I am, at this point in time, even though, you know, I am somewhat critical of players who try to play without taking any risks, at this point in time, I was absolutely not trying to, you know, shit on mobility builds and people who play them. You are absolutely correct, Sparkly. It makes so much sense. If you remove the kind of RMT radar playstyle, with the double-bladed and just farming people that have no chance to fight back. If you remove those, the rest of it, like actually putting a lot of emphasis on mobility, like for legit builds, it makes all the sense in the world. And it happens because Mists are not an arena for 1v1. I don't want it to be, but just because it's so clear that you cannot just take a good 1v1 build and expect to have to do well in Mists long term. It's not enough. So, absolutely right, yeah. If there was like... This was also why mobility builds are not played in Corrupteds, right? Corrupteds, which are kind of like a 1v1 arena you enter. Of course, you have some kiting, resetting, and breaking crystals as part of the game. But still, you know you're gonna get into a fight, and you know it's gonna be a 1v1 fight. That's why always Corrupteds have been dominated by brawl-heavy builds, one way or another. I mean... at the end of the day, having mobility and like bows and frosts were always still kind of popular, especially if you get invaded because the guys just clear a circle to kite forever. But it's a bit of a different thing. Like let's say not that mobility builds definitely never work, but it's all the builds are focused on how to win the 1v1, right? Nobody has to think about rats, obviously. Thanks for following, Bafana, not to be confused with banana. Welcome to the stream if you're new. Or welcome back if you're not. How much until the... Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah, man, previously you could keep running around in Corrupteds if you got a good layout and not traps. Oh, did they increase the density of traps also? That's I'm glad to hear if that's the case, yeah. I definitely know that it was always a common thing to just buy Cultist Robe and clear a circle and kite forever, but I didn't know that they changed something about it. Except for the big thing that is that they changed the bats. The bats are more impactful and they slow you down. Which is also like... a very, very nice, I love some of the changes about Corrupteds, like the bats thing. I love just the example of using game mechanics to make the same game more fun. You know, you don't need to change weapons. You don't need to give people more silver, less silver to figure out some sort of giga update and rework of the game. Nothing. The game is so well done, but you just change like those small things. You add the slow to the bats. And you make the whole content instantly more enjoyable for everyone. Like, that's such a nice example of... Well, I want to say low effort. I don't know how much effort it actually took, but it's kind of like low effort, but very high positive impact type of change. Thanks for following, Zerone. Welcome, welcome, sir. Huang said, maybe they can give you some kind of spawn buff, invulnerable thing when you finish a kill. Damn, wait a moment. Wait a moment. This is legit one of the coolest ideas I've heard for a while, because we have discussed a lot of anti-ratting methods. I've heard others discuss it, and we also discussed it on stream. And it usually has to do with preventing the rat from joining the fight. Like giving them a longer cooldown, making sure that they get 15 seconds even if they get dismounted by damage. Some other forms that to prevent the rat from actually joining the fight, the person who's third-partying. This is a very cool idea that definitely like requires more thought, you know. Maybe if we analyze it, it turns out that there's reasons why this would be bad, or maybe not. If you have some opinion about it, then I will be very curious to hear some more explanation. I mean, from everyone. in either of the chats. So just to repeat, the idea, it is from YouTube chat, the idea from Hoang was to maybe give the person who gets a kill, whenever you finish a kill, to give something, you know? Some sort of buff, like a shield, like when you spawn into an area, for example, you know? Like an invulnerability shield. I mean, of course, we can, you know, roll with this idea further. It doesn't have to be like a shield like when you buff. It can be some sort of other buff also, you know? It could also be like a, you know, 500 HP heal. I don't know, something like that. I mean, the instant first kind of drawback that I can think of is that it is a pretty big buff to high IP players, because you don't have to, like, any sort of anti-ratting measure will make it easier for people to just play 8.3 without worrying too much, because if people team up, you know, if every time I kill someone I get a 10-second invulnerability, if I'm 8.3 I can just take a 1v3, I just need to focus down one guy before I die, and then, you know, take it from there. That's the only instant downside. But that's always the case, like, no matter what kind of anti-ratting mechanics we implement, you know that I'm not the guy who wants to completely get rid of ratting. I'm not as adamant about it as like, for example, Hamster was when we last discussed. But I do feel that we could have mechanics to make it less, make it more difficult to rat, you know? Still keep it in the game, because I like the fact that you can play game in different ways and it invites a lot of people to participate in PvP, but make it more difficult. I'm Azot, by the way. Okay, nice to know. You're looking at my real name. Good luck pronouncing. Yeah. 15 stacks red. 8-3. Ability damage, max health, cooldown range. Should not be possible, right? I'm tier 7. There's a frost, right? Oh shit, there is a frost. Oh, there's a bow, not a frost. And the bow is doing a good job. I really don't want to mess this up for the bow too much. I really want to kill the Bloodletter, obviously, but if I mean, the bow can also kill me. I guess I just keep following. Like, the bow is not... It's not safer to me to go against the bow than it is against Bloodletter. Obviously, Bloodletter is much higher tier, but at least against Bloodletter I can brawl kind of evenly and then see what happens with his Stalker Jacket and Execute. Against the bow, it can just be a game over, especially since I'm not on Harpoon, and he was using Omelette. Against the bow, I feel like one mistake and it's likely to be game over. Because he's still like 2 tiers higher, yeah. Okay. I still have a red buff, but it wouldn't hurt to get one more stack here. I'm guessing one of them will come back for the chest, right? I don't know, we'll see. I don't even want to use my Eve to kill mobs, because the bow has so much mobility and I don't have Harpoon, so if the bow comes here, I'm gonna conclude that the Bloodletter ran away. But I need to have time to change the Harpoon, because he was on Frost Shot. And 2 tiers higher Badon, I won't have any sort of... I'm not just gonna win bros that easily, because the moment he is, I need to be really careful. I need to Inferno, and I'm still gonna take a lot of damage. But it's possible, yeah. And if I change to Harpoon now, then the problem is if the Bloodletter comes, I'm just instantly... I have lost the fight already. Because as much as I do brawl better than Bloodletter in general, his fully awakened 4-4 and 8-3 make it so that even though his build is not good for brawling, he personally will out-brawl me. Unless I hit all of my Impalers, in which case I guess it would be kind of even. How does it fare against Badon? You mean my build? Like, if 1v1 Badon? Like, generally against Badon, it's not easy, but it's possible, yeah. It's decent matchup. Daybreaker is pretty good at catching, yeah. I have, especially with this build, I have Duskweaver, I can change to Harpoon. Badon will have a lot of potential to do giga damage to me if I tank his E, because I have nothing against his E, right? I just Inferno and walk out of it. So it's gonna be difficult, but not impossible. Does he still have a stack? He doesn't. If we fight fast, I have a stack. Who are you slowing, sir? That's not good. If I hit that E, I think I might be winning this. He has so much cooldown reduction that he will actually have his jacket before mine, unfortunately. But my buff will time out. I still have Inferno. I kind of wanted to keep it to bait, but it didn't work out exactly like that. Man, he has so much cooldown reduction. We did it! I used my E and hoping to bait his E into... Ooh, 11 million! Yo! This is the money-making stream all of a sudden, again. So he did kill the Badon, actually. Yo, he did kill the Badon. Big respect to him for fighting, you know? He had extra money in his bag. Unfortunately, the giga nice Bloodletter trashed. Really upped. 100 strain and like pretty much full perks. After that, this goes crazy expensive already. But, I mean, I'm not one to bitch. So, in the end... We can look at it in the end. We can look at the second part of the fight. By the way, it's your chance to clip, right? He wants to rebuy, but... Nah. I'm gonna say no, and because weapon trashed anyway, I don't want to mess with this pricing and everything. I want to keep it in the tab as nice loot. It's a bit stupid for me, you know, normally it would be easier to sell, but I'm not gonna waste time on stream. If the weapon survived, then I would, of course, sell him back the weapon. By the way, I didn't even overcharge. Just so... Let's have a look at this just for a moment, you know. This was mostly because I was so caught up in the moment that I forgot about overcharging. No, it's not because I knew I'm gonna win without overcharge. But, wait. Yes. It doesn't fit the 300 IP difference criterion, unfortunately. So, we can look at it. Damage that trashed... Trashed Bloodletter, yeah, hurt my head, yeah. I mean, I think the kill board 1 kill log, it also estimates the attunement cost. I kind of feel like it's likely that this attunement cost, it's not as much as the rest of the set combined, but I think it's kind of close, right? This is like easily like 7-8 mil, I think, that he's put into this weapon. Maybe I'm wrong, but anyway, the website will probably tell me. But I want to explain one part of my thought process, which I think will be especially interesting from this fight. So we will quickly look at the where is it? This is for later, for higher tier. For this tier, we don't need that good stuff. $7-3 versus tier 7 equivalent. Well, not exactly Sparkly. It's 4-4-7-3 versus tier 7 equivalent, but I have a tier 8 assassin jacket, so I am, well, you know. Essentially, my tier 8 assassin jacket is the same as if I was a tier 7 jacket of tenacity, you know, so it's kind of like mostly tier 7, yeah. Yep, you're right. And he didn't actually proc my buff. You saw that, yeah? He played around it. He kited away because he saw that my buff, so I did not have that advantage that I originally thought I have when I went into the fight. I thought I had the advantage of still having my red buff, which can still proc, you know. But he, I think on purpose, I'm guessing it was on purpose, he correctly played around it. Let me quickly turn off this. Just came to check out your stream as I enjoy your vids and you tapped that. Thanks, Adrian. Happy to have you here. Yes, it's first week of streaming on YouTube, but I've been on Twitch for over a month now. Let's look at this together. Because I want to show at least the ending, I hope. This is the clip. Yeah, it should be. Okay, so because on this, if you're new, or you know, on this stream, very often we rewatch stuff. Usually we watch how I died and why I died to figure out what we can learn together. But this time we're gonna watch the actual kill. Okay, so first of all, let's start with, where do I inspect him? Okay. So he is playing this as a mobility bloodletter. We've talked about this many times. What I mean by this, his weapon doesn't have big damage spells, right? The only way he can kind of do damage is E at the start of the fight, which a lot of them would do. Like, he would probably do if I was higher IP, you know? But here, my low IP kind of functions a bit as a bait also, because he thinks he can win this. Also, he's on Stalker Jacket, right? So he's relying much more on Stalker Jacket damage. His helmet is mostly for kiting, so his whole build is to abuse, but not in a bad sense abuse, to use his mobility advantage and to try to turn that into a win, right? He has good spells to dodge my E's. I cannot really E from far without risking that I'm gonna miss it. And he has good cooldown reduction because of his weapon, and probably also food. Let's see, when I click on him, I need to click on him here. Yes, he's also on cooldown reduction, which allows me for... If he changed to Inferno and Rose Snapper, I would not win this fight, I think. Because, like, if he... This is because he does not really respect me in this fight very much, I think. Or he's just very used to playing that way, right? If I was stronger, if my IP was higher, and he saw that I'm I'm legitimately a big threat, he would either not take the fight at all, or if he's more experienced, he would change to Rose Snapper, Inferno Shield. Now, if you're thinking, well, okay, who cares about Inferno Shield? You can anyway purge it. Two answers. Okay, so we're learning together. Two answers. Number one, against Inferno Shield, my only counter is to purge it. Against Stalker Jacket, I have two counters, right? Either to purge it or to use my Inferno against it. I hope that makes sense. Answer number two, purging his Stalker Jacket, it's kind of similar to Inferno, but purging his Inferno is going to be even trickier because it's so easy for him to think about that and, you know, use Inferno and then instantly dash. Like, good bloodletters would do that against Daybreaker. Whenever he uses his Inferno, he would just dash or Q away to dodge my E, and then he's free to go, you know? Or free to fight. Okay, that we got that out of the way. Let's look at the fight. Good start, obviously, because mobs are actually making this. But he turns around, he saw... And I actually... Oh, okay. Not such a good start because I also took damage from the mob circle. But he quickly turns around, so it's nice. He decides, you know, this is a fight. By the way, I do want to be on Duskquiver here, because even though it's with the big IP disadvantage, it would be so nice to have the energy shield. There's no way that, no matter how good I am at brawling, there is zero chance that I will catch this guy on cooldown reduction food and cooldown reduction perk and weapon if I don't have Duskquiver, right? So no matter how good I am, unless he disconnects, he will always get away if I don't have Duskquiver. And you saw that also in the end. Okay, let's keep going. So I Inferno the first Stalker Jacket, and he uses his E. I mean, this is kind of like, he does it kind of like it used to be before, right? He's trying to use his cooldown advantage. He sees Inferno. He doesn't try to stay in brawl against my Inferno. Good decision, you know? I run after him. I still have Inferno. He fights me while I still do have Inferno, so definitely good brawling time for me. Luckily hit Impaler. Now, very unfortunate. If I hit this, it's not clear that the fight is over, but if I hit this, the fight is almost over, right? If I hit the Z, the only thing he's gonna do is just run away. He's not fighting back. If I hit the Z, I do damage, I remove his boots. He's just gonna use all of his spells, and I still have my buff here, and I'm on top of him, right? He's gonna use all his spells just to get away. Nothing else. Since I missed the C, it kind of ends up working for me a little bit. I mean, if I hit this, I think I can still win him, but still beat him probably, but it's not guaranteed. But since I miss it, he comes back being aggressive, very nice. And now, at this point, we have a bit of a problem here. And the problem is that I've been saying this many times. You've been on stream, you know this. The reason Stalker Jacket no longer dominates the Mists meta is because the big cooldown increase made it so that you can always match Stalker Jacket with your Inferno, right? So my Inferno base cooldown is same as his Stalker Jacket cooldown. So whenever you Stalker Jacket, the enemy will have Inferno, in theory. The reason why here we have a bit of a funky situation is because in reality, he's using cooldown reduction food, and he is using the weapon, which is Awakened with cooldown reduction talent, right? And I'm on Rose Snapper. So in reality, his Stalker Jacket is about 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds cooldown less. So the first time I used Inferno after his Stalker. The second time, if he uses his Stalker the moment he can, by the way, if you're playing Bloodletter, take notes also. If he uses his Stalker Jacket the moment that he's ready, my Inferno will not be ready, and I don't have that option, so I will be forced to E, right? That's my only other option. And if my E is on cooldown, or if I miss it, might be GG, right? So we have a bit of this tricky situation here. Obviously, I also used my E already, as you saw, I missed it, right? But it will be kind of ready. So he's walking away. I want to keep him in combat. I use boots, but here I realize now is the time. You can see 5 seconds on my Inferno. I realize his Stalker Jacket is ready now. 100% with his cooldown reduction, it's ready. So if he dashes into me and Stalker Jackets instantly, I'm in trouble, right? I cannot remove it, I have to tank it. So I'm being a bit careful here. I expect him to turn. This is also why I'm not so worried that he's going to run away, because I expect him to turn because I know his Stalker Jacket is ready. And now, when he does get on top of me, I have both tools ready, which is also now the actual moment I wanted to show. I mean, we discussed a lot before, but this is the actual moment I want to show. I have two options here. If I Inferno his Stalker Jacket, I have my E to later catch him if I need to. If I E his Stalker Jacket, then I have Inferno later to bait his E, right? Or to try to predict his E and not die when he's gonna go for his E, right? I hope this makes sense. So both options. Oh, I clicked. Everything working? Yeah. Both options seem very valid to me, but I decide to go for the more baity tactic, because if I Inferno here, it's much more clear to him what's happening. You go for E, after which I know that I have Inferno, which he might not expect me to use at the right moment. However, the moment I'm 40% HP, although I think... I'm not sure if I'm 40% here or not. Yeah, okay, the moment I'm 40%, he uses E. So he used E very early. I did not expect this. I don't know if this was like his outplay, or he just made a mistake here. But my brain was that the moment I start getting low, I'm going to drink a potion. The moment I feel like it makes sense for him to go for E, I'm going to Inferno. In this case, I was not able to predict it, but the idea was there, right? Now I know he doesn't have kill pressure. He cannot turn back and kill me here, right? I don't have to worry. My healing potion is going. I have Inferno. If he turns back, he's dead, right? Even though he has a bit of an HP advantage, right? There's no way he can kill me without E here. So now it's just a matter of catching him, and luckily we hit this. There was a lot of kind of luck here. First one, I mean, this is not hard to hit, the first part, but I had to wait a little bit because otherwise he runs away. And after I do use Duskweaver, I get transported like across the flowers, almost hit the edge, luckily hit it. I hit an Impaler, not seeing where I'm using it, and like across the, so there's a lot of things here that could have gone wrong. Any of these misses, and obviously he's just running away. I don't know if the mobs actually slowed him. Let's see. No, they didn't. Okay. So I didn't get the help from the mobs, but now I have a better, like, my boots are going to be ready before his. It's just a matter of getting on top of him. I have to use my mobility as fast as possible. I obviously don't need it for damage. I just need to hit like 1 or 2 spells. And I get luckily just there. Like, what he could have done maybe is wait for my E to end and then jump to the side. Here, to jump to the side to try to dodge my Duskweaver, because he probably expects me to go for Duskweaver. But I get kind of lucky also by hitting Impaler just as he's jumping. And now he starts dodging, but it's too late. And we get a very nice... Come on, show us the loot. 12 million. Unfortunately, a very nice Bloodletter trashed. Okay? I hope all of this makes sense. If you're here just to have fun, then I hope you're having fun. I am. Thank you for being here. If you're here to learn together with me, then this is the kind of thought process. And as I've said always, it's usually easier to learn from mistakes. But at least this sort of fight, everything made kind of sense, you know, because this is a similar fight I've had many times, you know. Like if you see me die against a Flamewalker, I am together with you figuring out what could I have done, because that matchup I haven't played that matchup like 50 times, right? But this matchup is so much more like what we just did here, what we just saw. This is so much more familiar to me, so we can in this case we can learn a lot also from not making mistakes, you know, or like not from making, I mean from winning. There's obviously there might be mistakes there, but we can learn a lot even without dying. I'm just making sure to understand that, because I always say that, you know, it's so much easier to learn when you die. Look at this, I have 1300 IP more than Hamster. Do you think that he will still kill me? There's a chance, right? I think you baited him pretty well. He might have thought of your missed E as this guy isn't as good as I think. That might have worked, but as I said, Sparkly, it's so-so. Like, the moment when I missed my E, it does feel like kind of accidental lucky bait, and definitely it worked out that way. But if I hit the E, since I have my Duskweaver, I will have my boots soon. If I hit my E, I purge his boots. So I have Duskweaver, I will have Impaler slow, and my boots will be ready before his, right? So if I do hit the E, there's a good chance that he's just dead. The only thing he's going to do is just run away, and it's just a question of can I catch him, right? So it's not like that E is... it's not the case where, thank God I missed it, because if I would have hit, I wouldn't have gotten the kill. It's not that. If I hit it, I probably kill him anyway, but not guaranteed, of course, just like this chase was also difficult. However, you are absolutely right. The fact that I missed it did increase the time I have to outplay him, right? Because he came back into the fight. I think they used to use Mist Caller for this build. The torch gives little CD with little attack speed, but there's no... No, like Mist Caller Bloodletter was so long ago, I can barely remember it. That was like... I don't remember when the change happened, but it was definitely way before EU server launched, I think, that all the top players changed to Torch on the Mobility Bloodletter. Like, the Mistcaller was a thing, but it was a thing a very long time ago, in my opinion, from what I remember. This matchup requires so much game knowledge, like the way you explain it, so in-depth and tactical. This is what, like, I'm able to explain it this way because this is a matchup that I've played, like, obviously many times, because there was no choice. Because if you played Albion, if anyone's new here, and you play Mists or solo PvP, enjoy the game. Like, meta is in a good spot, mostly. Yes, there are always problems, there's always things that are too strong, too easy, and too annoying. Absolutely, there's always problems with every game you play. Competitive balance is difficult, but if you are new to Albion, then you can feel kind of happy that you did not play Mist like a year and a half ago, where 90% of the people who actually were playing high IP and making a lot of money were playing hyper mobility builds, which were just like this Bloodletter, which were only good at essentially abusing their IP into getting fights where the enemy had no chance. Kind of. I mean, I'm simplifying it a little bit, but it was much more frustrating to play a lot of middle tier weapons because it was full of these sorts of mobility weapons. Right now there is much more variety and more interesting fighting builds. I want to learn how to fight Nature Staff users. I use Fire Staff. I don't know any specifics, EO, that will be helpful instantly to you to tell you. You need the best way to continue is not to try to learn or try to find some sort of big theory, you know, because nature staffs are also all different and they usually don't go out just for PvP, you know. Instead of trying to like generalize like fire versus nature staff, this is not going to give you a lot of... It's not going to bring you forward as a player much. It's better for you, much better, to have specific fights that you have and share your clips. Come to Discord, we have a VOD review channel, and share your clip there, and we will look at it and we'll talk about it, you know. It will be much more clear then. It will be much clearer then to see like what you're struggling with. There might be things that are not even matchup dependent. There might be something like if you play against Great Nature, you know, obviously it's very specific what you need to not do in that fight. If you play against Blight Staff, then you don't have to worry about that, the E and not hitting the E like you have with Great Nature, right? So it's going to be a different situation. And obviously the content also matters, you know. Are you playing Mists with more mobility, Corrupteds? Are you having trouble with... when you're having trouble finishing the kill or stuff like that, you know? So it's not only that I cannot give you like some specifics, but anyone that will give you like very like general answers about this weapon against this weapon, it's going to be much more limiting than actually looking at specific fights. One thing you can do is watch someone who plays a lot of fire staffs and hope that they come across nature staffs so that you can watch what they do. Or maybe you see a video, you know? Like, one of the things that I've always used to learn, which is why, you know, if you're here and if you come from my YouTube, there's a chance you've either taught it or you have at least seen other people comment. Because I got a lot of videos under my comment always saying like, I'm so happy that finally someone, like referring to me, finally someone is explaining PvP and not just putting fight clips with like techno music background, you know. I got a lot of these comments. And I've always appreciated the positive energy, but I've also felt that it's like, I understand at the beginning just seeing fights with techno music is not useful. You need someone to guide you and teach you. But as you get more experience, I I look forward to some of the like videos, and I watched Hamster's videos, by the way. If you wanna see how one of the best Arclight blasters and probably even crossbow player in general plays, go see it. That's a good example. Like, I watch Hamster's video. I don't need, like, obviously it's nice when he explains stuff, but I don't ultimately need to just hear all the explanations and stuff. I want to see what kind of decision making that person makes. Like, someone who is better than me, someone who is more experienced and is extremely successful with a weapon. I want to just see, I don't care if it's techno music or not in the background, I want to see the decision making that they make. So one thing that you can also do, I understand that it's very nice to have someone like actually try to teach and coach at the beginning, and that's why I'm here. I love that role. But one of the things that you can do, which is just look at players that have a lot of experience and just look at how they're playing, without trying to figure out like what is this big theory here. How do you actually counter nature staffs? Just look at someone who plays fire staffs and look at how they play, like, and try to take some notes. Like, okay, interesting. Here he had his E ready, but he didn't use it. Why did he make this decision? You know, think of it a bit like that. Like that's how I used to watch some spear players also, like a little bit with the same idea, you know? Because spear players that I knew were successful and playing high IP consistently, if I had a chance, I didn't do much of it, but if I had a chance, I used to just watch their videos or their content a little bit in the background, just without trying to understand something crazy, without trying to ask too many questions, just to see, oh, interesting, okay, so this player has like a lot more experience than me, or at least he's last like one of the top on the weekly leaderboard, stuff like that. He's playing a lot. He's constantly killing 8.3s. Okay, he's in this fight and he's facing a carving. 8.3 spear versus 8.3 carving. Let's see how he starts the fight. Interesting. He used his E at the beginning. You know, those sort of things. I did a lot of that, and I feel like that's a good way to progress at some point. Just to see how are people playing. I hope all of this makes sense. Kyo said, okay, because I did a lot of damage to him, but he always heal up, and his Q is annoying. His Q is very dodgeable though, but yeah. Once again, it's so much better. Like, you're already going one step further, you know? This is already more specific and it's good. But it would be even more useful if you actually have a clip, or you can actually show what happened. I hit the horse. I knew he was gonna go north after I faked south, but I did not commit enough to that, to my feeling. I forgot about his Invis Potion. Normally against Invis Potion, I mean, the thing is he's tier 7 and overcharged, right? So there is almost no reason for him not to fight me normally, right? But so I have to respect him, because a normal tier 7 overcharge dual swords will fucking take this fight and love it, right? But I forgot that he has Invis. Normally against Invis Potion, when I'm not worried about the person fighting back, I don't use my Q. I just keep my Q forever, for whenever the person uses Invis Potion, right? But in this case, my brain was a little bit too preoccupied with the idea that he can turn around with Mercenary and still try to fight me. He's higher tier than I am, yeah? Tier 7 overcharged, and I am tier 7 flat, well, with tier 8 armor. So, because I was preoccupied with that, I did not cancel his Invis Potion the way I usually do. But who knows? Maybe that worked out for the best. Man, there's so many interesting players here. Well, except for the Curse. The Curse is not interesting. I can't E because then he just soldier boots us away. And this is the Fist. The Fist can also fight me alone, right? If this guy leaves, let's see if he leaves. If he leaves, maybe we can fight the Fists. I need to change to Snapper, unless he stays on triple kick. I thought that too, to do Mercy with E. on you if you were chasing me. Yeah. I mean, already before. Sure, I have an advantage because I have 2 healing potions, but he's tier 7 overcharged. I'm just tier 7. He has, I already used most of my spells to catch up, right? Definitely in his shoes, most people, he changed spells, so I kind of need to change my... Okay, actually, you know what? I just changed my food and I'm fine. I still have 2 potions. Does he have 2 as well? Yeah, he does. Would be nice to just eat through his E, honestly. But I need to be a bit careful with that. This is what I should have done like before also. What was essentially my whole plan. Unfortunately, I used my helmet just to get some slow on him earlier. Against his W into my potion, into my shield, I mean, he's dead now since I drank potion. Maybe I shouldn't have drank potion, because now he's gonna run away. Maybe not. I have another potion, he doesn't. So if I hit my E, he's dead. Okay. Nice, even though I did miss my E, but, you know, he was dead anyway, so... So nice. Nice, good fight. And you saw this finally, this thing that... I did it once very well against the 6-3 like 2 days ago, and yesterday I died to a fist because I was under global cooldown and I didn't do it. But this is one of the reasons why Daybreaker is good against fists. And by the way, it also works against his W, but you saw the moment where he jumped into me the second time with his E, and I E through him, right? So he actually hit me with his E, but I'm already CC immune, right? So I don't get knocked up. After which he missed his E because he didn't predict that would happen. But even if he did not miss his E, I have now space, and he cannot really guarantee that he's going to do the damage he wants to, right? And I can just get out-brawled by him if I go full mobility, right? This is why one option I have is to change to this, but then he's just gonna run away. It's too risky that I will give him a bit advantage. That's why I have to change to Rose Snapper. I don't know if this is like unfortunately maybe not correct to say that, but yeah, I have to change to Rose Snapper because otherwise he will be just too strong at simply brawling. But of course, since I blocked both of his W's with my Inferno Shield, you know, by predicting it, that gave me a lot of extra HP to work with as well. So like in the end, like if I was running after him, I don't even have to worry, you know. He hit his full combo in the end, and I'm still fine because my HP advantage is already so big from Rose Snapper and from the fact that I have predicted both of his both of his W's with my Inferno Shield. Hope that makes sense. Friday may start feeling good, but honestly at this time, every day so far has been pretty good. Was that beer? No, it looks like... I don't know if I should show, like, because, you know, it's brand, but no, it's just Monster. I'm showing it just so it's clear that I'm not drinking beer, you know? But I know it looks like that, yeah. I opened the Monster before the stream, thinking that the extra... I know it's short-term thinking. It's not... It's one of those do as I say, not as I do kind of things, because... I know it's not a good idea, but I was, as I said, did not sleep much, and I felt a little bit woozy or whatever the word is before the stream. So I decided to get a Monster and to get a bit of short-term boost. But you know, based on the kills so far, the Monster is working mostly. Huh? Although we did have a I died twice, right? This is yesterday's. Yeah. So I died twice today. I mean, this one had to die, and this we talked about. If that was a 1v1 fight, then I have all the tools to win that fight without too much difficulty, but because of the circumstance, I was not using those tools. Better drink coffee instead of this poison. You are right, man. Okay. Just, I know, I will put it out there, you know, so that I retain some of the moral high ground. As I said, this last month of streaming, I've drank like maybe 10 monsters. And that's the same that I drank it probably in the 2 years prior than that, right? I mean, not specifically monsters, but energy drinks, right? I don't usually drink energy drinks. I don't really like them that much. And this, like, yeah, part of it is because of the awareness of the, as you said, poison, yeah, awareness of the bullshit that it is. And I do have actually coffee, so yes, you're up. I didn't mean to kill that. Click that. Ooh, interesting. I don't like this fight, but you know, we are attacking everything that moves, as you have heard. 1v1. He's on demon boots. I'm not gonna give you my nick, no, bro. We are fucking tier 7. What do you want? But yeah, anyway. He's on demon boots, which is the annoying part here. Like, he out-brawls me. It is a very good, like, curses are good at brawling if the enemy doesn't have a guardian helmet. He has cultist skull. He's on grudge right now. So when I get close, I get pretty much destroyed. But then he also has demon boots to catch me once I do realize that I'm starting to die, right? So unfortunately, it's pretty bad fight for me. If he didn't have demon boots, then I could somewhat play around the fact that at least I have decent mobility. But how do you fight against Fire Staff with Mist Collar, Cleric Robes, Sandals, Hunter Hood with Brazilian Cape with your build? We need to actually have that fight. Like, one of the best ways to counter a Fire Staff in the Mist is to just not fight it. It's almost never worth it, you know. It's a cheap, like, the enemy is risking very little. It's a cheap build that you described, except for the Brazilian Cape. It's a cheap build that is much stronger than it should be for that money. I mean, not should be. I'm not suggesting to nerf it, but just saying that there's no point fighting that at all. Really. But if you do come across a Fire Staff, you will see. But some Fire Staffs I can't really fight at all. I mean, there are some Fire Staffs that are stronger than me from a distance, stronger from close range, and if that's the case, then the only thing I can do is just kind of run in and out to try to bait out their defensives, you know? Like in your example, I can go close to the Fire Staff, maybe they pop their Hunter Hood, nice. I baited out their defensive uselessly, I go out. Then I go in, maybe they use Cleric Robe, you know, kind of step by step, slowly whittling them down. But it's still gonna be a fight that I risk dying in. Like, I have a high risk of dying, and even if I win, I probably get, like, cents on the dollar. Hello, how's it going? What's up, Axel? It's going very well. It's a good day when I am attacking all kinds of stuff with tier 7 Daybreaker, and some of the stuff looks like this. We got 12 million from a kill earlier in Abbey. Had a good fight against the Flamewalker that I won. So today is looking really good. This was actually like a equal tier fight. And then I have 2 deaths as well. I want to fight the spear. I mean, the spear tier 7 overcharged. The dagger, the bloodleather would also be a nice fight. As for handling this fight like in a multi way, I have the tools, but I'm not the best here. Both spear and the shadow collar, because by virtue of demon boots, and of course the bloodletter by being bloodletter, all of them have pretty good. What did he get? Oh, nice. He got a 1 million cape. Nice. All of them have a pretty good chance of just benefiting from the clusterfuck, if it happens, by having enough mobility to just run away at the critical moment, so that whoever is still in the middle in the fight doesn't kill them. Nice kills. Yeah. It's been a good day. I mean, I'm back in my own old hunting grounds, right? First of all, I'm getting back into the rhythm of Daybreaker, but secondly, also I'm playing tier 7. Well, tier 8 Assassin Jacket, everything else is tier 7, so a bit more comfort zone than usual. Hey Vic, what's up, Singblade? Ilya said, hello Vic, thank you for your Daybreaker guide. Thank you for saying thank you, I appreciate you. I've watched multiple times and it's really awesome. I am so happy to hear that. Well, you tuned in at the right moment. I am playing exactly Daybreaker. As an Avafist, what fights should I avoid? You have tools to take pretty much any fight. There is nothing that straight up counters you to a point where you have to avoid it. You might have some trouble with curse staffs, with builds that, you know, will essentially just stand in one place, do giga damage, and you cannot get rid of curse stacks. But in that case, you can just maybe leverage your extra mobility. Plus, you can remove their defensive. So I don't think there's any fight that fists you have to avoid. But I've said this many times, and you might have just caught this fight, and I've had many others. In my opinion, Daybreaker is actually it's not exactly a counter matchup, but Daybreaker has a decent advantage against Fists of Avalon. As an example of a weapon that you will struggle. You will struggle against good Daybreaker players on Fists, 100%. Everything else, it comes down, because that's why Fists are... I don't know if it's fair to say they're still S tier because of the nerf to the Q3. They are definitely close to S tier. They are still like A+ tier for solo PvP in Mists. And potentially even open world. That's why, because they have, like, one of the reasons, they have tools to handle every situation also. Because you can triple kick if you need mobility, you have devastating combo, you have many useful Q spells, and your E is very versatile. You can use your E in different ways. You can use it as extra mobility, as simply damage, you can burst, then kite with your assassin jacket or whatever, then burst again. Or you can also eat a rose snapper, put on an inferno shield, and become the brawler. And you can out-brawl a lot of very brawl-heavy builds, even. There are ways. You also have counter, by the way, which is also a situation that is super strong. So it is kind of like the same way I approached Daybreaker. Also, you know, somebody asked like, which build are you gonna dodge? Almost nobody. Like maybe curse, like some curse staffs, like that. Some specific builds where there's just too many things the enemy has that I need to deal with, and I cannot deal with everything, you know? Like, they have demon boots. They have something like a mercenary jacket I need to purge, you know? On top of that, they have curse stacks that I cannot get rid of. Like, if there's too many things in the specific build, I cannot fight it, yeah? But there's no, like, weapon overall that I just always dodge or something. And you should have the same attitude on Fists of Avalon. There might be some specific fights where you look at, like, you try it and you understand there's no, like, you just can't deal with everything that your enemy has. But you should not have any weapon that you avoid altogether. After you caped me yesterday, I picked up Daybreaker as well, but I can't find anyone to fight. What does it mean I caped you? Wait, what is that? Wait. Caped. We fought yesterday, right? Right. I remember, but okay. So by cape you mean using a cape, or it was just a typed something wrong? Yeah. I understand. You can't find anyone to fight. What the hell? My missed experience today is completely different. I don't know if I still have you. I think we fought yesterday, right, Axel? Your name is something similar in the game. Yeah. I remember. By the way, good job. It was kind of close, considering that I have a better like in the specific matchup. Daybreaker has an advantage over Spear for several reasons. So clapped. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Okay, because I was thinking maybe there's something in that fight that happened, like, you know, like I used my cape and you didn't have it or something, or I baited. I don't know. Okay, I see. I'm having absolutely no trouble finding enemies. In fact, you saw, like, last miss there were 6 people and everyone wanted to fight. The problem is, like, I can't really fight everyone at once, but it's not really a problem of finding enemies, you know. For example, this guy wanted to fight. I will never get tired of showing this this type of situation. But yeah, there's also been fights that I did not take the 8.3 Shadow Caller. I didn't even try. I know it's hopeless. And the Shadow Caller right now, they wanted to fight, also didn't. Go for Guardian Helmet switch. Yes, Slayer, that would be reasonable, yeah. In general, helmet swapping is a little bit less valuable than before, because every helmet now has a very useful spell in the first spell, the shield. So even though I'm playing Duskweaver, if I get into a fight where I really do not need the Duskweaver, I just swap to the shield, and I have a very nice defensive, but it's essentially like a spell for brawling, where it just gives me extra HP and energy, right? So it's very nice. So helmet swapping is a little bit less valuable than it used to be, but you are right. In fact, when I go higher tier, it's not a bad idea. Usually, if I see that there's too many curse staffs, then I start swapping for Guardian Helmet. But last couple of days, when I played Mists, I didn't feel like I have a problem with constantly running into curse staffs. What did that guy do wrong fighting you? The Fists of Avalon. He didn't do anything particularly wrong. The biggest mistake, like you're talking about this guy, I have a good, like, my weapon is good against him. The biggest thing that he definitely could have improved, that he did not predict correctly, is hitting his W's into my Inferno. Everything else kind of went more or less how I expected it, yeah? Not like, no crazy big mistakes, at least tactical, no. But both of his W's, and part of it is just me predicting it well, but on the other hand, he can kind of already know that I want to Inferno, right? He knows I have it. So if you want to learn from this, then you can try to, one thing he can try to do is just walk towards me and see if I use my Inferno, wait for it. I use my Inferno, then disengage, like, or try to kite a bit, come back later, you know, to bait it out. The other thing that Fists often do is if they hit an E, what you can do is hit your E, the first part, then W, and then hit the second part of your E, right? Because if you hit me, if you are just using your E, I will never Inferno, right? Against Fists. When against E, you never Inferno, right? Because they are going to purge it anyway. So anyone playing against Fists, they will wait for the E and only Inferno after the second part of your E. So what you can do if you want to be good with Fists is definitely have it in your repertoire to hit your enemy with your first part of the E, then your W, and then the second part of E after that. Because that way I cannot use my Inferno in that combo at all. Would you consider Deathgivers an S tier weapon in Mist? Yes. Spear and Axe Enjoyer, yes. I think Flamewalker is S tier and Deathgivers are S tier. We have then Arclight Blasters, which are, I don't know, like Arclight Blasters in my opinion are S tier, but there aren't that many people playing them to for me to say like very confidently that that's the case, you know. Like I think as a weapon they actually are S tier. We have Daybreaker and Daybreaker, Sky Strider, which are kind of like if you keep going after, it's not S tier, but it's right under S tier. It's very close. It's like if you divide into S plus tier and just S tier, S plus would be Flamewalker, Deathgivers, and then S minus tier would be Fists of Avalon, Daybreaker, Crystal, Arclight Blasters, Sky Strider, probably. Sky Strider is a tiny bit unclear, but I think it is worthy of being like S minus tier. The shield eats opponent's E like almost always. Yeah, the shield, I mean, if you use this mana shield correct, like at the good time during a fight, it's essentially like, look at this. With this IP, it gives me 700 HP. If I use it 2 times in a fight, at the good time, it's like I have 1400 extra HP. Can you imagine what other helmets, like what do other helmets do? Like, are you ever going to get 1400 HP worth of an advantage from, I don't know, a Stalker Hood? No, not really, right? The Stalker Hood will give you a huge burst, which is super useful, and with some builds, it's a good synergy, but you're not actually going to do 1400 HP more of damage by using Stalker Hood in a fight, usually. Is the shield same as Guardian versus 100 Curse? No. This shield is just gives you an HP shield and gives you some energy. That's it. It does not remove anything. It doesn't purge, doesn't cleanse, it doesn't purge curse stacks, nothing. Solo asks, what did you think about one-shot cross bolt? Harvester Head, Cleric Robe, Soldier Boots. Do you think it's good to full spec and use in Mist? Lower IP, yes, but it's a bit of a meme build, Solo. If you want to actually learn and get good at PvP, I don't suggest that build. If you already have experience and you're already feeling kind of good about your PvP skills and you just want to have fun, go for it. It's a fun build, and there are unfortunately to that build there are some very strong counters, like invisibility destroys your potential. You know, if your enemy has undead cape, you're very unlikely to kill them. But it's gonna be fun, and you have potential to get some really nice kills with the Sleepcasters build that you described. But I definitely would not go higher than tier 7. If you're gonna play it in the Mists, I would play it like 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, but not higher than that. There's very few people. I've seen some players play it at very high tier also, but it's a bit too much of a meme at that point. If you go already at tier 7 and higher, you kind of become just a noob check, you know, which means that like things in many games that exist like that, you kind of become like a build that just checks, is your enemy a noob or not? Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't say noob in a derogative bad way, just beginner, you know. If you come up against a beginner, you will very often win because you have very good build to punish them when they don't know what you're doing. But if you come up against someone who is experienced, then your build will seem very weak. Let's see. Max said, "Hi bro, I hope you're doing okay." I am. I'm having a good Friday. I hope you are as well. One question, what is best food to use and the most cost-friendly? Because I see you're using one I don't know. You are playing, just to be clear, Max, you know, game is full of different types of content, different types of build. You are playing Spear or Daybreaker in solo PvP, yes? Because if you're doing something else, then don't, like, there are items, and this including consumables, like food, for different situations. Just so we're clear. 8.3 Death Givers. Is there a chance? I have red buff, he doesn't. I should have the other helmet, but I do have red buff and he doesn't, right? Yeah, I think I need the other helmet. The problem is, with other helmet, he will just like I don't think the 8.3 will ever stay long enough to actually die. You see, with this helmet, I actually win the brawl, but he's not gonna stick around to lose his 15 million plus attunement against the tier 8. Unfortunately. But I'm kind of in a pickle here, right? I hope you understand that. Without Duskweaver, I cannot actually force him to stay and die, but with Duskweaver, I'm not gonna win against 8.3, right? Now, he changed to correct, he changed his spell. So now, I should probably die, but it also means that now I'm not worried about not having Duskweaver. Remember, I still have red buff and 2 potions. And he has just 1 potion. I was a bit late with Inferno there, unfortunately. I'm gonna shield after Inferno is over, but I should die anyway. I still have red buff, right? Or did it time out? Oh, it timed out, okay. I should be dead then. Oh, he doesn't have E. He did have E. Did my buff time out or did he actually proc it? Anyway, definitely very good for today, you know? By the way, I saw the raid. Give me just a moment. If you're new today, what we're gonna do is just essentially take tier 7 Daybreaker or tier 8 later and attack everything. Which you can see sometimes leads to fun fights like this. And sometimes leads to fun fights like this. And while, I'm just gonna leave it on the screen just, you know, accidentally and forget about it. And give me a moment to give a shout out to the man himself. Thank you for raiding me. Mr. Eckwart, I appreciate you. I appreciate the love and I welcome you all, Raiders. Oh, what is this on my screen? Okay, anyway. We also did a good analysis of the fight. And we can look at this fight as well, because in this stream we do analyze a lot. He did a good job changing his Q and realizing that this is the best setup. Like, obviously 5-4, 8-3, it's like, it's in a different league from my tier 7 build. But if you imagine like a fair, like if you imagine the fight with similar IP, I still suggest mostly for this Death Givers to go for this build against Daybreaker. This is very, very, very strong. Unfortunately, my Inferno was a tad bit late, and that actually was a big part of what happened as well. We'll get to that. We'll look at it. But before that, thank you for raiding. Welcome everyone, or the Equators. I've heard that it's correct to call you NPCs. I think last time we had somebody who said that that's the official name. If you want to argue with that, let me know. Thank you for following also, guys. Amano Sun, number 79. Scrow, Asmodia, Zrotan, Berk Bishop, and Monsieur Chips. Welcome to the stream. To the stream where usually I just run up against the wall and die a bunch, and then we learn from it. But honestly, today we are doing the Lord's work in clearing the mist of things like flame walkers, and of course the mobility bloodletter. This was a fantastic 12 million all of a sudden like this. But we're gonna watch just so you see also what we do a lot in the stream, in case you haven't been here before. My name is Victor. It's been about a month since I started streaming, and I'm loving it. But if you might have heard me from YouTube, because I've been doing that for a while. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this final fight. So, give me a moment. And by the way, thanks for following Shanin TV. Axel, yo, you were not followed. How come? And I'm gonna guess that's it. And also thank you for cheering me up. And you can also see one thing I think you see a lot in the stream is that so this is the replay we're gonna watch. A lot in the stream is that you don't have to always win to have fun in PvP. I hope this comes through if you are new here or you haven't been here before. My hope is that I can help you have fun. Obviously, we are trying to get better, and that's a big part of fun. But at the end of the day, win or lose, there is so much interesting going on in Albion PvP. So let's look at this fight. This is the recording. I changed my after he changes his Q, which I didn't realize in time. After he changes his Q, I am very happy to be on shield. Wait, let me turn off game sounds. I'm very happy to be on the mana shield, right? Because I no longer need the extra crazy. I don't need as much mobility to actually catch him. Okay, so I realized at some point I can still brawl him, right? But I realized at some point he's changed his Q. Yeah, my buff definitely got procced. I just didn't realize it. And unfortunately here, like after he changes his Q, like he goes free. I cannot just stand and brawl. There is nothing. There is tier 7 overcharged versus 8.3. There is just nothing. There is no chance for me against this Q to brawl. I need to somehow outplay him by using my mobility and hope that he misses his Shadow Edge. The only way I can win this. This is because, you know, in this case, the IP disadvantage just makes up any sort of brawling potential I have against him. Once he changes to this, the IP is just too much. No chance. So that's why I E, right? If you watch my Daybreaker guide, this also makes sense. I've always said that for Daybreaker, your first question is, do I need damage in this fight? And if you desperately need damage, doesn't matter what you want to purge, doesn't matter what you want to do with your E later, you have to just E for damage. So that's what I'm doing here. Now, I run away to not give him just a free Shadow Edge to keep stacking. Now, ideally, if I want to be super efficient, I should E away on 2 stacks, but anyway. I run away to time out the stack, he hits the Shadow Edge, I'm forced. I can't do anything, I need to fight, right? I have to hope. I'm probably not winning this, but I have to hope. And in this case, I make a big mistake. It's time to Inferno. I need to Inferno when he's going for big damage. And I make big mistake, Infernoing too late. You can see here, since I used Inferno, but I already took damage. So he already got 1 E without my Inferno, and playing tier 7 versus 8-3, you can't make this sort of mistake, you know? It's already GG, kind of. Anyway. Good idea, but execution way too slow. By the way, one thing that I have, two things that give me a chance. Why this fight? If you go into the mist and you play tier 7 versus 8-3 in this matchup, you're probably not going to win. But I have red buff, and I have 2 healing potions. He only has 1, okay? Just so we're clear. I have 2 advantages to make up for the IP difference. Okay, he keeps brawling into Inferno because he doesn't care. He brawls very, very strongly. And, well, since I used my E just for damage, because I had to, I cannot purge his Mercenary Jacket. I mean, now I kind of could, but I don't want to do it into his Gig Pod. And we are back in a situation where I can't really do anything, you know? He's so strong because of IP and the Q1. Q1 is a good choice. I can't really do anything here other than Brawl. I need to kind of E through him for damage again and hope that he misses his Shadow Edge sooner or later. There's nothing else I can do. So you see, that's what I do. But unfortunately, he hits the Shadow Edge. If he misses the Shadow Edge, then I have a chance, you know? Obviously, he can still come after me, and if he goes after me, he can still die. If he misses Shadow Edge, I need to just stay away from him until these stacks time out. And then I go accept the Brawl and just hope that my shield will be enough to protect me before he gets double E. That's it. Nothing else I can think about here. But since he is able to catch me with Shadow Edge, the fight is just over. I hope this makes sense. And if there's something missed in chat, then we're gonna look at it in a moment. So yeah. We're doing this, like we are often doing this, but especially when there's like good clear fights, then we analyze a lot of stuff here. I'm just saying in case those who are here then for longer, you obviously know. Let's see if I have another tier 7 set to take. Actually, tier 7 has been really good. I've been getting good fights, and like it is, I mean, if I can fight 8-3 and there is something to analyze, that means it's probably not necessary to go higher IP just yet, you know? And also, like, I've played a lot, so I'm not really worried about money. I don't think about it. But I have felt like this week I've played some 7-3, and I definitely feel that even on me, unless I'm really on top of my game, fully like kind of warmed up, it affects me, you know? I'm playing tier 7 better than I'm playing tier like 7-3, right? So it's also easier for me against this 8-3 to just focus on the fight. I kind of want to take tier 8 jacket again, though. Let's take this jacket and put some runes into it. 2 min into the stream and vibe is super cool. Do you always do educational gameplay? Yes, Crow. In fact, that's kind of like why you see people in stream, because I've been doing videos to talk about PvP and to help. Because I my long-term goal, kind of, at least for my existence in Albion, is to show the world and spread the idea that like really hardcore competitive PvP can actually be fun. It can be. And obviously I'm human, so when I win, it's more fun for me too, like for everyone. But I think it can actually, like, I think it's a lot of people kind of underestimate and think that it's only about winning and losing. It's only about how much money you make, or do you win the actual fight, you know? In my case, it's not. I think I can show that this competitive PvP, like really hardcore competitive PvP, everyone is like cutthroat. I want to be the best, do the best, win, and everyone is trying to kill you at every cost. This can actually be like positive fun, and not like a toxic environment where, oh fuck, I lost, I died 10 times and now my kind of Albion life is pointless, you know, that sort of thing. So yeah, and my way to fun is usually improving. Yeah. Let's see what else I missed. Is there IP cap on Yellow Zone? Yes, Funky. Since the latest update, there's an IP cap on Yellow Zone. The same one that they also implemented in the new dungeon, the Depths dungeon, you know, which is called Orange Zone because you lose your items in the inventory, but not what you're wearing. I wanted to see, I have a tab where I keep the runes. How much do I need to upgrade this? Somebody remind me. Is it like 288 or something? Or is that for something else? I guess it's less, yeah? 1000, yes, Funky. 1200 soft cap, and then after that, everything you go above 1200 IP, this is for yellow and orange zones, you get only 20% of the extra IP that you would otherwise get. Oh, we have discussion about yellow zones. Yeah, if anyone else hasn't been playing for a while, since the last big update, there is an IP cap in the yellow zone. The game has changed. For all beginners or anyone who wants to just warm up their PvP and get into the game, you have orange zones, dungeons, which are great and great income. But if you don't want to go there or if you don't have friends to play it with yet, then yellow zone is much more enjoyable for you now. Do I like the decision? It is one of the favorite decisions I've seen from SBI. And this is coming from a guy that is, I'm generally very positive about the developer. I know it's popular and a lot of people hate on the developer in any game. Whenever I played, every competitive game I played, there's always majority of like vocal part of the community that says the developer sucks, every decision is wrong. I know that that's like a natural response. I'm generally very positive about how SBI has been balancing things, while being very critical about certain balancing decisions, like the cripple change is bullshit. I can now say it. The fact that Flame Walker has not been nerfed in this patch, it is bullshit, but those are small things compared to the overall success of how, in my opinion, how Albion has been managed. And this decision to IP cap Yellow Zones is one of my favorite decisions, even though it does not affect me. And the reason is because, so obviously it makes Yellow Zones better, right? It's very, very clear that it actually now is a zone for beginners and not for people who've played the game for I don't know how long, and who just want to kind of abuse that by having 8.4 and killing people who don't have access to 8.4, right? Or not killing, but downing them. So obviously Yellow Zone is now better, but the reason why I was so happy to hear that is like I felt almost proud to be playing a game where the developer made this change when I read about it, is because it is, in my opinion, a very clear long-term decision. Maybe I'm missing something there, and you can point it out if I am. But it feels to me like by IP capping Yellow Zones, SBI is essentially saying, we are going to make less money, right? They're essentially saying, you know what? We are going to take a hit on our own profit for the sake of creating a better long-term game experience. That's how I felt about it. And that makes me happy. Like, I want to play a game. Like, in real life, I want to work for a company that thinks that way. If I participate in a project, or I cooperate with someone, or I work with someone, I want to work with people who think long term. I love it. Not just, oh, give me everything right now, you know, and then forget about everything else. This seems to me like a decision where, because SBI obviously is gonna, maybe it's not obvious, maybe I'm wrong. I'm very curious if you think I am, but to me it feels like the developer is essentially saying, you know what, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna make less money by capping this, because we're gonna take away some of the incentive to actually use real money on the game, because a lot of people who joined the game will, like, especially people who haven't played, like obviously people who played thousands of hours, almost never swipe unless it's for like some very high level guild content, you know. If you swipe to make your guild or alliance win, maybe, but like people for solo PvP, for small scale, if you played 2000 hours, I think you will find almost zero people who will actually use real money at that point. Maybe just to support the game, but not to actually like try to get items, right? But new players, 100%. They look at the Albion as an MMO, they see the gear progression, they see, oh, that guy killed me with 8.4 in Yellow Zone, I'm gonna use my real money to buy 8.4 so that I can fight back next time, knowing that they're not gonna lose it in Yellow Zone. So in my opinion, SBI has very clearly kind of undercut, but not in a bad way, but like taken away their short-term like profits for the sake of making the game good for all of us, and I appreciate that too. Absolutely. I'm gonna see if I'm right. Let's see if you disagree with me or not. Thanks for following, by the way, guys. Piet Vanzil, Funky Sharky, Shove, and Lostuam. Welcome, new Spear Mentality enjoyers. Yes, Voodoo, share it. We have this is it's a bit of a joke because I also do play a lot of other weapons, but I did, like, you know, in my heart there are spears. That sounds like I should see a doctor. What helmet do I need? I need a Duskweaver. So anyway, we have a bit of a Spear Mentality stream going on here usually. So if you are new here, you are so welcome. But know that you are joining slowly the side of the spear. And those of you who've been here know very clearly that Spear Mentality doesn't mean playing spear. You can play any weapon you want and still exhibit the Spear Mentality. And if you're thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? You'll get. If you spend more time here, you'll understand what I mean. But in very short, Spear Mentality is not using all the best items and weapons and chasing the meta, although you can enjoy it, do what you want with your life. Not taking all the advantages in a fight, not avoiding risks and trying to be super safe and only, you know, run around only taking when you fight a fight or a rattling opportunity when it's like 100% kill, but instead embracing the actual risk, embracing the difficulty and risk of PvP with whatever build you play, and having fun like that. Let's see if there's something else I missed. You're wrong. 500 times $10 is always better than one. Wait, what? What was that about? Why this? Big Zane, as a new player, where do you recommend to fame farm? Funky, I recommend right now to go into the open world. If you have friends, then check out the depths. The depths are amazing. If you don't have a lot of PvP experience, the depths, the new dungeon, are amazing to get some of that first. In my opinion, it's very well designed to give you the feeling of the kind of little bit of that anxiety that we all have with full loot PvP, you know? That feeling that we have all gone through, like, it actually matters, you know? The stakes are high. You get a bit of that feeling from depths without actually risking your items, you know? But when you get to the last levels, you are risking stuff in your inventory. So you have friends, play the depths. If you're looking for solo, and you will also get fame from the depths, right? If you're looking for solo fame farm, open world is currently probably better. However, if you are new, you will die a lot to gank squads. In the Mists, you will also die as a new player, but Mists feel safer. You will get to the point where you are safe in Mists, you will get a bit quicker than you will get to the point where you are relatively safe in the open world. But like, when you get more experience, like I can play, if I want to, play Mists. I could pretty much guarantee I could play Mists for a week and never die if I really want to. I don't want to play like that, but if I had a challenge, right? Even with my experience, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to go play open world and not die, you know? So open world will remain forever dangerous. Mists, you can get over the problems. So if you want safer and learn learn in a more safer environment, but a bit less fame per hour, go Mists. But if you want to go into the open world with more fame per hour, where occasionally you will just die without having any choices, go there. Any tips for fighting against dual sword with Daybreaker? Can't seem to beat that weapon. I have not fought it. Okay, I fought it today once, but it wasn't actually a fight. It was like a multi-way. So all of my spells were not set for the fight. Everything was different. But I have not fought it now after the cripple change. But I mean, you are just weaker now than before against dual swords. It used to be a decent matchup because of cripple. Now you have to focus on kiting them more. I don't think you can full brawl dual swords, but it depends, you know. If you purge their jacket at the beginning of the fight, you have an advantage. And if they cannot purge your Inferno, you have an advantage. But other than that, unfortunately, you have to kite them and hope that they miss an E right now. That's my feeling. But I need more experience because the big change to how the sword buff works completely changed the matchup of sword versus spear because you no longer cripple the stacks. So I need to play that more. Open world where? Just go into the safe portal, but maybe someone in chat can explain the quality zones and that better. But if you go open world, just start exploring. Just go into the safe portal, start exploring, and start seeing how much, like, with your specific build, how does it feel to you? How if you get into a zone where killing mobs is barely possible, it's very difficult, then go to a lower level or lower quality zone, and you can track your... I don't know the exact, like, for this IP, go to that zone. I don't know that detailed breakdown. Believe me, guys, stick around, you will learn stuff. Vic is awesome. Thank you, Shob. Oh, nice. This is from Grindr, right? I'm by the way, this stream is available also on YouTube. I'm streaming since this week. I was streaming on Twitch like a month. I started a month ago, a bit more, but I'm now streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So that's why the emotes, I don't see them exactly the same as you. I don't see the movement, unfortunately. Maybe I will fix it later, but I'm pretty sure the Heron Spear is Grindr's, like, Grindr's channel has that emote. Let's see if we get a fight. I need to eat my food and then swap food just in case. So I have it ready for an actual fight. The snapper will be useful. And then let's go if we can find them. Oh shit, we have a bow here instead. Okay, well against bow I'm not gonna swap food, but I would very much like to fight the Hand of Justice instead. The warbow is on force field, so it's not an attractive fight. I'm gonna have to we have another contender on the field. I am on Harpoon and I am in combat now, so I am already kind of a priori very disadvantaged here. Not if he does that, you know. But unfortunately, I don't really want, like, this multi-way. Harpoon is not what I need. Cripple could be okay, but Impaler would be clearly the best. So I'm gonna just go and change my spell, and then like, I have good enough build to take a multi-way fight here and kind of manage it. I am tier 7, right? So I'm not like crazy. I mean, we're same IP as them. If I 1v1 him, that would be nice. He has very good, like, Cultist Call is very good against me, but I do have Duskweaver at least to catch him later, so there's that. You see, like this, I do this a couple times, and he reacts because he's expecting an Impaler. But that means that in the end, when I actually do use the Impaler, well, I missed now, but you know, when he's chasing me and I actually do use the Impaler, then he will not be able to react like that. It's gonna Mercenary and then E. The moment I clean Mercenary, I need to use my E. Okay. It worked out. But yeah, like if you ever see this Hand of Justice build, it's really fun, honestly. But there's a bit of a problem that it's very predictable. Which is like essentially the only kind of shtick that he has is, and the reason that you even see this build played at all is because you can instantly proc your whole Mercenary Jacket with this, right? Well, not instantly, but you know, it's difficult for the enemy to avoid it, right? So I know what he's going for is Mercenary, then instantly E. So the only thing that can really fuck me over is global cooldown, you know, in Albion. If I click a spell and I cannot react because spells are on global cooldown, unfortunately, he will maybe get the combo off. But here, the moment I see his Mercenary, I know what he's gonna do, right? I mean, I want to E his Mercenary anyway, but in this case, I know that I just have to be ready for it the whole time. Just so we're clear what happened there. And, I mean, he doesn't brawl super well, so... That's why also, this is very good for brawling, and against Spears, this is very good. Usually, it's an instant disadvantage to Spear or Daybreaker when the enemy has Cultist Cull, but it's still a Hand of Justice, right? It's a two-handed hammer. It's not gonna brawl amazingly well, especially if he's on Eels 2. I didn't even notice if he's on Eels 2. I mean, I was also on Eels 2, but still, he's not a really big threat for brawling, so I can just stand you. So even I missed the first Impaler, but I'm fine to just stand and brawl him. If he was much better at brawling, I might need to change to my shield, right? At least that's how I see it. Okay, and which gear to take to miss? Well, take the build that you like. I mean, you have to be more specific with your question. Or if you're asking which tier, then base it off of your economy. There is no requirement, you know? You can go 4.0, but honestly, 4.1 is probably... Like, the difference between 4.0 and 4.1 is so little in terms of money that I suggest you just kill some mobs, or I don't know, pick some trees, like, cut some trees, whatever, so you can afford 4.1 reasonably, and then go in 4.1. And after that, what I did when I was new to Albion, and you can use this as well, is I never risked more than 1/20th, so 5% of the total amount of silver I had in my bank when I started playing on the Western server. You can adapt this to how risk averse you are, but it worked very well for me. That meant that I was playing, like, I wasn't just stuck playing 4.1 forever, right? Once you get a bit of income, you play higher tiers, but at the same time, I was never really worried because it was only 5% of my bank. I never, at the beginning, didn't feel that much. I did have a lot of problems with kind of my ego, I think, maybe. Like, I was feeling like, oh shit, you know, I need to win this fight. Otherwise, the enemy will think that I'm an idiot, you know? I had that kind of thing. But I never really had this feeling like, I need to win this fight because this money is really important to me, right? So at least that level of anxiety, I removed by playing only 5% of my bank at once. So I suggest doing something along those lines. New streamer luck is following me. It's been over a month and I'm still getting that new streamer bonus that SBI gave me. Thanks for following. Bad Grox. And I hope I noticed all the follows. Scam. What scam, Azot? Yeah, you opened the chest and you got nothing? Play it, lol. What? Enigmatic stuff. I can't even equip it. What are you talking about? I could play the Hand of Justice at some point. I mean, I've been definitely enjoying all my hammer experiences ever since I started streaming. The Great Hammer was the only one which was meh, kind of meh, but okay. But the Grove Keeper was so fun. Forge Hammers were fun. Maybe Hand of Justice also is on the menu for some point. But as I said, I don't like the fact how predictable this is, the Mercenary Jacket thing. So it will always be very limited. Is there a website to see good builds? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I know that there have been attempts. There's like an official option. There are some content creators have made. I have not yet seen one. I have not come across. Doesn't mean that there isn't one, but I have not come across the website that I browse builds and I feel like, okay, this is a good, reliable place to send people. Now, many websites, especially if like someone who plays the game or creates content makes some sort of collection of builds, many websites will have some very good builds and very good explanations, but you know, it's just like if I wanted to make a website, I could do like a very good job describing, explaining, and creating spear builds. Maybe some sword builds, some other weapons I play. But if I get to a point where I have to make all builds, you know, sooner or later I will have two choices. Either that it becomes my full-time job, just to make sure to manage this database of builds, or I'm gonna have to start making like shortcuts, you know, and it's gonna end up, and that's I think what happens if you look at your builds instead of the like come here for spear builds, right? You can ask why am I playing? Like I play Grove Keeper or Arclight Blasters, the weapons that I actually play for a while. Ask me, and you will have a very good understanding of the build. But then if you ask me about Fire Staff builds, of course I have a good overview of what's happening in the mists. But I'm not going to be able to give you as detailed information and give you all the options, like what kind of helmet exactly you want to take based on the situation. I'm not going to be able to be as detailed because that's not my area of expertise, right? So any sort of website usually will suffer from the fact that the person who is creating those builds is going to end up in a situation where they kind of just start adding some sloppy, simple builds. One thing that used to be the case, I saw this also so many videos, like people who were creating or making builds and explaining builds about weapons that they don't have that much experience about, just slapped Hunterhood on every build. I mean, Hunterhood also used to be stronger, but even after it was nerfed, it was so popular. Just whatever build you're suggesting, just, oh, and by the way, use Hunterhood. By the way, don't use Hunterhood. If you are watching this and you use Hunterhood, stop. Use something else. It's shit. It is almost entirely objectively shit. There are very few redeeming factors. And yes, there are a couple matchups where it is going to give you a lot of value. But overall, it is shit. I mean, most helmets have some matchups where they give you a lot of value. Especially after the Stalker Jacket nerf, which is the last kind of area where Hunterhood was at least kind of okay. Especially after the big Stalker Jacket nerf. Don't use Hunterhood. Thanks for following. Oh yeah, I said that already. Well, thank you all for being here. Did I miss something? With a build like that, Hand of Justice, I always run Spectre Hood and Brazilian Cape to get a second Merc Jacket. Interesting. Yeah, Spectre Hood, we've discussed it many times, and it's still a bit of a mystery to me. I can come up with good reasons why people are not playing it, but overall, Spectre Hood seems like good on paper for solo PvP, but really bad in practice. And there are some reasons why, and it's always kind of theoretical when we talk about it, because I have never seen any of the, you know, I take my information from what I play, what I experience, and also, those who have been here know that I occasionally also, I mean, obviously watch content creators who are very active and play, but I also look through what are like active players playing and trying to understand why, especially if I see some clips. I have not seen Spectre Hood for a very long time on any of the actual like serious gamers who are trying to go for victories and not just for fun, you know. So my conclusion is that Spectre Hood is only good in theory. When we're talking about solo PvP, right? If you go for PvE focused Rhodes build, of course, Spectre Hood Mercenary Jacket, no problem. Go have fun, because a big part of your build is making sure you can clear mobs and potentially survive like a 1v4. Yeah, that's a bit of a different situation. Thanks for following Kenobi Gaming. Frr. I don't know if frr means France or frr means for real, for real. In any case, thanks for being here. Is Hunterhood good for hunting? Yes. But not in Albion. Young K. What's up? Thank you for being here and following. Spectre Hood is... Okay, well, let's see. Venice maybe has an answer. So Venice says, Spectre Hood is too all-in into single purpose. Exactly. That's one of the things I always come up with when I think about it. It's a bit too much eggs in one basket. If it's Merc Jacket, then players will do everything to counter Merc Jacket at all costs. Therefore, yeah. Exactly. And on top of that, like, okay, that's part of what you said, but, okay, wait, we have to kill a crossbow player first. It's a long... It's the one-shot crossbow, so... I can pretty much just... Unfortunately, I mean, I have IP advantage, right? I can just out-brawl him and then keep my... Essentially, just try to keep my reflect for his E. And if he demon helps me before, now I actually gave him boots, which kind of sucks. Yeah, he forgot to hit me with silence. It's also like It's a bit like, it's more like for show, you know, for fun that I changed to reflect, because, you know, the IP difference is such that it's not, even if he hits his whole combo, it's not gonna kill me. You can see it's 300 IP lower, right? But if he was same IP as me, then reflect is kind of meh, because he has silence, right? So his plan is to silence me, but he forgot to do this part. He used his helmet, but he forgot to attack me. If you use Demon Helmet, don't forget, it doesn't just silence your enemy instantly, you need to actually attack them. Why Hunterhood shit now? And let's see what Azot said. Azot answered, visual nerf, Hunterhood reflect animation. There's a couple things. First of all, okay, let's talk about Hunterhood. If you are here and you are tempted to use Hunterhood, then stop using it. It's shit. But I don't usually have very strong opinions. In this case, I do. So let's talk about a couple things that were nerfed. Number one, the spell used to reflect 100% damage. So a lot of the guides and builds you see from years ago, it now reflects 85% damage. It used to last 4 seconds. It now lasts 3 seconds. So the spell itself has been nerfed directly. Its cooldown is 45 seconds. I mean, you see 38 here because it counts my cooldown reduction, but the base cooldown is 45 seconds. Compare it to other helmet options you have if you want a defensive helmet. Guardian helmet, 30 seconds. Soldier helmet, 30 seconds. Cultist cowl, 30 seconds. You see, it's 50% longer cooldown than a lot of the other very strong and good defensives. You also now have the extra defensive on any helmet, so even if you play something like a Duskweaver, I have a very strong defensive on top as an alternative, right? So, the spell is much weaker than it used to be, it is on longer cooldown than it used to be, plus the thing that Azot said is correct. The visual is, like, the visual of the Hunterhood is very obvious. It used to be much more unclear. You couldn't instantly see that the enemy used Hunterhood, which meant that oftentimes, in a fight, when you were brawling, you clicked Hunterhood and your enemy did not react correctly. On top of that, it used to be that we all played on one big server. So I had 160 ping. Some people had 250 ping, you know? Which meant that once again, not only visually, but also in terms of reaction time, people were not able to react to Hunterhood as well. So it was... Reflect in general was much more valuable, but Hunterhood was more valuable because you could click it, and enemy would keep hitting and you would actually get value from it. And then finally, after even all those things, people kept using it out of habit, because it's kind of simple for beginners, but believe me, Guardian Helmet is also not super difficult, you know? It gives you more things you can do, but, I mean, yeah, it's not like super complicated to use. But at least there was some redeeming factor, because Mists were full of high IP, high mobility builds that used Stalker Jacket. And against Stalker Jacket, Hunterhood was kind of okay. I hope that makes sense, right? First of all, you reflect the damage, you know? If you are 4.2 and you're being attacked by a, like, 6'3 guy, you need some defensive, you know? The only way you win a fight is just defending yourselves like a porcupine, like shooting spikes, you know? So Hunterhood worked for that. Plus, inside Stalker Jacket, it was not always so clear. Like, sometimes the enemy would not react. So the last little redeeming factor was that since so many people played Stalker Jacket, at least it was good against that. But now Stalker Jacket got nerfed so hard that, you know, you don't see it anymore. So, if after this you are not convinced, then play Hunterhood because you love it, because you feel that that is your item, but not because it is actually any good for PvP. Even Corrupted Dungeons, where it was the last bastion where people still used Hunterhood, has stopped it mostly. Like, if you look at Slayer level top players, you will almost never see Hunterhood. Very, very few players who will still play it. I hope I have convinced you. Come over to the light side. Taps asked earlier, hey Zaid, how are you? Very well, very good. I have been eating your spear guide, but I keep failing. I know it's my fault, but is there any tips? That's a too general question to give tips, but I can tell you a couple things. First of all, I mean, you expect to lose a lot as a beginner anyway, and spear, if you've seen my other discussions or talks about spear, oh, this is tier 8 Abby, by the way, I didn't realize, then you know that spear is kind of a difficult teacher, you know? It's very good because it forces you to actually learn PvP. You cannot play spear without having to learn the concepts of PvP, like spacing, brawling. What does it even mean, you know? If your friend starts playing dual swords or battle axe, they can kind of play for 200 hours and be moderately successful and not even know what kiting means, almost, right? On spear, no chance. It forces you to learn concepts. It forces you to learn your enemy's builds, because you cannot just do the same thing every time. But that comes with all the extra difficulty. And finally, on top of that, unfortunately, Spear got nerfed so much with the cripple change. And the fact that some of the best meta weapons right now are good against Spear. That currently the one-handed Spear in the Mists is pretty weak. I mean, okay, it's not weak, but it's B tier, right? It's viable, it's strong, but it's not like meta strong, right? It's just kind of a niche strong. However, in open world, it's still very good. So if you're playing solo open world, the extra mobility and versatility is very useful. So if you have money, I suggest to currently play Daybreaker. However, Spears, I still play Spear occasionally, and I mean, if you look at Dante, who is a regular here on the channel, and probably one of the current, like on EU server, one of the most active and best Spear players, and he streams as well. He is playing even 8.3 one-handed Spear occasionally and making it work, and it's not like he's, you know, sacrificing himself just to play Spear. No, he's actually winning good fights. So Spear is viable. If you have experience, it's not in a bad place, but it is not as good as it used to be right now. I play mainly open world, and like Assassin Jack can play me on that. That's good. No, if you play Spear open world, first of all, Spear is better in open world than in Mists, because the problems that Spear has now is usually only comes out in like straight up 1v1 fights, you know? And especially because most of the meta weapons are really decent against Spear. It used to be, like a year ago, that Mists and solo PvP in general was full of weapons, like all the meta weapons were good matchups for Spear. Or at least decent matchups for Spear, especially when it was full with swords, full of swords and full of mobility weapons, because Spear is good against swords and good against mobility weapons. Well, used to be good against swords, now it's so-so. But open world, you can leverage the fact that you have so much flexibility and you have a lot of mobility. Like you can dance around, you know, especially with Assassin Jacket. You can hit a guy with E, then go invis to kite when you're 1v2, 1v3, when you're trying to understand what's happening in a fight. You know, you can go invis, you can impaler from far, try to dodge some, break some ankles, and then continue the fight by kiting a little bit. And you know, you can have so many things you can do. What can I do as Arclight Blasters with Death Givers, with Assassin Shoes and Q1 spam? One thing I did several times, is to change to... that was the name of the person who wrote the question, by the way. That wasn't just me having a spasm in the middle of answering. One thing that I did often is change to cleanse on my helmet. Yeah. I mean, luckily, the Twitch chat is also shown above me. Like, the stream is currently on YouTube and Twitch, but the chat you see on screen is just the Twitch chat. So, since Trollolo is in Twitch chat, then you all saw his message, you know. So it's not like I'm crazy. But if someone in YouTube chat has a funny nickname, then you might think that I'm actually going crazy. If they're using Q1, the did I kill? Okay, I died to Death Givers, right? Yeah, okay. If they're using this can be cleansed, yeah. With it can also be cleansed with Helmet of Valor or a cleanse on the Leather Hood. So you have some extra time. But of course it will also limit your damage, but you know, it will at least give you enough time to kite them. Because essentially what you want to do, you know, you don't want to stay on top of them for too long if you're playing Arclight Blasters. You want to be in close range to do damage, but not right on top of the enemy, so they can't kill you in that matchup against Death Givers. So you're using your cleanse essentially to buy enough time for you to create a bit of space with caltrops and with ease, so that you can kind of resume the fighting distance that favors you. Because if you cleanse at the right time and you hit your spells, the Death Givers might be in a situation where they have to choose. Do they just E without stacks, which means that their E goes on cooldown and they don't have the kill pressure on you for a while? Or do they just not E and they get kited? Andre said, "Hi bro, love your streams. Can you become a good PvP player on mobile?" Yes, you can, Andre, but I mean, you should not trust my opinion on it, because I have done only economy stuff. I cannot play like this. There's no games that I have played like this on mobile. I have some like games I play with a thumb, like card games or stuff. I don't know. I did not grow up playing a lot of mobile games, and I just never developed the kind of muscle agility, you know. So I don't think I can do it. But I have seen, and I have fought players. You might be a bit more limited in your weapon choice. Some builds will be just more difficult. But I have fought like amazing carving players back when carving was the meta S plus tier only weapon. Definitely some very successful carving players who are playing on mobile, so you can, yeah. Let's see. Young K asked, what would you say is the best bow for solo PvP open world mists? Sky Strider or Badon? I think it's Sky Strider, but I don't want to say 100% Sky Strider because even though it's not completely new, there's not like the amount of people playing Sky Strider is still not low, but you know, like there's not a huge amount of Sky Strider players still. So it's either Sky Strider or Badon. I'm leaning towards Sky Strider, but I kind of need... It feels like I need more research data, you know? Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Happy. That's why I'm here. Any kind of question is welcome, by the way. Those that are any raiders or anyone who is new here. Especially, of course, if you ask stuff about PvP. Like, if it's a stupid question, whatever, you know? If it's a very general question, I'm not going to answer. Or, I mean, I'm going to tell you it's too general, right? Come up with something more specific. But essentially, like, if you want to ask anything about PvP, not that I know everything about PvP, but at least we can get the discussion going, you know? So feel free to do that. Thank you for following. Example. I have red buff. I'm trying to go to the chest, by the way, as we're talking. Unfortunately, they only have 5 stacks, but that is... Oh, somebody stopped clearing this room. Interesting. That's mostly because it's tier 8 Abbey, and I am only tier 7, and, you know, the Abbey mobs are really, really tough for me. Even though I have a good PvE weapon. So, I need to be a bit careful here to make sure I get to the chest in time, but also I don't want to be caught with my pants down while the mobs are, you know, like this. Like, I'm low from mobs. If this Death Givers player that we fought earlier, if he shows up when I'm low from mobs, there's no chance, you know, even overcharge and everything. Even if I have all the advantages, I need to also be full HP. I mean, not that I have an advantage against 8-3, but you get it what I mean. Even if I have everything else ready. You get 20% damage bonus if you sit on the toilet while playing. Yeah, I've never thought about that, the Big Bad Owl, but that's a pretty good idea. Like, I wonder how many players have I actually killed in the mist? Or died too? How many actually shitting players have killed me in the mist? That would be cool. Like, how many... Yeah, I'm very curious now. Like, how many players have killed me or died to me while taking a massive dump at the same time, you know? Using their splitting, slashing me, and purging my boots while also just dropping a huge deuce at the same time. Never thought about that. There were guys with constant top 5 VP fame with playing only mobile. Don't know if he still plays. Yeah, a guy. Yeah. Maybe if you say the name, I will remember also. There's definitely a carving player that was very, that played a lot, but I don't know if I'll find them. Get shit on just gain the new level of meaning. Yep, pretty much. Damn, that almost makes me want to play on the phone. I'm not probably gonna. I'm just not very serious, you know. Maybe as a little bit of a challenge, but yeah, that would be, man. That would be such a flex, you know, to kill someone and then. I mean, I'm not gonna write to them, but you know, maybe to clip it. You don't want to film yourself taking your shit, but essentially, to clip you killing someone while on the shitter. What a time to start watching. Hello, Lizotti. Welcome to this important discussion. Generally, today I'm playing Daybreaker. I love Daybreaker. I feel that I have not... Like, last month I've been playing a lot of different things on stream and it's been good. But I feel like I've kind of moved away from my roots. And, like, for example, yesterday and before, I feel like my Daybreaker play and spears in general have become much more sloppy. So I'm getting back on that train. And I also kind of... I'm trying to force myself more to attack everything. Or attack... mostly everything. Like this tier 7 carving who decided not to fight. I mean, he doesn't have full specs, sure, but... I could have maybe run after him. I mean, if you want... This is Abbey, you know? Abbey currently is not very high risk, high reward because, you know... I mean, the rewards are not bad, but if he wants to go, he can go. So I decided not to run after him. Maybe if I use everything I have, then he will decide. Since he's on Splitting Slash, I'm okay with this helmet also. I think that's a no. But he had, like, he was next to the exit. Maybe he's waiting for my stack to time out. He's gonna purge my boots, unfortunately. Now I don't have anything for his undead cape. I'm not gonna proc his undead cape. At least try not to until my E is ready. But if the mobs proc it, then I have nothing to do, unfortunately. Yeah, the mobs did proc it. Oh shit! The mobs actually downed him also. Oh, it's tier 8 mobs, I keep forgetting. Come on, guys, stop it. Stop chasing me. Yeah, that one Q I hit was kind of... I put him in the range to get downed by mobs, which is a bit annoying, yeah. That was a bit of a mistake, yeah. But you saw, otherwise, since the fight is so clearly won, I just run next to him and wait for my E, because with my E, I have a good chance of just killing him and not worrying about Undead Cape, you know, or Purge it right after it procs. Hope that makes sense. If you want, like, he can take this fight. Especially now that I don't have cripple. All of you who are looking like, oh, you're looking at videos of people saying, like, spear counter sword. That era seems to be behind us. Because the cripple it was nerfed directly, and plus the sword passive was changed. So, he changes to Blade Cyclone, and he can probably win this. Also, Mistwalker Jacket is very good against Daybreaker, because if you end up in a situation where you force the Daybreaker to E from far, you can always react for Mistwalker Jacket. So one thing he can do, obviously probably also overcharge if he didn't have it. Okay, well, he should have overcharge. When you're playing tier 7, bring overcharge always. For solo PvP, I mean, for mists at least, open world, so. One thing he can do is brawl me, you know, Q, use Blade Cyclone, and then E away from me, and then try to dodge my Dust Quiver. Whenever he E's away from me, I have a choice, and if I use my E to catch up, he will dodge it with Mistwalker and he's winning the fight. It's not like a guaranteed strategy that will always win, but it's a very good... Like, if you have Mistwalker Jacket against Daybreaker, also works with Soldier Helmet, you know? Because those Daybreaker cannot purge, right? So if you can get into a situation where the enemy Daybreaker has to use their E from far, you have a much better chance of dodging it. I mean, it works with some other spells as well, right? You have more time to react to spells when they come from far away. Not all spells, but most spells. Home toilet stream when? That sounds like the kind of crazy thing that I would actually want to do, but no. Not like that. Who knows? I mean, let's see what happens to this whole streaming thing. I'm absolutely loving. Albion is so much more fun thanks to you, all of you who are here. Thank you for being. I enjoy Albion. Ever since I started streaming, I enjoy Albion a lot more. And, you know, streaming itself is very fun. So who knows? Maybe I will reach a day where, in order to do something new, I will have to stream myself playing on the toilet with a phone. I doubt it, but who knows. Also, I mean, one reason why it's not really a fight. Okay, I changed food just to be safe. Snapper better for this matchup for both of us. He didn't have Snapper, right? So that's a big advantage for me just for brawling. He didn't have Blade Cyclone, big advantage for me for brawling. He has one Gigpot. Gigpot was well used in terms of, like, I did hit it at least, yeah. But he only has one potion, yeah, and it's Gigpot. And I have 2 healing potions. I didn't use them, but if I need to, I can, right? There was a lot of players who killed me while I was on supposing. It really comes with experience. Once you fight enough players, you start recognizing what different pieces of gear do. Okay, that's a good answer. I'm not sure who that was answering to. Oh, Sagar said, new player here, I really suck at PvP, how do I improve? If you're on YouTube, search the video, my videos, there's one which says 10 ways to actually get good at PvP. If you are on Twitch, it's actually under the stream, there's like a little banner, which just takes you to the video. There's nothing special about it's just a link, but it's a video that will be essentially my answer. Since your question is so general, Sagar, I don't want to, and I cannot like go over the whole video, right? If you have something specific, you can ask. Are you comfortable inspecting players? Oh, I think that was your answer to Sagar. Hi, I just watched 5.4 Death Givers fight, says Gerald. Yeah, that was fun. Why you did not just kite him? With Thunder Armor and Q and Shadow Age and W, he does not have that mobility. With Q, you can just kite him with your Q and W. Oh, well, if you were here, you would have seen the actual analysis that we did after that, the whole fight. And if you watch the VOD, then look back at after the fight so you can see a little bit of what happened. And I think the biggest mistake there in that fight was my Inferno. But it's correct for him to change. Like, I don't know if you saw the beginning of the fight, but he changed, you know? He was losing the first brawl, he walked away, and then he changed to Thunder Armor later. So when he attacked me the second time, before he was on top of me, I didn't know he had Thunder Armor, just so we're clear. But after that, it was... like you can watch the analysis a little bit, but it's correct for him to choose Thunder Armor and Shadow Edge. And if you say that he doesn't have mobility with Shadow Edge, I mean, obviously he can miss it. It's difficult to hit unless I'm in a corridor, like I was at some point. But it's he can. Shadow Edge is good. When I try to kite him, he can catch me, which is what he did. And if you are suggesting that I never ever go near him again at all, I'm not sure I can do that. Oh shit, this guy is fighting back. That's big respect from the sword guy. I mean, he's gonna kill the guy before I make it there, right? Yeah, this is what you should do. This is what the other guy should have done also earlier. Now I can't. I used my boots to get in, right? So I'm dead anyway with double E here. Unfortunately. This is what the other guy should have done, you know? Predicted my E. In this case, he didn't do it right away, but I have to try. Since he's in combat with the other guy, there's like 0.5% chance of me winning this, even if I hit the E, you know? But... I mean, risking 1 mil for 100 mil, or not 100, but you know. Let's see. Okay, it is actually pretty attuned, yeah. But okay, let's say risking 1 mil for 50 mil. How much do I need? I need 2% chance, right? Okay, I said 0.5, but in reality, I think I have 2% chance of winning that fight. So, if you ignore the kind of IP difference. Wait, what did I want to say? Not IP difference. Yeah, trash rate. Sorry, I lost my thought. If you ignore the trash rate, I feel like I have to try this fight. Because, you know, I have at least 2% chance and I'm risking 50 times less than he is. Of course, with trash rates, it's a bit different calculation. That ult dodge, holy shit. I've talked about this many times. You have to do this and it's... I don't want to say it's not that difficult. It's obviously... I don't want to say anything good about this player because it's an extremely kind of... The opposite, you know, when I say that I'm trying to spread the idea that competitive PvP can be a happy, wholesome place where you can enjoy win or lose and it doesn't have to be toxic. This player, from my experience seeing him and knowing how he speaks, is the opposite of that, right? This is like the player who is like the full toxic, that competitive to the core, you know, like absolutely dependent on win or lose. Winning is good, losing is bad, and constantly like harassing people that he like kills who are like you know, who are loyal. So I don't want to say anything good about him personally, but that dodge was very well done, and it's something that you should implement into your game. If you're watching this and thinking about it, usually Death Givers use their E for that, but he used his W, which was, I mean, very well done. He kind of knows I'm gonna go for it, right? I am waiting for it a little bit. I don't know if he was able to react actually, because I did not E like instantly. I was... When I E'd like a second later, you know? So in my head, when he uses Mercenary, there's a good chance, like most Death Givers, he will instantly go for E to dodge, like Helmet of Valors and stuff like that. He didn't do that, and I felt like, okay, I can E. I mean, I have to E anyway. I cannot win that fight without E, right? Because it's 8.3. But I don't know if it's possible that he actually reacted to my animation, or it just happened that he E'd at the same time, like he W'd as a prediction. In any case, without saying anything good about him personally, definitely that was a good play, and that's something that I suggest you you try to do as well. If you're playing Death Givers with Mercenary Jacket, after the Mercenary and the enemy has Helmet of Valor, and this is like Daybreaker, if it's treated the same way as Helmet of Valor, then either... actually, wait, I will take Mistwalker Jacket next. Then, essentially, either E right away, many Death Givers will E, then Q, so that it's very difficult to hit Helmet of Valor, or like he did, just dodge to the side, you know. Let's go for another. Actually, I'm liking tier 7. Obviously, this fight was not actually close. I should have dismounted earlier, because the sword was actually fighting back, you know, meaningfully. So, I mean, the sword was like 4.2 or something, you know, so it's not like he actually did any damage, but at least he did his best and he was actually fighting. He didn't just die. So if I dismounted earlier, I would have been able to use the sword a bit better. Actually, I'll go for Mistwalker now, I think. Thanks for following, by the way, Adam Sniegu and LMP Gaming. Thanks for being here, guys. And I need heal potions. And I need any sort of boost tier 7. I don't care which ones. Let's go 4.3. And just go any boots. I don't care. I think I have a Smuggler's Cape, so I don't need that. Roasted Snapper. It would be much better with loadouts, I know, but... I'm kind of unpredictable to myself, you know. I know I decided, and I'm telling this also on stream, the whole day I'm playing like Daybreaker and just running into every fight. But I don't want to buy a lot of sets in advance, even though it would be smart, or create a loadout, because all the time I feel like, maybe, you know, who knows what I want to play right now, you know, maybe something will change. I will actually not use the Assassin Jacket, I will use the Mistwalker I have. So I will have a tier 8 Mistwalker with a tier 7 Daybreaker. You can see that IP is still kind of close. And I need a Smuggler's Cape, because I am a smuggler. And I also need Overcharge. Hi, are you answering YouTube questions? Yes, Gerald. Yeah, I am. Absolutely. I die on Clarent to... Oh, you are in 2 places, Gerald. I see. Yeah, I have both chats on my screen. On YouTube, I think the ads work differently. I don't know how. I have no control over ads on YouTube. It might be that you get ads during the fight. I don't know. On Twitch, I run ads like when I'm in the city. But I see both chats and I definitely try to look at both. I die on Clarent to spears all the time just because lack of mobility. Yes, but now the spear can no longer remove your stacks like it used to with Cripple. So now you have a better chance. But Clarent is not a good weapon for solo PvP because it doesn't have mobility. I mean, it has enough mobility as a sword to be viable and you can have some fun with it and some fights will be good. But it doesn't have enough mobility to really compete with meta-ish builds, yeah. So in this case, it's more of a fun niche weapon more than anything. What do you think about Spirit Hunter in new patch? Absolutely nothing. Hexen, how long have you been playing? Not long, I guess, because the new patch for Spirit Hunter is just reverting the change, the nerf that they added to it earlier, pretty much. It's not like they're buffing Spirit Hunter all of a sudden. No, they removed damage from Spirit Hunter like a couple months ago, and now they're adding it back. So Spirit Hunter will be okay, but not for solo PvP. It will just be a viable kind of pierce for group, and mostly for like PvE, more like PvE heavy groups in my opinion. But don't take too much small scale advice from me because I have played small scale a decent amount, not lately but earlier. But pretty much all the small scale I played was just playing and having fun with friends, you know. Sure, some of those friends were experienced, so I learned some things. But I was never part of a try-hard, small-scale group that was really focused on getting the best builds together, right? It was always just kind of more or less like, okay, you play Spear, yeah, okay, bring Spirit Hunter, and I'm gonna bring, I guess, Carving, and you know, those kinds of things, right? That kind of group. Who's gonna heal? Okay, you want to heal this time? Okay, you heal, you know, just to go and have fun together. And for that sort of situation, Spirit Hunter is going to be back. It's not going to be like super OP meta small scale, I think, but it's going to be for small scale groups. But it's going to be like a viable option that If you're a shot caller or a friend says, yo, what are you gonna play? You're gonna say, well, I like spears. Can I come join you? Then they will say, okay, just take a Spirit Hunter and come play with us. And the shot caller is not gonna be like super excited, like, thank God, yes, we have a Spirit Hunter in our group. So awesome, no. But they're gonna be at least like, okay, it's a decent Pierce. So, and that's where Spirit Hunter has been for a long time. I mean, sure, some kind of like 5v5 Hellgate builds like rely on Spirit Hunter, but it's kind of a niche thing. I would like to finish this camp without him being here, but he really wants to be here. Okay. Let's see if he comes after me. So we get out of the camp, so I don't have to tank all the mobs. Geekpot, Cleric Robe, and Hunter Hood are the defensives I kind of have to think about a little bit. Okie dokie, he didn't even use his Geekpot and Cleric Robe. I mean, if I didn't get him that low, I wouldn't E until he uses Cleric, you know? I wouldn't E just to remove Martlock Cape. I would just keep doing this, like the dance I was doing. And after he uses Cleric, then I will just E off, because I know that if I... Martlock Cape is good, but even if, like even if he has Martlock Cape still ready, if I remove his Cleric, I just kill him anyway there. Obviously, I still have 2 healing potions and everything, you know? But it's... even without using healing potions. If you've been here before, you know that when I fight lower IP players, not always, I mean, some builds are good or sometimes I make big mistakes, but generally when I play fight against lower IP players, then the kind of standard that I have, or the kind of criteria I try to apply, like to this fight, is will I use a healing potion, you know? Like, I'm trying to win the fight without using any healing potions to see, like if he makes me use a healing potion, of course I will use it before dying, but if he makes me use a healing potion, then in my brain he has kind of won a little bit, you know? Not win the fight, but you know. You just like Clarent, it's a challenge. That's awesome, Gerald. That is the way to play Elvian, you know? Just move from one fun, challenging build to the next. That's how I play, and I mean, obviously I'm happy to have like Daybreaker as a weapon that is actually super strong for solo PvP, but it's not like a prerequisite for me to play a weapon. I'm also happy to play. Like, one of the funnest things I've had this month from new weapons. Okay, Arclight Blasters was just amazing, but then it became meta also. But one of the other very fun experiences I had is playing Grovekeeper recently. And the Grovekeeper is very far from meta, and it's very much just a fun challenge. But it was actually fun, and I discovered that it has some potential, and it was a great time. But it was like playing Grovekeeper in actual, like, mists, right? For competitive 1v1s, just to be clear. I'm not talking about that. Like PV or roaming or something, yeah. And actually I had good fights and even some good kills, and definitely the mobility of Grovekeeper was very helpful to navigate situations where there's a lot of people fighting together. How long does it usually take devs to release NDA patch notes on the live servers? Any idea? There is no predictable timing, Venice. From NDA patch note release, it can be from 2 weeks to over a month, definitely. However, a pretty reliable, more or less, not 100%, but pretty reliable timeline usually is that after the... Not the NDA patch notes, but once those changes actually come to the test server, the live test server, you know, that we can all access. After that, it's usually a week. But there have been exceptions with that as well. But as a general rule, if from my understanding, if the patch goes on to live servers, it means that in terms of balance, like in the decisions whether we want to make these changes have kind of been finalized for the patch, right? But they are just kind of testing. Maybe there's some mechanical problems. Maybe there's something obvious, like something big that is breaking the game that they did not consider, right? But the actual discussion of the balance and how it will affect stuff, is over by the time it gets put on the test server. Oh, Crimson has an actual date. Okay, okay, nice. They usually put the patch 1 week before they put it live. Yeah, but that's Crimson. That's 1 week on test server, right? We are talking about different things, right? NDA patch notes is before. It's like 3 stages that we, as a general public, get patch information. First, the NDA patch notes. I don't know why it's called that, because none of us are under any sort of NDA. But anyway, it's like it's been discussed with the NDA guys, and it gets put there. Then later, the second stage, it gets put on test server, and then from there, it takes usually a week to get to live server. Hello, everyone. What's up, Froggy? Ooh, wait. What is that? What is that weird thing in front of your name, Froggy? What is it? I don't understand. You might have to click F5, to be honest, to see it, but I think there's something there's some weird symbol when you write in chat. I don't know where it came from. If you don't see it, click F5. I mean, I'm saying to Froggy to click F5. Everyone else doesn't have to. Also, hello. Happy to have you. Had a great day today. Now I'm working and chilling. Working and chilling, man. That's a good place to be in. As I've been talking, I've had jobs in my life where I could actually say I am working and chilling, but it's not the majority of jobs. And even actual work that I did that I, in theory, absolutely liked, pretty much, like, it was very rare for me to have moments where I could say I'm working and chilling. Like, it has to be like the best part of my favorite job, you know? Otherwise, it's usually working or chilling. Big VIP, yes. You can now post links, so be very careful, because when I tuned into your stream earlier today, to be honest, just opened for a couple minutes, but I saw that you are very happily and willingly offering anyone that needs to find a new corn site that you have good suggestions, you know. Maybe it was just a random time, but when you can now post links. Not you. Oh wait, what message deleted? It wasn't actually deleted, right? You're baiting me, Shob. Yeah. I was saying that Froggy can now post links, because VIPs can post links, but also, starting today, you can post Twitch links in this chat. I finally figured out how to do it. So, if you clip something, clip it when I get a big kill, okay? So that everyone thinks I'm the best player in the world. If you clip something, whether it's a kill or death or whatever you want, he has a red buff. Let's find a red buff and then take this fight. Definitely want to fight against the one-handed first. If you clip something, then you can actually post the clip in chat now, so that everyone can see your amazing clipping work. Thanks for following, Gerald. I clip only death. Someone has to take over clips. Yep. Well, today I actually have clips. Like, I don't know if someone clipped it, but today we actually have wins to clip. You know, this week there have been mostly clips of mistakes, but you know, if we are here to learn, I keep saying this, like, it sounds like a stupid cliche thing, but it is actually very true in my own experience. If we are here mostly to learn, we are going to learn more from mistakes. You are going to learn more when you die, when you play PvP, and you're gonna probably learn more when I die than when I succeed. But I hope we also, you know, this was very well analyzed. If I have to talk about my own analysis, you know, if I have to evaluate myself, I would say that we did a pretty good job together figuring out what happened in this fight. Just a casual flex there. I was playing regular bow, you know. Oh, regular bow. Are you okay? Did you take your temperature, Froggy? You might be, you might need some medicine. And I got some good kills too. Was good day. Regular bow. I'm curious. I mean, okay, you have frost shot. Fair enough. You know, it's not like a hopeless. Bro, regular bow is cooking. Really? Okay. I mean, I saw one guy. That one day I played Corrupted Dungeons all day, and constantly had to play against many of the best players. I saw what the meta was in their opinion and what they're playing, and I saw one guy played regular bow in Corrupted like during 2 days total, I think, like one of the the top guys. I know I'm not talking about the like Stalker level warm-ups, and I don't know, even that didn't feel like super. But okay, okay. At least Incorrupted kind of has its place. Regular Bro is rocking now. Okay, so we have already 2 people who have caught the disease. There's a new virus spreading, guys. Be careful. Be very, very careful. You might end up playing... I mean, I'm happy. If you're actually right, I mean, I'm inclined to trust you, you know? I am very happy to hear that, because for a long time, I know that bows are... Like, bows and swords are usually things that people who start Albion, because it's like, it makes sense, right? With all fantasy games, you have swords and bows, right? So a lot of people choose one of... Oh, is that the guy that was Invis potioning before? That's the same tier 7 guy. Oh, never mind. That guy had Morgana cape. 7 stacks. I'm not sure he needs to be running away. Okay, he definitely shouldn't be doing this. Sir, do you know that I'm here? Oh, he missed, okay. I just need to purge Mercenary and I think he's dead. I also got it at a good time because I also purged stacks. And I have Mistwalker for his next E, so... Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I mean... Actually, that's another good reason why Mistwalker is so nice. Not just Fists of Avalon, but against dual swords also. I always loved it. On Daybreaker, Spear, anything, because... You kind of... Whatever happens, you know that the second E... Usually I don't want to dodge the first, because otherwise they will not want to fight at all, you know? But it's... Also, then I don't get the bait value. But same with Fists of Avalon. I can kind of fight Brawl and know that the second E I'm almost guaranteed to dodge. Obviously, there's a bit of reaction time going on there and global cooldown. But I'm almost guaranteed to dodge. I mean, in open world, you know how it is. Players are not good. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Of course, there's a lot more beginners. And first of all, beginners, but also just people who, like, they could be good if they wanted to, but they are just, when they're in the open world, they're just playing more casually, you know? Knowing from, I have some friends that, like, one of my friends that I brought to Albion a while ago. Now he's playing with other friends, and I see this from their friend group. I don't know them all personally, but from the friend group, the same guys, when they go into mists, they are like, if they do go sometimes, they're like full tryhard, you know, what is the best build? They want to know exactly what to do, huh? When they go open world, they're like, you know, just opening a can of beer and like, oh, I'm just playing games, you know, having fun, you know, it's whatever. So it's not even just the overall level of whether you have beginners or not, but also the attitude of people is different. So yeah, I understand. But I'm very happy. If bow feels good, I'm gonna, you know, write that like in my head as something to remember, because a lot of people ask about bows always. It's one of those weapons that attracts a lot of beginners, and it's been so sad. On YouTube comments, I've had to say so many times to people that unfortunately it's not a good time to be a bow player for PvP, because the whole idea of balancing a bow around the bow is balanced around the idea that you have a lot of damage and kiting. You have a lot of damage from range and kiting, but you are not supposed to win brawls, right? For most bows, that's the case. That kind of has failed bows, because there's so many weapons that are in the meta that have such an easy time catching a bow and then out-brawling them, right? At least Badon can kind of overcome it. But if the regular bow can also feel decent, I'm very happy. It also means that, I mean, regular bow kind of has some options also, close range, to at least match some of the damage, which is nice. But anyway, if it's strong, it means that people can enjoy. I mean, that's what I always thought why swords are so strong in Albion. I don't know if it's true, but I always thought that the reason why swords are good for any content, you know, you always can play them. Whatever you want to do, there's always a very strong sword, and probably like an S tier at least A tier, sometimes S tier, and carving was good everywhere. I thought the reason was that it's for beginners, you know, because most beginners pick up a sword, so SBI wants them to feel good, you know. But maybe it's not. I agree 100%. Sky Strider is super strong. Yep. Sky Strider is the best bow right now, it seems like. I said earlier that I have so much more data on Badon that I'm kind of still careful about saying Sky Strider better than Badon, because there's just so many players who have played Badon for so long, especially after the change to Reflect, versus Sky Strider still a little bit more niche because it's more expensive. But I think it's time to start admitting to the world that Sky Strider has become the strongest bow, and for solo PvP is slowly working itself up to S tier. It's still A tier in my list right now, but it's like every day it goes a little bit higher and it seems to be better and better. I was playing today 7 hours and haven't even died once in open world. Okay. I don't know how that happens. My open world experiences as a solo have been very kind of eclectic. Just doing random stuff here and there, some camp, some challenge, like changing items and stuff like that. So I have not figured out yet whether I am good at surviving in open world or not, but probably not as much as actual open world players. You think swords are strong until you meet Flamewalker or Skystrider? True, true, true. Now, I mean, Gerald, this comment was mostly about, like, not, I wouldn't say before crystal weapons, but definitely before Flamewalker, and like, swords have been falling a little bit. As far as solo PP is concerned, definitely you can feel it, but it used to be much more obvious, this thing I said, that swords are just, in every content you go, you will have a sword that is at least A tier, and in most places you will have it as S tier. He has also red buff, but his buff will time out before mine. You see what happens when you eat food. You saw what that... Look at this! Look at this! Did you see what I did to scare him away? Okay, he's still fighting, he's just waiting. Did you see what I did to scare him away? I ate a fucking piece of food, guys. It's not that I overcharged or, you know, I hit a W or something. I ate a piece of food. I need to somehow proc my buff. The fact that it's not starting like ideally is okay if I do get my buff procced. Otherwise, I don't think I can do this. I think he's just letting me go, right? I still have 2 potions. That's the only hope I have, I think, is to bait him in. Because he might not realize. I mean, he will have 1 more poison, and his poisons are hurting. But... when I have Inferno, I'm gonna go aggressive again. Yeah, unfortunately now I only have one poison. That didn't go that well, but at least now I have Inferno for the next time he wants to do this. And he might have another poison, which is annoying. Too easy. Too easy. 16 mil, by the way. Too fucking easy. This is so satisfying. I don't know this guy personally, and I don't have anything bad against him, right? This is not personal. But this type of playstyle, you know what I think about playing this sort of builds, right? I hope you know what I think about it. If you've been to stream before, you know. A very short gist of why I don't like this build, and playing like that, is because be the change you want to see in the world. If every one of us decided to play like this, in 2 weeks, we would all uninstall Albion and play something else. The game would die, it would be useless, yeah? That's a very short. I'm not gonna go into the tangent, but that's the gist of it, you know? On the other hand, I try to be the change I want to see. If everyone played like me, I think we would all have more fun. I mean, just, like, when I say like me, I just mean, like, go and take a risk, you know? Go and see what happens. And, like, don't play just meta weapons, okay? I'm not trying to talk, like, good stuff about myself. I'm more trying to say that there's a reason why I specifically enjoyed the fact that this was the build that died. Did we get the weapon? No. Today is the curse of all trashing weapons, unfortunately. So this is the 189 strain. No way. No way. Ooh, this weapon was juicy. Juicy, juicy Lucy. That would have been nice. I mean, it's 4-4, but this is crazy amount of money he's put into this. Oh well. Oh wait, the weapon didn't trash. Holy shit, what am I saying? I am lying to you guys. I just didn't notice it because there's a spot here. Yo, the weapon didn't trash. We are rich. Guys, go buy champagne. We are rich. The weapon is right here. I don't know how I will ever sell it, but... Oh, nice. You clipped it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so appreciative when you clip things. And now it's possible. I mean, Froggy, as a VIP, can post all links, except for the ones you were advertising earlier when I tuned into your stream. You can post any link, right? But for everyone else, you also have right now in the chat, I figured out today, you can post clips, right? So when you clip something from this channel, or if you want to share something you saw in a different, different Albion stream, you can post clips and we can, or like, we're not always going to watch them together, but at least, you know, everyone else will be able to watch them. And he also killed the Frost, by the way, so I actually indirectly also got the kill on the Frost that I was... Like, when I looked at him, when I saw him, not looked at him, when I saw him first on the chest, you saw I was on Harpoon. The reason was because the only guy I saw in the Abbey earlier that seemed like a fighter was the Frost. But he already killed the Frost. Damn, this is crazy money that he's put into it. I mean, it's gonna cost 39 million to reattune, right? Or 4 million. Am I tripping? I mean, I don't have to reattune it, but for the person buying it. There's a way to calculate based on this, but I don't remember. Is it times 10 or times 100? Wait, let me look at the regular one. Like, if I sold this to someone, for example, reattuning it would cost 700,000. Okay, so it's times 10. Yeah. So reattuning this will cost 4 million. By the way, if you didn't know, there's a logic. If you don't, if you want to know how much will it cost to reattune the weapon, it's this attunement cost times 10. I was a bit unclear 10 on 100, but I'm pretty sure 10. It looks like a giveaway weapon. That's also not a bad idea. Yeah, actually, at some point we can do that. Although, I mean, if we use this weapon for a giveaway, most likely the person who's gonna win it, what they're actually gonna use it for is just sell it. Also, I mean, obviously they're probably not gonna. If they are participating in a giveaway, they're not gonna use a 15 mil weapon, right? So they're probably going to just sell it anyway, and they will try to get rid of it fast. So they will pretty much just sell it like cheaply, which I feel like it would be more impactful to give away something non-awakened and let me deal with finding a buyer for this one day. Should we analyze it? Answer is yes. Even though I have overcharge, let's look at it. Let's look at the actual fight. So you might have also seen the clip already that Froggy posted, but I'm gonna. The fight is so long and kind of boring. You know what? Fuck it. Let's not analyze it. Maybe later in a video. I mean, definitely. But it's watch the clip and give me your analysis this time. I mean, last fight was a bit more interesting to analyze. The one that we did, like we talked about a lot. This fight was a lot more interesting to analyze. So this is 7-3, and this last guy was full 8-3. Which, I mean, you can also see now why Double Bladed doesn't take a lot of fair fights, you know? Because, I mean, if he has to worry about some tier 7 overcharging and killing him, you can imagine how much. Which, at the end of the day, I just, like, this is kind of a learning example and a chance for me to you know, to subtly flex the skill again. It's, on one way, I hate the fact that a lot of people play like this because I feel like it makes the game more boring for everyone involved. But I just want to, like, a bit of compassion as well. Like, this is a good example and kind of like helps you understand why they are playing so careful. Because if for whatever reason the player has decided to play that sort of build, you can see based on this example why they are playing like you know, like complete pussy. Because, you know, if they already decided to go down that route and that strategy, they kind of have to, you know. It's not, he doesn't have the choice to just to just go full YOLO once he already has that build. You can reattune for free if you're a gambling person. But yes, yeah, for sure. That's true. You can always just go and die with the weapon, yeah. Trash it or you will fight it again. Oh, damn, Gerald. Gerald brings up a very good point. He fucked up by using that build year too late. For sure, the Big Bad Owl. Like, it is 100% true that it is the kind of, like, with the same advantage a while ago, like, before the Stalker Jacket nerf, he would have had me pretty much 100% with this IP difference. I don't think there's any chance of anything else, because I cannot Inferno as much, right? As he will just Stalker Jacket the whole time. Imagine crashing every... Man, that is actually... I don't think... I'm not sure I have the kind of... the strength to do it right now. I'm not sure. But it's actually an insanely awesome idea. That is actually an insanely awesome idea to trash the weapon on stream, you know. I'm gonna, like, light the candles, you know. We're all gonna sit in a circle around the Daybreaker and we're gonna sacrifice it together. That actually sounds pretty good. I think die doesn't work anymore. I wasn't sure, but I saw yesterday I was talking to Dante and he was showing his Daybreaker that he got, and he said that instead of reattuning, he just had like he killed his friend with it. I mean, it's probably let's see, it's probably not. Do we have him? It's probably not here anymore. Maybe it is. Yeah, so he did this. And he to get the weapon, and so I, based on the fact, I thought, I guessed that, but I didn't think it. But I mean, the fact that he was doing this with his friend probably means that, yeah, you cannot just die yourself, but you need to get a friend to die with your item. SBI didn't like the Gamba idea behind it, I guess, so now you gotta give this to your friend. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly, yes, die doesn't work. I have to do it this way. Okay. That very nice that you're confirming this, because I had that suspicion yesterday when I saw this. So like Dante showed this, but I was absolutely not sure. And this is also finally, I mean, a stream that is also showing a little bit some of the things that I keep saying, you know. So it's like, what I say and what I do is more in line, because another thing that you've probably heard me say a million times, if you're intermediate or kind of new player and you're wondering, silver, like, how do I make money? There's a lot of ways, but if you're looking to make money with PvP related stuff, there is no doubt in my mind that the best way to make money is to play tier 7 or at the very most tier 8 if you are already experienced. The best, fastest way, and this is another example of that. Because, you know, this 16 mil, and like this is 16 mil without the weapon, right? The weapon is another, probably even more. The killboard one should estimate it, how much money is put into it. So if you see the kill under the stream and the killboard one extension, and you click it, you should see the estimate. But I think it's like 25 mil that he's put in the weapon, something like that probably. And I'm risking 1 mil, right? Essentially, okay, 1.5 mil because I upgraded my jacket to tier 8 Mistwalker. Okay. But still, you know. So this is a good example. Like, if you play tier 4.1, 4.2, you don't have access to these kills. And obviously it's not like a reliable thing. It's not like go to the mist and get a free 8.3 kill, you know? It happens rarely. But still, like, being tier 7, you are just strong enough to have access, or tier 8, to these sorts of situations, potentially. But at the same time, you also have so many fights you can take. There's so many people, like in an Abbey, that I can attack as the aggressor, you know? It's like a sweet spot of having access to almost all PvP situations, majority of them, while also risking very, very little. So if you are still not convinced, this is also another like example of playing tier 7 in order to make the most money. And this, in my experience, this applies also to duo mists and open world. However, I know that a lot of experienced players play 6-3 in the open world, so maybe at some point it's because you have to face groups a lot more. Obviously, like you'd get grouped up against also in mists, but maybe actually Froggy can also add his like 2 cents as an open world, much more experienced player for open world. But I think in open world I've seen experienced players play more 6-3 as a solo, but I don't know if it's just because they're content creators and they want to, you know, have more fun, or it's because it's also part of money making. But like when I played duo mist, was the same thing exactly. My friend and I. We played tier 7 and we killed occasionally 8.3s, and occasionally we died like idiots 5 times in a row, but those deaths didn't matter compared to the kind of kills that we had access to. 5-1 OC is better, more bait potential, but you don't kill 6-3s. Well, 5-1 OC, you're not gonna kill a lot of 8.3s ever, and you're not gonna kill like even 7-3, you know. Like tier 6 is good, Gerald. I would say tier 7 is the best moneymaker, and then tier 6 and tier 8 are both like on second place. 5-1 is good, and it's gonna be very consistent. Unless you are like really new, where you're gonna die a lot, yeah. If you already have some experience, playing tier 6 equivalent or 5-1 is gonna be very consistent. You're constantly gonna make money. Unless you like royally fuck up a lot, you're gonna slowly, but it's gonna be slow. On tier 7, you're gonna have also consistent profits, but a bit faster in my experience. Will you play depths? We're playing with friends every evening, having a lot of fun. I played depths 2 days, like 1v2 and 1v3 depths when they came out. And it was kind of fun, but I know it's not for me. I think depths are designed very, very well for the purpose that they are there for. And especially for people trying to experience some of the PvP anxiety and kind of move out of yellow zone or try to get their best first PvP experience, it's very good. But for me, I don't know. I don't have the thrill, the exactly same thrill as I have in full loot. So I will definitely play it again, and I will try things. Maybe at some point, like if someone will like, let's see. Maybe I'll play it with someone else at some point. Yeah, but as a solo, it was kind of okay. But I also saw one of the only design flaw that I noticed is that it's kind of boring the first 2 levels. You know, it's like 30 minutes of doing nothing in order to get access to the fun part, kind of. Which is also the case for a lot of content. But you know, it was more predictable in the maps that. Next 25 minutes, I'm not gonna have to do anything, really. Let's see, what did Froggy answer? Tier 78 most profitable from my experience. Okay, so also in open world, yeah. Death is inevitable and I don't mind losing tier 8. Okay, so it's exactly the same logic, yeah. I just, because, you know, my open world experience is mostly either with friends or by proxy, you know, by watching guys like you play. And a lot of streams when I've opened that they play open world, I often see them play 6-3 when they're solo. So I thought maybe it's not just for content, maybe it's actually good, but I'm happy to see that also there it's the same. What to hear? When you say tier 7 is best moneymaker, you mean 7 flat or 7-1? Dario, just to be clear, yeah, don't be sorry for the question, by the way. This is on YouTube for everyone else. Don't be sorry for the question. It's a good question. For now and forever in the future, when we say tier 7, it means tier 7 equivalent, which means either tier 7 0, so 7 flat, but also 6.1, 5.2, 4.3. Those are all tier 7 in my language, and in almost everyone in Albion uses it that way. I mean, some people say it out loud, like tier 7 equivalent or tier 8 equivalent, but all of those are encompass that. Now, if you're playing 4.3, like let's see here, you know, I have a little bit less because it doesn't have a mastery modifier. So let's say this, I'm playing 5.2 Daybreaker. It has a mastery modifier trait, so my specs affect my IP a little bit more. There's a small chance. 7.0 flat is a bit higher IP than 4.3. The difference is not big, but it's a little bit. But it's so close that for everyone talking about Albion, it's just tier 7 just means anything that is tier 7. But tier 7 fully spec, yes. When I say that like tier 7 is a good place to make money and you have access to all PvP, I mean tier 7 fully spec. Not fully as in the whole tree is spec, you know? Not like everything. I don't mean like you don't have to have all your spears at 100, you know? If I go with Death Givers, I will play tier 7 and I have Death Givers 100 specs. And other daggers just a little bit, you know? But I would, like, when I say tier 7, I do mean you have at least, you know, you have 100 spec in the actual weapon you are using. But you don't have to, like, spec all the other weapons in the tree. Okay, I need to quickly get this red buff and then go contest the chest. This is a tier 6 Abbey and I only managed to get 9 stacks, if this is a stack, which is unfortunate. Like, one of the reasons why Abbeys are very good to get these types of kills. In this case, I don't think I had an advantage. She had one more stack, or I had one more stack. But one of the reasons why Abbeys are very good to give you potential to get those big upset kills when you are at a disadvantage are the stacks. Because people don't value them enough. About 6 stacks is the same as 1 tier. Well, more or less. Not exactly equatable, but more or less. So if I run into someone who has 15 stacks, it's almost like he has 1 tier extra in his items. So the fact that I only have 9 stacks is a decent disadvantage. But on the other hand, if I run into someone who only has 3 stacks, you know, then I have the advantage. So if you're able to farm stacks fast in the Abbey, you have like a big advantage also at the end of the fight. He has, you see, he has 15 stacks, so unfortunately there is 0 chance of me taking this fight. No, I did kill a Daybreaker. I did kill a Flamewalker before at the beginning of the stream. So it's not like I'm avoiding all Flamewalkers now. I'm still trying to figure out this. This is a very confusing matchup still for me. I don't know if there's anything I can reliably do to get the kill, because Flamewalker is a lot like a Spear. It's kind of like a Daybreaker, but just better at everything, you know? So it's very difficult matchup. Flamewalker definitely the strongest right now. But at least today I did get a good kill at the beginning. So I am trying to figure out this matchup and trying to take this fight. But against a dude who's 7-3 and has 6 stacks more than me, you can forget about any chance I have of ever winning that fight. Like, he can legit not even press his Q key. Like, he can let go and not use his Q once and he will probably still win. Or like, if he hits 1 Q out of 5, while I hit everything, he's still gonna win. It's fun at prime time in 3-3. Yesterday we zoned in and 2 more groups zoned on our heads. Oh, so you are actually playing it the fun way, Gerald. The thing is, what I realized very quickly, and what I think a lot of people also have started doing, is that when you played, this was about depths, right? For anyone who wasn't here 5 minutes ago when we started this discussion, it's just the first 2 levels, priority is to get stacks. First level, it's 95% stacks and 5% survival. Second level, it's like 70% stacks and 30% potential PvP. Because killing others doesn't give you anything, yeah? Okay, you get souls for some chests, but those chests are also not as valuable on first level. And securing your ability to fight in the final level by getting 15 stacks is much more important. That was my, like, the first day I started thinking about it, and I feel like other people also quickly realized that it works like an Abbey in that sense. And if you play like that, then I feel like spawning on top of 2 teams at the beginning, I mean, it can be fun, but it's kind of a waste of time, right? Because you need to go farm stacks. I'm playing before prime time, so that's the difference. Playing Overwatch. Oh, okay, yeah, that is also a very good point, yeah. Yeah, that's actually true. When I was doing the challenge, I did a couple of challenge days in open world, and yeah, I remember learning that. I remember learning that as well as a solo, that I had like the first 2 or 3 hours and I was like, holy shit, why haven't I come to the open world solo before? I mean, I have, but why haven't I been here for so long? It's so much fun. I got 1v1 fights, I was able to gank, not the gatherer, but the dude clearing a camp and stuff. And I was just tier 7, so it's not like I was something strong. And I felt like, ooh, this is amazing. And then a couple hours went by and I remembered why it's not amazing, yeah. I remember that now. It's not little, I think it's 700 specs, you will have summer half tier IP from... Yeah. Okay, wait, did someone say that it's a small difference? Oh, you mean between tier 7 and 7 flat and 4-3? Oh... Yeah, something like that. Like the mastery bonus, I don't remember. Yeah, you're right, it will be something like 40 points or something, yeah, quite possibly. Someone is clearing this camp. Well, don't really need to go for these sorts of kills, but... It's a blood letter, so why not? It's a bit of a minus karma move, since he is clearly... he's not using Stalker Jacket because he's trying to be the big mobility abuser. He's using Stalker Jacket just because he's struggling to fame up, you know? Because blood letter doesn't have good PvE, and, you know, like low IP builds often just take Stalker Jacket with any weapon just to kill mobs. So he's not actually like a big bad bloodletter that we need to rid the mist of. This was definitely a minus karma move. But you know, I have so much karma to spare from ridding the world of this guy. I mean, this build, not this guy. This build. And also from the betrayal from Tinto a couple days ago. I have so much plus karma, so I can afford to kill a couple defenseless bloodletters. But I am keeping my karma in the positive overall. Do you like the idea of having those stacks in Abbey's depths? That is a good question. There are two big problems with the way that those stacks currently work. Especially clear in Abbey is one of those problems, but both of them affect both content as well. There are 2 big problems, but it's not a problem with the concept itself. In general, yes, I 100% like the fact that you have a high loot. Like, okay, Abbey in theory should be high loot, you know, it was nerfed a bit, but anyway. You have a place where you're fighting for a lot of money, where how good you're at PvE matters. It's not just killing, but it's actually clearing PvE fast. I love that. That's a good idea, and I like that it's done that way. However, I'm gonna go in cripple, just because to manage, like, to be able to catch either of them, right? Like, in a serious 1v1 against either of those guys, I don't want cripple, but... They want to 2v1 me, but I don't know exactly how it's gonna look. Not exactly sure how this is gonna look. We'll see. Are they attacking each other? Okay, I mean, I can let them have fun. So, I really like the idea that it's not just PvP, but you need, like, if your weapon is better at PvE, and if you focus on clearing rooms, you have an advantage in the fight. I think it's a very good way of integrating the two, like, the PvP part of the game. Actually, you know what? I should be the big bad guy. I mean, there's no reason for me not to really... Oh shit, there's another one. Who's that? Oh, that's the guy we really want. Unfortunately, now I don't have boots, so... I still have 2 healing potions, but... Oh, he doesn't have energetic sprint, okay, and he doesn't have shield on head, okay, so... Unless he gets another cultist, proc, he's going to 100% run out of energy, right? Man, every time with the auto attack. Okay. I have Mistwalker. The reason I'm wasting everything to get on top of him is because I have Mistwalker jacket, right? So I'm always ready to dodge his E. But unfortunately, and now they can go for me because unfortunately, both times I already started hitting my spell, you know, and because of global cooldown, I'm not able to. Oh shit. He drank an Invis potion, interesting. Interesting. So, yeah. I took so much damage because both times I was not ready for the Mistwalker, and he was able to E and W, you know, that's... I have a video about this also, about global cooldown on both sides of it. He cannot reliably hit his EW combo on the Chill Hull because of global cooldown. I always have time to react, unless I myself proc my global cooldown. So, ended up getting nothing. If the Chill Hull comes back, I need to change to Harpoon and just fight him. There's a good chance for me to kill him, but there's a bit of a problem that I need all of my spells just to catch him, and then I kind of don't have anything to cancel his cultist, yeah? Okay, so back to the question of do I like stacks? I really much like the stacks, but there are 2 big problems. Number 1 big problem is the randomness of do you get a stack or not. In depths, you can run from empty room to empty room, and you can also get chests, but it's a bit less of a problem, but still it is there. In Abbey, it is so annoying to get 5 chests in a row when you need a stack. You end up being severely disadvantaged by no fault of your own. It would be kind of cool if you would always get a stack after clearing a room, but sometimes you also get a chest. Because sometimes, you know, you have a good PvE build, you are focused. Like, many people are like that, you know. I'm often in that situation. I am focused, I want to clear as many rooms as possible so that I'm preparing for the last fight. But I just cannot get the stack. And Stick says in depths there's the same problem with chests. Nice, okay, so this actually does apply correctly to both of them. So that's one big thing of randomness, and I'm not like good. A part of RNG is part of a good game because it makes it more fun when things are unpredictable. I like that, but it's a bit too much RNG. That very much like, for example, in the Abbeys, oftentimes I make a decision. Let's say I'm playing like I'm playing right now, like tier 7/8 overcharged. I see like a 4.2 spear. I have to make a decision. Do I chase this guy for 2 minutes? Potentially get the kill and get like 300k from him, or potentially he runs away, or do I just let him go so I can actually get more stacks, you know? It's like it's a cool decision to make. Do I want to try to kill this guy, or do I want to not waste my time? I don't have time for this, right? I need to take over Overcharge. Or do I want to not waste my time and instead focus on stacks? But this part is very RNG. If you get 5 chests in a row, then you're just fine. And the second big problem, and I know there's some people who just want chests and who think like, what the fuck, I want only chests, I don't want buffs. Of course, I'm talking about PvP side, you know? It's a big RNG for PvP. For PvE, it's the opposite. They want more chests and less buffs. The other big RNG problem is how big the difference between different buffs is. And this, I'm not sure if this applies to depths. My experience with depths was that, yes, it's clearly better to have the purple buff for a solo player than it is to have the yellow buff. Although yellow buff can help you get away, but it seems much weaker. But that's like 2 days of me playing, right? So don't take this as like hugely researched topic. I think many of you have a better understanding of which buff in the depths is better for which situation. Feel free to share it, by the way. I'm sure that many of you have played a lot more depths than I have. And plus, I only played solo, right? But in Abyss, it's also a huge deal that red buff is just objectively so much better. I've said this many times. Yes, there are situations when the blue buff is also really good. There are situations where the yellow buff is... Oof, okay. Okay, we lost Daybreaker, but at least we didn't lose the Mistwalker jacket, which was the most expensive part of this build. This is 240, and this is 250. Oh, let's look at it actually. By the way, the difference: tier 7 outstanding would give me 1550, and for 3 outstanding, I can't. Okay, tier 7 excellent would give me 1570, and for 3 excellent would give me 1516. So we are dealing with 54 IP difference between these two, which is, yeah, a bit over half a tier. You were right. So yeah, there are cases where a blue buff is good for a fight, for a specific build that you would like a Geek Potion in. If you have a build that likes Geek Potions, blue buff is also in theory nice. There are situations where yellow buff is good. This is especially if you want to run away or if you have big burst damage, right? Because if you have a build that wants big burst damage, the yellow buff will give you that damage or to allow you to catch the enemy. On paper, it seems like the buffs are relatively balanced. But if you factor in the fact that the buffs proc when you drop to 40% HP, you cannot control when you proc it, then instantly the red buff becomes just way too much more valuable than everything else. Because the value of a Geek Potion or like blue buff comes from using it at the correct time, when you actually need it in a fight. If you cannot control when it happens, it sucks. The value of the yellow buff could also come like to buff your damage or to catch the enemy and run away, if you could proc it at the correct time, not when it procs automatically at a random point where it might be a bad time. So it's like it's 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever, when randomly the buff gets like procced and it's absolutely useless, or it will proc at the perfect time and it will win you the fight. However, the red buff is universally always, just like a healing potion, absolutely always universally in every situation super valuable. So that's why it ends up being that even if you're running a build like, I don't know, a Wildfire Staff, that you really like to drink a Geek Potion and just stand and do damage, or you're running like a big damage burst build like with Brawler Gloves or whatever, since you can never control when your buff procs, well, you can a little bit by losing HP, but you understand what I mean. It's so much more difficult to take advantage of those. In EU, the mist is so crowded, so fun. Oh, you're playing the Eastern server, yeah? I mean, right now it's also pretty good time for it. I think it's about to go lower now. Usually at this time of day, I mean, Friday might be different, but usually at this time of day, the kind of people who play after work are kind of going to do other things, and night shift has not kicked in yet. So like in an hour or so, I believe it will be a little bit less active, but you know, I will be happy to be surprised. Maybe it's maybe Friday is fun day. Let's say, oh, Stick said earlier, but next patch note seems saying that when you find chest in depths, you will also get the stacked but no buff. Oh, I hope they do that for Abyss. Yo, that makes sense. That's oh shit, no way. Actually, they're actually doing that. I don't think he's gonna fight. Even though I am mostly tier 7, it's a bad matchup for him, and he has Hunterhood, and most Hunterhood players are not gonna fight me. not catching him. If he drank healing Invis Potion right away, I could mount up and catch him again before his mount is ready, but... By the time he drank Invis Potion, if I mount up, I don't have time anymore, because when he sees that I mount up, he will just mount himself, and that's it. I can't click on... Okay. I can't click on them. Okay, there we go, finally. He's also playing Mercenary on Spear, so yeah. Mercenary, Hunter Hood, this guy definitely is not a Mists player, you can see. Not this guy can be, but the other guy. I'm actually gonna change myself to cripple. This is the moment. I need to change food for this fight. Also, it gives me a chance to test the new cripple, since, you know, I haven't really been using it at all, so at least against Battle Axe, it at least kind of makes sense to try. But the thing is, I really need... Well, I don't need, but I want to have Inferno. Mistwalker Jacket is okay to outplay, but it's not very valuable. Hopefully he will fight me outside of camp. And I need to change food, obviously. Who is that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Man. Maybe that's... Is that the guy? Is that the guy that we just killed? The double-bladed? Let's see. I mean, he probably doesn't have any kills yet after that. Ah, yeah, he doesn't have any kills after that. It might be. Love your content. Thank you, Tan. Can I send you POV? I watch every guide. 800 spear, correct skill, but I still lose. Join Discord. It is under some videos as well. If you're on Twitch, it is linked under the exclamation mark Discord. You can find it in chat. It's linked under the stream. Go find somewhere under my videos or on my channel page on YouTube. Find my Discord, and then there's the channel to post clips specifically. He's on Deadly Chop now, so I'm gonna lose the brawl harder than before, but I'm gonna change food and be happy anyway. And if he changed back, I'm not gonna change back. Impaler is fine. I just wanted to try Cripple when he was on Adrenaline. I am good at brawling, but I'm still not Battle Axe levels of good, yeah? So I need to be a tiny bit careful. He did overcharge. He's tier 7, okay, so it's fine. He's not tier 8. I could also change my helmet. If I'm gonna take this fight like I am taking it right now, like with full brawl, then I can also just change my helmet. I don't have to follow him and just let him hit his spells for free forever, right? I don't know if he has his second healing potion. Was kind of cool. Kind of close, though. But you saw how important it was for me to change to Inferno, how much value I got from it. Especially when he's on Deadly Chop. He's just full brawl, 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 and he cannot do anything against my Inferno. And we can go into the Rare Mist, actually, also. Oh, he said, nice fight, thank you. This is the Albion that I want. I'm gonna write, good fight, man, close. Which it was. Because, remember, at the end, it's nice that I kill him, right? But he has double E, right? So, if I don't kill him there, he's gonna have a big heal, and it's absolutely not clear that I am winning that fight. So, man, this is... Just like I'm talking... shit, not about personally the people, but except for Tinto, but everyone else, I'm talking a bit of shit about this sort of build and this sort of approach to PvP. I want to praise this sort of approach to PvP. Tier 7 versus, I have tier 8 jacket, everything else is tier 7. He took the fight, took the risk, not overcharging until it is necessary. He overcharged at a very reasonable time. You know, he wasn't like, oh my god, I'm fighting, I need to overcharge, you know, to get an advantage. No, he overcharged when it made sense. And now, after that, after dying, he wrote good fight. This is what Albion, well, this is the Albion that I want to see. Thanks for following, by the way, Utar33. You could fight that careful with those... You could fight that careful with those 5-4 Death Givers. Fight that what? Gerald, explain what you meant. What do you mean? If IP matching, I don't OC even if dying. I do the same, Gerald. If you've been in the stream before, I don't know how much you've seen me play, but I have a chronic problem of not overcharging, just to feel like I'm the bigger man, like the stronger, manlier man, just to see if I can kill. This fight earlier here, I am not overcharged here for this fight. Okay, to be honest, in this case, I forgot. But oftentimes, it's like intentionally I don't overcharge because I'm feeling that, you know, it's... I feel that it's not... I don't know. I feel better when I don't. So I understand. You did not fully brawl, you did W and Q on max range and staying away. Oh, you mean that one, that I could do the same there to not go. I mean, here I was also not super careful, you know, yeah. I did end up kiting him more here, yeah, because he's on Deadly Chop, right? And he didn't have Shadow Edge, first of all, Geralt. Secondly, I told you, go watch the whole fight if you didn't see it, you know? He changed to Thunder Armor just before, I already fought those 5-4 Death Givers, so we're talking about this clip here. Not clip, but this fight, this one. I already fought him earlier, and he ran away from me, and he was on Deadly Swipe earlier. So he switched just before, so I was not prepared for that, you know? I was more focused on getting him to stay in the fight. So when he was running away, he switched, I was not ready for that, just to be clear. And after that, you saw that it was still, I still had the chance to win this. The problem was I'd Inferno'd like half a second too late for his E. So I understand, you're right, Gerald, yeah, of course, but there's also, like, there's other things, and don't think it like I have to play like that against these Death Givers, you know? That is an option, but there's also other things like to consider as well, because in this case, he's risking less than me, you know? We are the same tier, and he's a bit cheaper, so it's kind of like, you know, it's not worth it for me to bait him or try to keep him in the fight. I'd rather kite him, and if he starts running away, if I lose him, okay, right? I lose like, whatever it is, 1 mil. I don't know how much I got, but let's say about 1 mil, he said. And I'm risking a bit more, I'm risking 1.5 mil. In this case, I would rather take a bigger risk to die, because here I'm risking 1 mil, I don't even have Mistwalker Jacket, and he's risking like 35 or something, right? I don't know exactly, but you understand. So there is also the extra argument that if I just fully kite an 8.3, the 8.3 is either gonna try to outplay me, but if they can't, they're just gonna say, fuck you, and just walk away, because, I mean, is it worth it for him to risk it? The moment he understands that it's a risk, like you did, he's gonna run away. It's not worth it for him. I mean, why would he risk his items for a tier 7 player, right? So there's like other things there as well why I'm more willing to kite against the tier 7 than I am there. But I'm not saying this that you are wrong. I'm just adding new things to consider also. But what you are saying is also very correct, Gerald. 100%. If I know that he's on that spell, and if I want to be like, if I want to play the absolute best, you are right that like my number one kind of method of winning that fight is by kiting. But if you saw the fight, you saw that I did just about enough kiting. So it's not that I only kite and only hit impalers, right? I did just about enough kiting, but unfortunately, my Inferno was half a second too late against the 5-4-8-3 guy. Inferno was just a bit too late, and he hit his Shadow Edge after my E. After which, you know, kiting is over, because like I cannot dodge. If it didn't dodge the Shadow Edge, that's it. If one of those things went differently, then I would have like a better... I mean, that fight was actually still very close to me getting another big kill there. You live on Twitch too? Yes, Stan, I am. I've been streaming on Twitch for over a month, like a month and a half almost. Actually, wait, let me see my email. Did they answer yet? No. No, they didn't. I applied to be Twitch partner again. I don't know if it changes anything or not. But I don't know, maybe if you were here, you know, like it took me... I got pretty quickly got to affiliate. Thank you all, by the way, all of you. Because a lot of people from YouTube started like joining my streams right away. So I had enough viewers and I got to affiliate status. Then I like 3 days after I became affiliate, I got the message that, yo, you are actually eligible to apply for partner now. I don't know what it does. It just sounds fancier and it gets more money if there is ever any sort of ad revenue split. Is ever different? I don't know. I haven't looked into it that deeply yet. But it sounds nice. And I applied to be partner, and then it turned out that even though I am in theory eligible, in reality you need to have like 2 months of streaming information. So essentially, I understood that. I mean, it doesn't matter what numbers or how much I stream, like it doesn't change anything. So they said to apply later, and I applied again yesterday. I clicked the button again because, you know, now they have enough information from last 30 days and the 30 days before that. I seen it, I know. I'm just saying you did not try. I do the same, accepting defeat before dying. Is that... Was there a point in that fight, Gerald? You think that that I gave up? I most certainly did not. Like, when I if you are watching that clip... I mean, for everyone else it's gonna become very weird and abstract if we keep talking about a fight which happened like 2 hours ago. But anyway... the last time when I eat away from him, my plan is not to just full YOLO run away and... Like, not YOLO, but to run away. Oh my god, I'm dying. My plan is to kite him, yeah, and to see if maybe somehow I can still win the fight, yeah? But after I use my E, you see that he hits his Shadow Edge before I'm able to sidestep it. Also, I'm in a corridor, right? So, after that, I mean, it's over because he caught me. But if he misses that Shadow Edge, I'm not running away. I am kiting and fighting, just like you say. I feel like we slightly misunderstood each other. Yeah, possible, yeah. I mean, it's... That's kind of sad. It's possible, yeah. I mean, since we're not looking at the actual fight, we're just talking about what happened a while ago, so... Maybe it's not as productive. Oh, there's a chest. Oh, it's already opened. Damn, I mean, it's already spawned. I thought it's gonna be... I didn't notice it. After I got hit with Shadow Edge, you did not kite, you just brawled. Oh, okay, so there was a moment at the end that you feel that I could have still walked away. I see. Okay. Maybe you're right. It is good to have this conversation regardless of whether we even find a conclusion, because next time I fight 8-3 Death Givers, it's going to be at the back of my mind to just be more aware of this sort of decision. It doesn't necessarily mean that I make a different decision, but I will be more aware of it. Oh shit, is this for me? I mean, he got the chest, but... I'm gonna change to kiting spells. I need that spider for my achievement. The only one I have left out of 3 creatures. Oh shit, Scriptex. Wait, do I have actually... Which is it? Creatures... Rare encounters, yeah? Arcane Spiderling, Veil Weaver. That's the one I killed, yeah, so I had it already. Griffin, Fey Dragon... That's it, yeah? I've done the mythical ones. There's no other one. Okay, I didn't know, actually. Interesting. I mean, oh, it's retrospective, probably, yes? Because I'm definitely sure I have not killed any Griffins or Fey Dragons since they added the creatures tab, but it's probably just counting retrospectively. Wait. This is, you're making history, Ton. Give me a moment. I need to open the Twitch chat because this chat... A little bit, donate, love your content so much. Thank you for sending the super chat. You are in some ways making history because this is, as I said, I've been on Twitch for over a month, but this is the first week that the stream is also on YouTube. So you are, I think, the first, you are the first person to use the super chat function during a live stream. And you can remember that as going down in history. Just like we will all together forever remember the first subscriber on Twitch and the first person to ever redeem for me to drink water and stuff like that. By the way, I need to drink water. I don't know, nobody's redeeming, but I still need to hydrate a little bit. Thank you. It's also because I need to get used to how it looks like, because it's also, since I'm using this combined chat, which is not as clear as Twitch chat separately or YouTube chat separately. So it's also nice for me to see what it looks like in chat when actually someone uses super chat. I appreciate you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correct. Tan, because if I were to read your name in my own language, it would just be Tan. Like with an H actually pronounced. I don't know if that's true. Hi, I am newbie, so expect a lot of skill issue. Okay. That's a very good start. I say that without joke, you know. That's a very good attitude to have. Oh, I'm on cripple. I don't want to be on cripple. What am I doing? What am I doing? Change my spell. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I have 1 mil actually. Yeah, I could also extract, but yeah. To go to the city. Okay, so expect a lot of skill issue. But, okay, let's see what the question is. Scroll says, I struggle a lot against bolt casters. I play Blood Moon Staff and lose even with IP advantage. Is there anything I don't understand? Are you playing solo PvP in Mists? Because Blood Moon Staff, unfortunately, is not a very good solo PvP weapon. It is pretty good for a small, group, for a friend with a friend. If you want to do a lot of PvE, like Roads of Avalon, you can play it with a friend healer, or with like 2 or 3 guys, something like that. But for solo PvP, Blood Moon it struggles a lot with mobility. Like, a lot of your power comes from the insane regen, which makes you good at brawling when you're on top of your enemy. But a lot of enemies will be able to just counter that by kiting you and using their mobility to not let you be as strong. However, bolt casters are not usually a kiting weapon, so that doesn't actually answer your question. That's more just generally to recognize that Blood Moon for solo PvP has very clear limitations. And your lack of mobility also means that whenever there's more than one person that wants to fight you, you are going to struggle a lot in managing the fight, getting out of the situation if you want to, or fighting more than one person. It's going to be a bit more difficult. But at least you have so much regen that you can actually sometimes, if you have IP advantage, stand in the middle of a group. Okay, now to bolt casters. Like, to get like really good info, Scroll, you should join Discord. And I'm not saying this like, oh, there's secret info in Discord. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that you should join Discord and you should post actual clips of how you died. There is a VOD review channel. Myself or some other experienced players will look at it and we'll have a discussion and we will all learn something and you will see. Because it's so difficult to give you something useful, like, to such a general question. And I know it seems specific, like a specific matchup, but it is still so general. There's like 55 different things that could have gone wrong in your fight against bolt casters. At the end of the day, if you understand all the spells that they have, I mean, there's no super trick, right? They do a lot of damage with their E. But their E is a channel, so it can be interrupted, yeah? So there's no big trick, yeah? But it also, like, their Q also affects how much damage they do and from which range. Their W affects also their damage and mobility, so it would be much better to see the exact fight and then talk about that. I watched every video about Spear from you, big inspiration. I'm happy to hear that, Dan. I'm happy to spread the Spear love. I am definitely... Today is an amazing day of Daybreaker for me. I'm very happy with what's happening. Answer is pretty simple. Don't use Blood Moon for PvP. For solo PvP, Blood Moon is, in my opinion, too limited. But I don't want to make too big claims for someone who is looking to play primarily open world. Because open world, you have much more... the criteria for build is much more relaxed. Yes, you're going to die a lot if you don't have mobility, but... any sort of 1v2, 1v1 fights, other people are going to make a lot more mistakes, In the Mists, if you take a bad build, you need to accept that. This is just for fun. Because other players will abuse the fact that you have a bad build. In open world, you can have a bit more, like, randomness to it. I feel against melee I do very good, but against range I struggle a lot. That sounds pretty correct for Blood Moon, because your only power is when you are able to just stand and brawl your enemy. Just get on top of them and just use your spells, because you're, like, pretty much the only good thing about Blood Moon is the big regen you get, which was also nerfed before, so it's not that as crazy as it was before. Thanks a lot. Discovered you a few hours ago and learned a ton. I'm very happy to hear that, yeah. This is a channel where I learn, you learn, we all learn. And, well, I mean, for me that is also the most fun, usually. Not always. I mean, there is no doubt that I am filled with, like, excitement and and dopamine when this happens on my screen. 100%. There, no denying that. But like long-term fun, mostly for me, comes from feeling that, holy shit, I'm getting better, you know? I learned something. I discovered something. Like my understanding of the game has like gone to the next level. So fun and learning for me are like incredibly interconnected. And I'm guessing for more and more people who join the community, it's kind of similar. So at the end of the day, it feels a bit like there is no bigger point, you know? I'm not trying to get good at PvP to make 1 million silver, like, or I don't know, 10 billion silver, or to be the best, like, on the leaderboard. Sure, that's kind of like, that's an awesome aspiration to have, but at the end of the day, like, learning for its own sake is, that's why I start the game, you know? The enjoyment of learning, mostly, and not just to learn to get somewhere in the end. But I know we all have different ways of having fun. You have to know stuff to fight boltcasters quite well, because builds range from silence. Yeah. Exactly. Scriptex also adds a very important thing. Not just the actual spells on the weapon itself, but the whole build. I've been saying this almost every stream recently. If you are newish, then try to get your head, like try to get into a mindset that while learning weapon versus weapon matchups is useful at the beginning, ultimately for PvP, you have to get out of that. You have to get out of the idea that there's some sort of solution to weapon versus weapon matchup, and you need to look at the whole builds. That's what makes Albion, one of the things that makes Albion very complicated and very fun. Every piece of the build matters, and almost every piece will actually affect how the fight goes and how you need to play it. And sometimes the focal point of the thing, like your enemy, the thing that you need to counter with your build, so to speak, is actually not their weapon, but something else. Or is like one specific spell of their weapon, which is not their E, you know? There's so much more complexity. So that's why you have to look at actual fights and not talk too generally about, Fire Staff against Spear has to do this. It depends on so many things. Man, this Abbey is so empty and I only have 6 stacks. There are definitely some juicers clearing this. Or some crazy PvE players. I don't like it because I mean, it means that I am, like, my ability to take this fight here is severely harmed. Also, I'm risking like double my regular risk, right? I mean, not regular, but in the sense of how much my build would be otherwise. Because I already have the battle axe items here. Do you maximize kiting with build? Explain. Wait. Oh, do you enjoy Heron? I feel like I never know when to commit. Do you maximize kiting with build? Yes, Heron Spear is pretty much a kiting weapon. Unfortunately or fortunately, but you don't have good mobility to really like. You have to kite. You can very rarely really brawl people. You are a spear, so you can brawl a little bit, but it's pretty much a kiting weapon. I do enjoy Heron for 1v1s very much. I love it in mists, but I love it as a fun weapon, not as a serious try-hard build. And also on stream I've played it, and I will definitely play it again. But when I play Heron, I definitely feel that I am handicapping myself against all popular builds just to have more fun. And the big reason, like, obviously, like, the burst on Heron is nice, but it's nothing to write home about. Like, it's not like crazy burst damage like maybe Hellfire Hands or Roller Gloves, but it is pretty good burst, yeah? Especially if your build also supports it with, like, maybe Call of Purity or something. It is good burst, but the mobility, just not having no mobility or E on or W. Like, you know, some weapons that don't have any mobility on E at least have some on W. But your mobility, like, you cannot run Cripple on Heron, obviously. So your only real mobility, and you have to kind of use Impaler for damage. Only mobility you can kind of have on W against other kiters is to harpoon them, but then you don't have that much damage. So Heron feels very, very limited in mobility. And kind of requires Royal Boots or Demon Boots. Thanks for following, Jatanna, number 1, 2, 3, 4. That's my favorite time of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whenever I look at the clock and it says 12:34, I get a small, tiny bit of happiness for no reason. I've been watching you since yesterday, says Dare. Thank you, appreciate you. To be honest, I don't know why. Do I watch a stream of a game that I played like 3 months ago for like a month? Though I'm having fun and thinking about give it a go again. You know, I'm not trying to say that people need to play Albion. Do what you want. I'm enjoying it. If you feel like trying it, of course, give it a try. It's a fun game and you don't have to do anything, you know? You don't have to pay, you don't have to commit to anything, you can just come and play. Now, the stacks actually can come into play here, but he has 10 stacks, so it's not like crazy. If he had 15, that would definitely affect what's happening here. I'm gonna change to helmet and I'm gonna have an advantage that way. As for Mistwalker, it's kind of so-so. I don't want to use my impaler, not my impaler, to use my Mistwalker. I want him to have to E from far, essentially. Then my Mistwalker is like a direct counter. But he did correctly, like, he did exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to Daybreakers, which is that whoever E's first gets a bit of an advantage. Also like this, it's possible, right? Because I miss completely. But anyway, like he's doing a very good job by always Eing before me, because that means that I don't get the value from my Mistwalker jacket. But now he might have messed up a little bit. Nice though, nice. Cool fight. Like normally, not normally, but let's say Inferno has a lot of value for this matchup. Even though he can obviously purge it, but just like he's using Inferno, I can force him to purge, or I can kind of, if I change to Inferno, he cannot just E, because he's always at the risk that he will be stuck fighting me when I have Inferno, which is what happened to me, right? I fought him when he had Inferno. However, the reason I'm on Mistwalker, because whenever he E's from far, it's just GG for me, right? If one time I E first and he is after me, I click Mistwalker, he misses his E, now he's on top of me without having hit his E, and he's just dead, right? So it's kind of fun also for the outplay, the Mist... What? Okay, the Mistwalker jacket. And obviously changing the helmet also is big help, because there's no mobs here, so he won't be able to use helmet to run away. His helmet is just a little bit of damage and a little bit of kiting, but you know, he's not gonna kite me like you saw. He's not actually really kiting me. So me having that shield up for like two or three times during the fight is just a big HP advantage on top. If next time he takes this fight, I hope he learns from this to change his shield. I feel like he played this actually very well, especially by using E first every time. Because whoever uses E first usually has an advantage in Daybreaker versus Daybreaker. But... And then it comes down to hitting Impalers after that, if we both hit all our both hit our E's. I could have also swapped to Cultist, actually. That would have also destroyed him, if I swapped to Cultist that I got from the Battle Axe. Thanks for following, by the way. Bigs. Let's see what's happening on the chest. It's time to take the money out as well. Mr. Claymorios. Let's see. Darylon, thank you for following and being here. He says hi. Okay, I need to dismount so that this guy doesn't have a team. What team? No team. Oh, he wants to team with me, but I said no team. I'm not gonna help him, I'm sorry, but there is no reason to team against the tier 7 battle braces who bravely took the fight. If it was a higher IP, of course, I want to help him and I want to kill the high IP target. But against the tier 7... Okay, wait. Against the tier 7 battle bracers, there is no reason to team. No, man, I need the cooldowns. I'm also, like, I have an extra 2 million in my pocket and there's 4 more people on my screen, right? So, I'm not gonna give the Death Givers a free kill just because I'm still swapping my spells. I am gonna give him a bit of an advantage by dismounting him, though. And the battle braces are definitely gonna kill me. There's so many people here. I mean, this guy is still trying to be my friend, but I don't want to be friend. I mean, I do want to be friends. You're a cute little Claymore player, but I don't... No. No, bro. I am lone wolf. Wait. I mean, I would team if I, mean, I don't want to explain it to him, but I would team, of course, if there was like an 8.3 here, of course, yeah, let's go and kill him together. But okay, let's go back. Let's go take the 8 items out. The Death Givers, of course, was losing pretty hard because you know I have a bit of an IP advantage. Cultist Skull is super good counter to Death Givers, and he has no mobility to get away from me, right? So. If it's 1v1, the Death Givers is dead there. He has no way to come back. I have 2 healing potions still. But I'm not gonna start risking my items and my inventory when there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more people dismounted on different sides of the fight. Will you go to depths? Have a fun stream. Thank you, Gerald. Oh, you said you will go to depths. Yeah. I mean, that was a couple minutes ago, but thank you. Thank you for, in case you are still here somehow, thank you for being here, and good luck in depths. I need more healing potions and more food, and then ready to go. 12:34, yes, Joe, yes. I mean, it used to be, you know, because of the elite speak, it used to be that 13:37 was like the special time of the day. So when you look at the clock, it's 30:37. That's exciting. I also was part of that meme or whatever it is. But as I grew up, for some weird reason, I started liking 1, 2, 3, 4. So when I look at the clock and it's 12:34, I'm happy. I like when it says 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's in your dreams, Claw. That was a while ago, though. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I haven't seen any bold wolves, to be honest. How many wolves have you seen in general videos, huh? How often do you go into the forest and you see actual wolves? Don't believe the photographs. Real life wolves can be bold. Two guys who are the same tier as me just started teaming in the mist to like stand next to each other for 3 minutes. Yeah, that's happened to me also, Voodoo. I've had situations where I cannot figure out why the fuck are guys teaming up on me. If you were here, I mean, I know you were, but you know, some other people maybe don't know. There was a situation where there were 2 daggers, like one-handed dagger and Death Givers. And I assumed that we're going for Death Givers because he was higher tier, but they were like full on just trying to catch me together for like minutes and minutes. The Death Givers even overcharged. He was like tier 8 or 7, 6-3 in some items. I was tier 7, and he even overcharged to try, I don't know, to kill me or whatever. It was weird, but they never fought each other. And I was so like flabbergasted, like what the fuck, like how are they teaming so good? And one of them was like super experienced player, I found out later. And actually one of the top players for some time as well. I couldn't understand. But now, even more and more, it has, as I play Mist, it's happened to me that teaming up just happens somehow, you know? Someone once, like this Claymore decided we were a team, and I didn't want to, but you know. There's, like, I've been part of teams, kind of. I've become part of teams by accident every now and again, absolutely. Hold your bolding jokes back for 10 more years. Not much. I'm afraid the ship has sailed. But I like it. I have a bunch of different copiums about being bold. One of them, which I have already said many times earlier, not today, but when I started streaming. One of my big copiums is that I actually became, like, I started being bold before I was forced to. Like, back when I still had hair, I was also shaving it. It looked, of course, different. You couldn't see the reflection of my game from the forehead, but it was, I was still shaving my hair already for a while before. I don't know if that makes... I hope that makes someone feel better. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe just for me. National Geographic wouldn't lie to us. Okay, right, yes, okay. I see. So is that... So that you got that information from National Geographic? They explicitly said that there are no bold wolves. It's not that you just saw a bunch of wolves with hair and you assume that the rest of them also look like that. But they actually said that, yo, there are no bold wolves. Happy to say almost killed them both. Nice, because you just have to take the fight. Just have to. Nice, Voodoo. I'm happy. I mean, almost is sometimes almost is satisfactory. Depending on the situation, like with many situations, obviously It depends. If the almost is just like you needed one more second and one more spell, it can be a bit annoying. Because it feels like, damn, so close to be rewarded for your effort. But if the almost is kind of almost, but not exactly, you know, then you can kind of enjoy it without being tilted that it was so close. And just be happy with yourself for taking the 1v2. Good job. For some reason the game screen is smaller. It's just me, or did you forget to switch scene? What do you mean? Are you talking about the bars at the bottom and at the top? Because those are always there because of the widescreen resolution. Or... no? Like, scene looks correct to me. Yeah, everything is correct. If you're wondering why it's like black bar up here and down here, this is, and you will see this on many streamers, and especially like the ones that got used to playing Mists for a while. Although it matters elsewhere also. Yeah, it's because it's unfortunate. And now I'm just used to it, so I'm not going to change back. I don't feel like that big a deal, but unfortunately you get a bit of an advantage, because if you are playing on widescreen resolution in Albion, you see a little bit further to the left and to the right. And this is, I mean, I don't feel like it's necessary, but it does actually matter, you know? When you're playing a fight, you're chasing someone, or you're playing against the kiter, they will be at the edge of your screen to see where they're going, when they're casting a spell, stuff like that. You just see further away. To the up and down, you see the same. It doesn't change. But up, like left and right, yeah, let's go. Left and right, you see better like this. I need to change food, and he's on Demon Boots, which sucks gigaballs for me, unfortunately. I think I'm just gonna do this. I don't expect, like, this, I feel like it's a very difficult fight, but... and now he has Demon Boots to finish me off. Yeah. Unfortunately, I should, like, I want to fight everything, as you know, but I shouldn't. I took this stuff out earlier, yeah. I shouldn't take this fight against Demon Boots. I should kind of, if he changes to regular boots, everything is fair, right? Everything is fair, kind of, you know? But this matchup, every time I played it, I feel like it's one of the Spear's worst matchups. But I have to play it to learn it, you know, to see how it works, kind of. But essentially, you saw, like, he didn't really mage rope anything. But it's just, I mean, I missed my E. But I kind of, like, if I wait for him to use Demon Boots, I am just dead there. Actually, we can look at it as well. So I have to try my E, hope that I purchase Demon Boots, or at least I do enough damage so that the Demon Boots, during the Demon Boots, I can kill him. But I mean, I think it's one of the most difficult Spear matchups right now, which is also why I say that Spear is weaker against meta. But I still think it's like, if I wait for him to change, like, essentially if I say, if you want this fight, change away from Demon Boots, which is like a legit way I could, if I'm not just streaming to run with everyone, then it's a different fight, because then you don't have this free, like, he doesn't have this free kind of, can always know that, because in this case, he always knows he can always run away if he wants, he can always catch me if he wants, right? Because I'm not running Demon Boots. Which is actually why, by the way, oftentimes you ask me, you know, why am I buying Demon Boots if I'm anyway using Rejuvenating Sprint? For this sort of fight. Exactly for this fight. Because this is the 1 out of 100 situations when the enemy has Demon Boots. I need to change to Demon Boots as well, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway, we have to take those fights. It was a good fight, and having played Blasters a lot, it was also easier for me to kind of handle it. And the Inferno, for example, like things like that, it's much easier. At least I didn't purge my own Inferno this time. GG's unlucky. Well, yeah, not unlucky, just a good fight, but it is this bad matchup. Haha, GG, that was me. Oh, GG, Trollolo, that was you. That we just fought, you mean? Oh, nice. Good job. You have selected a very good build to play. Well done by that. Vic, what do you think about Battle Bracers? I think only good things about Battle Bracers. One of the best beginner weapons. One of the very good weapons to learn how to kind of use space in a battle. I don't mean space the button, but space like it's spacing. Let me see. Wait, where's my awakened tab? Awakened. I want to see if I can. 7.1. Okay. It's pretty safe, so you can enjoy playing it without like constantly worrying, because you can take multi-way situations, you can get away from a lot of situations. I definitely suggest, if you have any interest, I definitely suggest playing Battle Bracers. And I think Battle Bracers are probably S tier weapon for soloing open world. For Mists, they're a bit weaker because they are not that good for 1v1 fights. They are okay, you can take 1v1 fights, but they're not that strong. But their mobility allows you to manipulate, like use the Mists opportunities that come up. However, for open world, I think, for soloing open world specifically, I think they are one of the best choices. The damage on those mini crossbows are crazy. Yeah. Well, it is, but one of the things that it's not. I will buy demon boots now because this was enough like lesson, because I don't want to be the guy who says like, oh, I'm only gonna fight you if you change your spells for me. I feel like that's kind of an annoying way to play Mists, right? But in reality, I would like, in this case, to have this sort of freedom to say that I'm not fighting against demon boots. I mean, that's what a lot of people did during the demon boots patch, you know? A lot of people were walking around and just saying, I only fight if we both change to regular sprint, otherwise fuck this game. I don't have that sort of feelings, but it is a bit of that, allowing him to stay on demon boots when I cannot match them means that it's a free fight for him, you know? I'm taking the challenge to see if I can outplay him, but it's a free fight because in the end, if I hit my E and he decides it's too risky, or if he misses all his spells, he just demon boots to Narnia, right? And that's it. But if I miss my E like I did, there's zero counterplay for me against demon boots in the end, right? Because it's the amount of mobility, unfortunately. And annoying part that at some point, like, the best way to play against demon boots ends up being like not fighting back, you know? It's like if I one thing I could do is just, if I start with my spells and if he hits all his spells, I just run away until he misses, because the moment I fight back, I help him charge his demon boots essentially. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not trying to express my dislike for the patch when demon boots were active, right? Like, we're very strong. Right now, demon boots seem like they're in a good place, so it's not a problem. It's just a question of me not having my own demon boots to match that, or royal boots. Royal boots would also work. What was the Stux Giga Balls? What was that? What is this clip, Voodoo? Yeah, this is the fight. Oh, okay, nice. Yep, you can clip now everything. Clip things. Clip when I die, clip when I kill. Hey Vic, how are you? What's up, Sabartiani? Did swords get nerfed or not? What happened? No, I don't think so, no. I mean, the last change to the passive, I don't think it was a nerf in the end. It seems more like just a rebalance. Kind of. In some situations it feels better, in some it feels worse. Doesn't feel overall like a nerf to me. Like it played and for 3 days and killing a lot. I'm very happy, Trollolo. I think you have chosen very well. I legit think blasters are S tier. I put them in A+, publicly, officially, when people ask, mostly because there aren't enough blaster players to warrant that. When I talk about what is like S tier and A tier and so on, obviously I look at what I think is strong, what others popular, like not popular, but what other strong players are playing, what content creators are playing that I know, that I trust to actually play very well, you know, and I know how they play, kind of. And I also go through this leaderboard occasionally just to see what's happening here, you know, like, Fire came back, he has, I think, took a break. He played dual swords. Okay, Fire is a bit crazy, he will play a bunch of random shit like this. It doesn't mean it's meta, but still, I will look around at these kinds of things, right? I mean, he's also so good that he can make a lot of non-meta weapons still work very well. But one of the things that I still kind of factor in my brain is how much something is played overall. Which is why things like Sky Strider and Arclight Blasters, which both seem in tier like they're super duper strong, I'm not putting them in S tier because there not so many people are playing them just yet. But I do believe they actually are S tier. So I think it's a good choice. Big streamer man say funny stuff. Do you have tier list? The tier list I made for low IP weapons is still very relevant because the crystal weapons have not affected that. And in general, low IP meta is less affected by patch changes. So there is a video which is 25 best weapons for budget success or something like that that I have made. But for everything else, I have not updated. Oh wait, I bought a set. Okay, well, I actually really like the Mistwalker. I should have just bought another Mistwalker, but okay. For everything else, for not low tier, I kind of. It's been a while. We're gonna make a tier. I think we're gonna make a tier list together next week. As in, we're gonna make it together on stream. I mean. I feel like they're S tier. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I said it in a very long and convoluted way, but I was trying to say is, I believe Blasters are S tier ever since Hamster introduced me to them, and I saw him play, and I tried them for the first time like 2 weeks ago. My instant prediction was that they are going to actually dominate along with Flamewalker. Unless there's big changes, they're going to dominate and they're going to be clearly S tier, and I still very strongly believe that. But when someone asks, I'm kind of careful about it because there are still kind of few people playing them outside of maybe some corrupted players. Although, maybe it's time to admit that they're S tier. Why only your jacket tier 8? Is there a specific reason for that? Not really. I'm basically playing tier 7, but I'm kind of trying this to see how it feels to play like this. And there's a little bit of like I'm mostly tier 7, but I'm like a little bit stronger because obviously jacket actually does matter a lot for how strong you are. And there's a tiny bit of like baiting going on also, because some people will think that I am tier 7. But actually, like, this is one of the pieces. If I did want to upgrade further, then this is one of the pieces to upgrade to actually get stronger. The poison is gonna fuck me over. I really wanted to... If I can just mount up there... Oh, who's that? Somebody was really low to the north. I wonder if the other guy looted yet. A bit predictable, this combo. Did he loot? I think he looted. If he killed the Clarent, he probably looted, yeah. This is the only one. When I hear about one-shot builds, I know we're talking in a more general sense. What is a one-shot? But this is the only one that I kind of still accept. Ooh, by the way, speaking of fire, I think that maybe that's him playing Gate 4 Prowler. The only one I kind of still accept is like legit a one-shot build. I mean, it's not really... I mean, in solo you don't have like full-on one-shots, but it is kind of a build where you bait your enemy in, or you take a fight a little bit, and then you use your whole kit to just kill them from 100 or from whatever they are to 0, without them even being able to react in any way. And normally I should obviously have also Rose Snapper for it, but I mean, I still had 2 potions, so... But the thing is, it seemed like, you know, it's such an obvious kill, like I have 90%, 80% HP and he's dead, but he's gonna do the big Giga combo he tried to do. If I don't E at the right time, he silences me, he uses his E and his jacket, he's gonna root me in one place, so I don't even walk, and he's gonna get the full E value from this. Also a stun in his boots, right? So, not stun, but a knockup. Thanks for following Kero Tanks, that was a while ago, but I just noticed you. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. Okay, Odin on YouTube said, "Hey man, new to Albion, your videos gave me not only confidence, so happy to hear that, But the builds and knowledge to start taking fights in yellow mists, I'm very happy I found you. I'm also happy that you found me. I love spreading the fun of... I shouldn't actually be taking this out, but okay, whatever. Since I came here, have a quick ad. Anyway, I am very happy also that you found me, and I'm happy that you are... That's what I'm trying to, you know, spread the fun of PvP. And if you start from yellow zones, absolutely fine. Finally now yellow zones have actually been changed to be decent for beginners to learn PvP. But keep in mind, though, I say this also in a video here and there, keep in mind, Odin, that while it is good to use non-lethal content such as yellow zone to learn the spells, to learn the interactions, like the cooldowns, cast ranges, everything basic about the actual mechanics of the game. Keep in mind that the kind of habits or intuition that you're building up about how other people play is going to be wrong based on yellow zones. So everything that has to do with like the psychology, like when are people going to fight you, are they going to attack you or run away, are they going to use their defensives, all of those sort of things that revolves more about what the other guy is doing and not just how the spells work, all of that you're going to build up wrong intuition if you stay in yellow zones for too long. I mean, wrong if you want to do full loot. If you don't want to do full loot, of course, don't. But when you go to full loot, you will see that people fight and act completely differently. And they're also better because, you know, they care more about their items. So they will have better builds and better decision making, but that's like that's a small thing. It's more just that, like, you can get used to a build in yellow zone, seeing that, yo, you are winning a lot of fights. But then when you go to black zone, it turns out that you don't win any fights because you actually have no mobility. You're only won fights because people don't care and they just let you win, kind of, you know, because they just attack you forever. And then you go into black zone and you see that the moment you start winning a fight, other people are trying to run away, you know? So the game changes when you actually go. I hope that makes sense, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't play yellow zone. Just to be aware that like different types of content, and specifically lethal and non-lethal, they will feel different. Thanks for following. Kyrian Twitch TV. Kyrian. And Kyrian asks, what's a good spear to get started with fame farming? I really like just a normal spear, but E feels underwhelming. I would just start with one-handed spear if you are kind of new. If you have already some silver, then right now I feel Daybreaker is the best to play from all the spears. For any sort of PvP-related activity. For fame farming, like one-handed spear and Daybreaker both good, but like I don't like dedicated fame farming. I just like I like to fame farm while I am looking for PvP, and in that case you want one-handed spear or Daybreaker. The other spears have usage in other types of content, like Spirit Hunter in group play, Pike, very niche but possible for solo, and Trinity in Corrupted. For solo, go one-handed spear and Daybreaker. And if you're saying that, yo, it feels like underwhelming E, I mean, it is more difficult to use. It's not underwhelming, it is very flexible. It does a lot of things. But it's true, like if you compare to the dual swords E, you know, or fire staff E, they are more limited, but the thing that they are doing in the fight, they do very well. Whereas your E does a lot of different things, but it doesn't shine on everything. It's not like amazing damage, it's not like crazy unmatchable mobility, it's not like good CC, but it has everything. So when you need mobility, you have mobility. When you need extra damage, you get 3 stacks and that's damage. When you need to interrupt something, your E serves as an interrupt, right? So it's very flexible, but it doesn't do anything amazingly well. That's why you might feel it's underwhelming, mostly. Artishaw asked earlier, is solo Lethal Mist a good way to make money as a beginner? It's a decent way. I think as a beginner, open world is better. But it's easier to get to a point in Mist where you stop dying because you are a noob, essentially. I say that with love, yeah? The word noob in my dictionary isn't a bad word. But essentially, if you play Mists, it will be easier for you to get to a point because Mists will become safe. Once you get a bit of game knowledge, Mists will become safe, whereas open world, even when you have more experience, will still remain, like for a longer period, it will remain somewhat dangerous, and you will die more. But in terms of how much you are actually getting money from PvE, definitely open world is a bit better. But right now there is depth, so if you have anyone to play with, I mean, you can even run this solo. Right now, I think probably the best way to just make money is to run depths. You don't have the risk of losing items, and the loot from the chests is potentially insane. So, well, at least very good, maybe not insane, but yeah. But like the big benefit of playing Mists is kind of the same as playing Corrupteds. Like Corrupteds are not really that good for money at all. You're not getting much from PV, and you're gonna die a lot, so you're gonna lose a lot of money. But the benefit is kind of like with Mists, it's kind of a long-term benefit, you know? If you play Mists, it will take you shorter time to get to a point where you feel confident enough in your understanding of the game, in your ability to PvP, that you are you feel better. It doesn't mean that you have to go out there and just start taking fights, but even like your survival skills will improve and stuff like that, you know? Like your ability to press buttons, to understand what's happening on your screen when your enemy clicks boots, you will see it. No, like basic things like that. You will get there a bit faster on Mists also. But the actual money you get from open world is currently better, and in depths even more. Pro said, bien sûr, Discord, si tu veux. Let's. I don't. Part of me doesn't mind, but because I cannot. I mean, I can moderate French. I understand it well enough, but still, if we start talking different languages, first of all, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. You know, if we move away from languages that I kind of speak, and secondly, I kind of like when everyone is part of the conversation. So I know you're just answering one message, but please keep in the future as much as you can. Keep the chat in English, and if you want to talk like in other languages, then join Discord and have a chat. Connect with each other, or just join the voice chat. There's a bunch of voice chat as well. Can you play Battle Bracers and tell us the build? I am not going to play Battle Bracers, no, today. I mean, you never know what can happen. But there's no giga like secret super special build. You just take Assassin Jacket, any sort of energetic sprint, any sort of blue boots. If you're going tier 7 and higher, take a Smuggler's Cape for Mists, and an Undead Cape for Open World. And for your helmet, you can choose. If you want to be more aggressive, take a Purge. If you want to be more passive, take some sort of simple defensive, like Guardian Helmet. If you want something in between, you can take a Mercenary Hood also. Like there's no specific helmet that you need to have fun with the Battle Bracers. If you use a Cloth Cowl and Battle Bracers, you have the extra. Like it's extra valuable because you can keep it on the force field, the kind of that pushes away, because you can often take advantage of that on Battle Bracers, because you already have amazing mobility and you can already play around mobs, but then you can use the pushback on your helmet even more to combine with that. Okay, let's see what I missed. Odin said earlier, 100% my MMO experience started with Ultima Online long time ago, a full load. Okay, then everything I said earlier, Odin, you already know at its core. I need money's confidence before I can go to full load, but soon. That is personal. That is absolutely up to you. I know, usually my experience so far is that people who come from MMOs, even if it's Ultima, although to be honest, like Ultima and Eve are probably like comparable and in some ways even more hardcore, so I don't know. But generally people who come from a more of a MMO background require more like step-by-step introduction to Albion. I don't mean require like in a bad way, but just I mean that, you know, they prefer step-by-step. And people who come from very competitive games that have nothing to do with MMOs, like Dota, League, and maybe in FPS games, usually are more like more interested in just going into the black zone and seeing what happens and dying without worrying that much. Because they are like, it's easier if you come from League, it's easier for you to see that it's to see Albion as a competitive game where you win some, you lose some, you know, and not as a game based on progress, on your like making silver, building up your kind of fame and stuff like that. I do what you said in the video, just accost everyone you see. Oh, that's a very, very good strategy. I mean, especially in the yellow zone, since you're not losing anything, then for sure. At least get the maximum out of the time you are there by actually taking all the weird fights. But yellow zones are finally actually good for that. For a long time, it was impossible for anyone to really suggest yellow zones to beginners, because it was just full of 8.4s who were just destroying you and knocking you with just unmatchable advantage from IP. But now it's IP capped, So now it is clearly a good ground to learn the mechanics of the game and to kind of to understand a bit better of what PvP is like. Nice chest. Oh, thank you, Voodoo. Yeah, actually, I didn't. I mean, it was not noteworthy enough for me to say something. I kind of missed my Mistwalker jacket. I really liked it more. By the way, what's my IP actually? I have tier 8 jacket, but here I had 1387. Oh, I didn't overcharge. What? I didn't overcharge this. Holy shit, I was sure I did. I pressed the button, I know it. Okay. Or was I overcharged from before? No, I wasn't, right? Yeah, I mean, I remember without overcharge this AP. Oh shit, okay. I knew I'm going into a bad matchup just to see what happens. Well, like to see if I can outplay, and I knew I'm going against Demon Boots also, which makes it even more annoying. But I was in my head, I was sure, okay, I'm gonna try it, but I'm gonna overcharge because he was overcharged. Damn, I didn't realize that. I thought it was an overcharged fight. Too bad. It definitely can happen, especially now because the developers have kind of broken the hide UI button, which is no longer called recording mode. So what I'm doing right now, you know, hiding all the buttons, they kind of broke it a little bit. So if you're not showing, if you're not looking at the UI at that moment, then it's like if your UI is not currently visible on screen. Yeah. The jump away, like the jump across, was kind of nice, but now depends on how quickly he gets to the exit, and he's close enough. But I don't know what if he's gonna be out of combat fast enough. That's the question. He might not be allowed to leave yet. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. He was close enough. He was hitting the shurikens on me and mobs, so it's very nice. 40%, 45% movement speed boost. Yeah. I just learned to play Gerudo Valley. Zelda music slaps. I have not. Shame to admit, but I have not played Zelda. I don't think I've played any Zeldas. Who knows? Maybe that will be one of the games. I am gonna start playing also some variety on stream, just here and there, you know, at the beginning at least. And one of the categories of games that I love exploring are super popular games that have lived for a long time and I have not yet come around to playing. Like, for example, I played Mass Effect. Like, okay, it was a couple of years ago now, I think. But I played Mass Effect much later than it came out. And it was such an enjoyment. And it was, by the time, it was already like an absolutely cult, amazing like game, a cult kind of following. And I loved it. And I kind of want to do like that. I want to do things like that. For example, one game on my list to play is definitely New Vegas. I've watched the Fallout series and I've played Fallout 4. But I have not played other Fallouts. So I am planning to play New Vegas at some point, which is also another example of like a absolutely super acclaimed classic, which has been out for so long. Let's see. Wanna try Final Fantasy? Not. Wait, did I see someone on my screen? I was watching chat. I think I saw someone at the top of my screen. I'm not sure now. Yeah, I did. Why are you low, sir? I would like to have energy. I'm gonna run out of energy so fast here. Why is he on throwing blades here? Another one of those that if I eat food, he just turns around. Oh, never mind. He's changing his build. Okay. He is Shadow Age. Okay, he changed his build kind of correctly. But I think I can still do this. We'll see, though. I still have a buff. That's interesting. He didn't proc my buff. So if I get full HP, it's an easy win now. He did a good job recognizing that since I used my E just to create space, I don't have it to purge his jacket. That was good. Good from him. Okay, well, he did proc my buff. I mean, he was tier 7 overcharged, but he did proc my buff, so that's good. But overall, not super difficult, but it's definitely like one reason why I really like this Death Giver's build, and why it is so popular. Also, I mean, you can get very nice kills, but what is really awesome about playing it is that you put a lot of pressure. You know, in this fight, it's kind of like it's on me to perform, right? I can fuck up very easily. I misclick something, I I waste my spell, I don't create distance, whatever. I fuck up, and I might just die, you know? Now, if I do everything correctly, he will die usually. But it kind of, I don't know, I like this feeling, like, from his perspective, like, he's the one putting, like, the offensive pressure. He's, like, looking at me like, okay, are you good enough to defend yourself against this? And I'm the one who has to be like, oh, I hope, you know? And not the other way around, you know? He has no way to get out, essentially. If I play everything correctly, he always dies, you know, with that, especially in Abbey, with Assassin Shoes. Yeah. Thanks for following, Bad Dog Joe. So, Final Fantasy, I don't know. That's also actually, you're right, that's one that I have not really gotten around. I mean, I don't remember which one. I played some, like, when I was very young with some friends, like in middle school or something, but it's nothing to do with actual, I think, understanding of Final Fantasy. And I played Final Fantasy 14 for a month, but that's a different thing altogether. Fallout 4, not the... Oh, wait. Have you ever heard Enter the Dungeon? Enter the Gungeon? The super famous roguelike game? No. I have not. I have also never played any roguelites, actually, I think. I don't really like the roguelite setup where you like keep starting again and again. I don't hate it, but it's not like... It doesn't attract me. I'm more interested in a game which is like kind of story and gameplay based. Like, oh, God of War, I really loved the first God of War. It was a good blend of interesting combat for me and very nice, like, I really loved the story as well. So those sorts of games are kind of awesome. Is there a limit how long clips can be? I don't know. Is there a limit on Twitch clips? I mean, there must be some limit, but I think it's something like 1 minute or 1.5. I don't know. Try it. Voodoo, you should be telling me these. I should be asking you these things. I feel like you have a better chance of knowing the answer. Fallout 4, not the worst one. New Vegas is arguably the best in the series. Yeah, I've had so many good things about Vegas. And definitely the best of third-person view games. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm going to go as far back as Fallout 2 and like the original top-down view, but I don't know. Anyway, it's, yeah. I liked Fallout 4 because of the atmosphere, you know? I understood that it's not like an amazing game and there's a lot of like in terms of gameplay, it's kind of like, you know, the gameplay was just like a chore. It's kind of like, it's the work I have to do to experience the awesome atmosphere and story of the game. I like the story and I like experiencing the feeling. Since it was my first Fallout game, I was really immersed in this feeling that I'm actually there, and I love that. I have a bit of the same feeling with Mass Effect. Like, Mass Effect became one of my favorite single player games after I played it, but I also had some feeling like, and I replayed it a couple of times also, I had some feeling with Mass Effect also, like, especially like Mass Effect 1 and 2, sometimes I felt like the gameplay is like a work I have to do in order to get access to the amazing story. Why didn't you kill him faster, huh? I can't fit the fight in one... Oh, shit. Well, I mean, I don't know how to do then. I have to Google it. I'm sorry, Voodoo. I will keep this in mind. This is very good feedback. I will try to kill... in the future, I will try to kill people in less than 1 minute. Okay, we have filled one loot tab officially with some looty goodies. Looties, goodies. Let's put this here because this is like for future anyway. How much are we, by the way? Today is Today is 40 mil profit, by the way, I think, right? I mean, not profit, sorry, 40 mil revenue. What does it say under stream? Under stream, the extension, those on you on Twitch. Look under stream. What does it say about actual, like, profits and losses? Because I have over 40 mil in my loot tab. It's not profit, it's not profit. I've died like 5 times, right? So I've lost like 6 or 7 mil probably. I'm not sure though. Maybe less, maybe more. With he on assassin shoes, can you go on dodge roll? Joe, I have been thinking about it also, but I don't think dodge roll is valuable enough because the dodge roll are good for an iframe, but I think it is so short. But with dodge roll, I am limiting myself too much. I feel like I've thought about that, and I think I tried it, but it was a while ago. But the dodge roll iframe is just less than 1 second, even you see 0.8 second. And after that, I'm kind of stuck close to him. Maybe I can get enough distance, but right now also, you see, I could control the fight. I procced his buff, he didn't proc mine. I can take advantage of that now. I walk around a little bit, I wait for my cooldowns. You saw I used boots to catch up and to continue the fight, essentially, without letting a full reset to happen, right? And, like, I have those sort of decisions. If I'm really desperate, I fully fail, I just need to dodge one Shadow Edge. If I fully fail, I just drop my cat on the keyboard, everything goes wrong. I E away. If I dodge Shadow Edge, I'm free to go because of boots. Otherwise, with the dodge roll, it's a bit more complicated. So I don't like it. Are nature staffs underrated for PvP? I see Psychopatha doing very well. I've heard about him several times, but I've never actually gotten... Man, the fly is still here. Do you see the fly on stream? Am I imagining things? I guess you wouldn't see it, especially on this side, because there's like a black cupboard behind. Okay, now it went away. Okay, anyway, I've heard his name many times. I haven't actually watched Psychopatha because I don't think he streams in English. But if it turns out that nature staffs are underrated, I will be happy. I like this extra versatility, but they don't seem to be like they seem to be like they are strong enough to defend themselves. Some, especially Blightstaff, potentially Forge Bark, and like very, very, very potentially also the what's it called, the Druidic as well. Can at least protect yourself, but when the fight gets to a point where you have successfully protected yourself and it's time to go in the aggressive to finish the fight, or if you want to take a fight from zero where it's not just somebody attacking you but you are participating, then you have a lot of disadvantages. It's very difficult to do that. Man, the fight cuts off. Do I still put the clip here? You can create a new one, right? You can delete it and make a new one. I guess I think Voodoo probably the best is then to clip so that the beginning is cut off, right? So you can only see the end. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate, yeah, but let me see. Let me Google quickly. Can Twitch clip be over 1 minute? Is there anything I can do? Yeah, no, Twitch clips cannot be longer than 1 minute. While you can create clips up to 60 seconds by adjusting the... Okay. Longer clips require using the highlight feature, which is available to streamers and moderators. Ooh, I have to look into it. It seems like in the end, I mean, this was AI generated, so maybe it's random bullshit, but the Google answer. But it said in the end that the highlighting feature is available to creators and moderators, which kind of sounds like if I made someone a moderator, they would be able to create, because I've definitely seen, I don't know if it's called a Twitch clip or not, but I've definitely seen, like, when you go to creators pages, you click videos, some of the videos that show up are longer than 1 minute. But for now, we'll have to do with just 1 minute ones. If you like a great story, you can try Horizon Zero Dawn. Fucking good story. I've started one of the Horizon games long time ago, and then played it for like an hour and then stopped. Definitely, any sort of single-player game is going to be infinitely more fun on stream, because one of the reasons why I've never been that deeply into single-player games, it's kind of like, I don't know, I like the feeling of playing stuff together. Like, even when without stream, when I play like Albion, or I play Dota, or like some FPS game, even if it's like 4 teammates telling me that I am the worst piece of human shit they've ever seen, who is doing everything wrong in the game, I know it sounds weird, but I still kind of feel like, you know, I'm connected to the world a little bit. It's like a social experience kind of. So, I've only played single-player games when I'm, I don't know, when I'm really looking to experience something on my own, when I don't play single player games when I'm unhappy. I only play them when I'm like I'm feeling really good and I want to. It's like art, kind of like I want to read a good book. Yeah. So I have not really come around. Like I think when I tried Horizon Zero Dawn, it's not that I didn't like the game. I don't remember if it was Zero Dawn. I tried one of the Horizon games. I think the first one. I don't know if that. I don't remember if that's called Zero Dawn or not. I remember that at the beginning she finds the device in like a cave. I don't know if all games start like that or not, but it was like you're a small girl kind of, and the father is teaching you. So that game, I stopped it not because I didn't like the game, but because I wasn't in the right headspace for like a solo game. And not so meta like Expedition 33. Okay, in Albion I don't like to play super meta, but I will definitely play Expedition 33 at some point. It's just that I play a lot of games after they have already stood the test of time. I'm not saying to wait 2 decades to see if it's still good, but it's more like, you know, I'm happy to wait a little and to see. Also, many games get a lot of improvements. I'm not saying there's something wrong with Expedition. I've only heard good things about it. But you know, like Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate, things like that. Like if you play it a little bit later, the same game, like you miss out on the feeling that we're playing it together with the rest of the world, everyone playing at the same time. But you gain the fact that the game actually is better, has more content, some more refined systems. Like Cyberpunk is an amazing example of that, you know. Like I'm not just saying about the quality, like the bugs, but the actual systems and balance of different abilities also was changed a little bit, so it was more fun later. Noob fight, of course, the highest gear was 50k. What was that about Taps? Oh, okay, wait, I need to read the message. So Tap said, I had a 3 and then it transformed into a fight, free-for-all fight. I love those. If you're not risking too much, those free-for-all scrappy fights are very fun. And it was quite fun because I was doing quite some damage and then people just give up on focusing on me because they were getting very low and I was getting higher HP. Noob fight, of course, the highest gear was 50k. Man, if you're having fun, cheers to you. That's the way to play. It doesn't matter what gear you're playing. I mean, at some point, you know, it's like when you get addicted to something, you know, you need a bigger dose, right? That's like at some point, the same kind of sandwich you ate yesterday, I don't know, I guess people don't get addicted to sandwiches. The same kind of drug you get addicted to yesterday doesn't just cut it anymore. You have to go deeper or give more. And it's the same, you know? If you're having fun with 50k builds, you are in a perfect place to just enjoy life. But at some point, if you keep playing Albion, you're gonna kind of feel like, you know, you need a bigger dose. And then you're gonna move on to bigger things. It's not only about your budget, but it's also that you're gonna feel that you need more to be happy. You know, instead of 50k, you need to risk 500k to be happy. I've seen some goofy nature staff builds, says Froggy, with Dusk Helmet and Mage Robe, even in Rhodes. The one that I've seen many times is, I think, Cultist Cowl and the Sandals of Purity for Hover, but I don't remember. One was definitely playing Face Killer Robe, I don't remember the other. With this new Crystal... Oh, Crystal Nature, okay, I have not seen. I have never fought Forgebark, not a single time in my life. In any sort of content I've ever been, I've never fought against Forgebark. Yet the mobility is always a problem on Nature Staffs. Yeah. I mean, except Light Staff, kind of. But I think that's why some of them use the boots that I just mentioned, the hover boots. Sandals of Purity. My brain is stopping braining soon. It's 6.5 hours, and I've been streaming every single day this week, which feels to me like a big achievement. By the way, preparing you. Tomorrow, I'm not gonna be live. I am legit gonna go outside. Wish me luck. I hope I survive. I am planning to actually go on grass again and see if I can recover from it. And hopefully play some basketball and enjoy the summer weather. On Sunday I am gonna stream, but it's probably not gonna be an afternoon stream. It's probably gonna be more like a morning stream, but I have to figure it out. Touching grass tomorrow. Good luck, man. Yeah. I know. I am a bit nervous. I'm thinking about excuses to call it off, you know. But I think I'll go through. We'll see. It's not. I'm not doing this willy-nilly, Froggy. I've been planning my whole week, building up to the moment of that on Saturday I will, and at least I will look at grass. We'll see. I hope, actually. Who knows? It depends. It really depends where I go. I'm definitely going to play basketball. I have to move. I've been sitting 8 hours a day here. I'm getting out of shape because I'm not working out as much. And I can feel, like, just simply moving around, like going to the shop, I can feel the sitting in me. So I have to play basketball, but the actual grass part will depend on where I go to play, how close it will be to grass. Dude, you gotta play Baldur's, stream it. I won't be able to do the first playthrough. I've played Baldur's Gate twice, and both times with different friends. I played Baldur's Gate one time with one friend, and then another. Then one of my best friends from before. We don't talk that much anymore, but one of the guys that we used to play a lot of games with, and then he became like really successful in his business. So as most people who grow up, unlike me, I refused to stop gaming, but he didn't have enough time to game, so we kind of stopped, and then he moved to another country. And anyway, doesn't matter. But that guy, he was like, even him, he came back, he came back from a gamer perspective. He came back from the dead for like a month, and we played Baldur's Gate together. It was amazingly fun as well. So I've played it twice, so if I stream it, it won't be, I will still love it. I know it's a great game, but it won't be like a first experience. That's kind of what I'm hoping to achieve with when I play something like New Vegas. For me, and I think for the stream also, it's more interesting when it's my first time playing. Outside is scary. There are people and grass. Terrifying. Yes. It is. It is scary. Although, I mean, I have had different phases in my life. I'm very much the guy who goes 150% in whatever I'm doing right now. So there are people who have met me at different times of my life, and it's, I think, very interesting. I think, like, if there was a way to ask everyone I've ever met or spent time with what they think about me, you would get completely different answers. There are people that think that I am the laziest piece of shit in the planet who has never done anything, and there are people who think that I am just ridiculous workaholic, that they think I have a problem with working too much. There are people who think that, I sit at home and do nothing, and there are people who think that I'm the social kind of guy who, talks to everyone. Because I've been all those things at different times, at least I feel like it's been like that. So we'll see what comes next, but I definitely can relate, and I have gone through many periods of my life also, where it feels like outside is scary. I just want to sit at home. But I've also been the opposite, where my whole life revolves around social events. So both of them are kind of fun ways to live. Victor, did you play on 560? Yes, 1080, yeah. My actual monitor is just regular 1440, but as I was explaining before, I think you were here, example, I hope so, I don't know. Anyway, unfortunately, you get an advantage in Albion. You see further to the left and to the right when you're playing on widescreen resolution. I don't have an actual widescreen monitor, but I'm setting it specifically widescreen for Albion, because how far you see to the north and to the south doesn't change, but you see this Wolpertinger right now? Wolpertinger, okay, fuck the Wolpertinger, he's moving. Look at this. This is especially clear, by the way, if you're looking downhill. If I look downhill to the side, I can see further than the name tag, further than 50 meters. Okay, let's take another step. Okay, one step back. Okay, look at my right side of my screen, right? You see this yellow ore, right? On the very right edge. I can just about see to this meteorite ore, right? Okay. Now I'm changing to the native resolution of my game. Where is it? If there's a frost staff there using a cultist rope, where is it using it? I have no idea. Look at this. Look at how long it took me to get to it. This is unfortunate, but it is clearly an advantage. Now let's go back and see. Let's do this. Now I'm on my native resolution on PC, the one that my actual monitor has. Now you see I can just about see the meteorite ore. Let's change back. Look at this. Look at how much more I got. It's unfortunate, but it is clearly an advantage if you play solo. The more people there are in a group, the less important it becomes, but it will always remain a little bit of a thing, right? You can hear it now. Well, can you hear the meteorite ore? Trollolo. I mean, yes, okay. If you imagine that the guy is just off screen using his cultist rope, or I have to decide, did he go north or did he go south? I will not hear which way he goes. Yes, I will hear that he actually used the spell, yeah. I will hear the spell he used, usually. But I won't know exactly where he used it, and it will be much less clear. If there's a lot of stuff going on screen, then you cannot rely just on audio cues. Obviously, it's a big part of the game to hear what's happening off screen if you're ganking. But if I'm in a fight, I will often pick up on what's happening. But if there's more people or those things, My brain will prioritize what I can see over what I can hear. And yours will do the same, I think. Okay, I thought you didn't play it. Yeah, Dario, I did. Baldur's Gate I played. The reason I played Baldur's Gate almost like when it came out, I said earlier that I like to wait for games. The reason I played it very quickly is because I have been in love for years with Divinity. I played it with one of the same friends I played with earlier, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. And so, like, I for a long time felt like that's maybe my best gaming experience ever. Like, at least outside of competitive gaming. So that's why I played Baldur's Gate right away, because it was like, finally, Divinity 3 is out, you know? Because in Baldur's Gate was... I know it's called Baldur's Gate 3 and the story and lore is Baldur's Gate, but in many ways it felt actually like Divinity 3, just with a new world. Like a different kind of lore. I understand you so well. I stream in the morning for 7 hours every day and then I work from home another 8, and after 2 weeks I felt really bad. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, Monday to Friday, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Also, like, I am no stranger to, like, obviously, without streaming, I'm a gamer. I've been for a long time. Even though I said I've had periods in my life where I don't even open Steam, but there's also periods when I'm a gamer. So just sitting and playing for 8 hours, even 16 hours, you know, I know what it's like, you know, it's happened, yeah? And doing that for several days, like 8 hours, it's not crazy for me. But during stream, like, I don't move around as much, you know, it's much more focused on the camera. And I also don't take breaks as like I would normally, right? If I played 8 hours a day of Albion without stream, it would take me like 12 hours to play. I would play, then I would go do something else, I would play again, you know? So I think just sitting a long time in a row... By the way, if you're listening to this, then put me on your phone and go walk around for a little while. You can also benefit from actually moving around. Let's see if tier 7 double-bladed does better than 8.3. Advantage is only for gathering nameplates appear at the same... Nameplates... Yeah, nameplates appear at the same range always. Yeah. No, advantage is just visual. But what I was saying before about nameplates is... like in this case, here, look at this. If I'm standing here, if there's a guy here at the top right corner, downhill from me, I can see him visually further than 50 meters. So, if there's a guy there at the top of my screen, downhill from me, I will see him visually, I will see his weapon, I will see that he's there, but I will not see his nameplate and he will not see mine. This is how far you can see with the widescreen, when it's also downhill advantage. This has happened to me several times. I used to invis gank a lot more. Actually, on this build I should also bring invis potions, because I can actually kill gatherers with Duskweaver plus cripple. But, if there's a guy killing a crystal spider there, I can see him killing it. I won't see his HP, but I can see him fighting the spider, and he will not see my nameplate. It is further than 50 meters. And then I can drink Invis potion, and then he will be like, "What the fuck, radar hacker?" You know. But it's so it's not only just to make up for what you don't hear, but you actually do see more also. Advantage. Oh yeah, we talked about that. I can agree. It is more feel like Dragon Commander or Divine Divinity. Anyway, anything Larian is doing is the same game as 20 years ago. Maybe I haven't played Dragon Commander, but yeah, I mean they did innovate a lot by just bringing the whole Dungeons and Dragons kind of mechanics into the game. But overall, Baldur's Gate to me felt like, in a good way. I'm not saying this in any negative, only love and positive. It felt to me overall like Divinity Original Sin number 3 when I played it, in the best way possible. NVIDIA, I think you need to do also GPU options. Oh, we're talking about the resolution. Yeah, you have to Google it. I don't remember exactly how I did it, but it was simple, if that's what you're talking about. I am back with nourishment. What are you nourishing us with, Voodoo? Baldur's Gate talk, yeah. But as I said, I don't think Baldur's Gate is on the list. I would like to play some games that I haven't played yet, for the variety. Also have to figure out which day is good to play something else. I am back with food for myself. Did you bring enough for the whole class? My teacher always asked. I mean, it's probably all teachers do that, right? If somebody tried to eat in class, it was always like, "Oh, did you bring for everyone?" I shall nourish the goblin. Oh, okay. So maybe you need some privacy then. Or what exactly are we talking about now? I'm going to eat, I think. I mean, soon, after stream. We are reaching the philosophical part of stream, which is about 7 hours, but it's also a part where I probably need to eat. Although I did actually eat before stream, like at least a little bit, so maybe it's fine. Oh shit, hello. What is that? What did you kill, sir? Fuck, he killed some sort of mythical creature. No, my teacher said if you brought some for me. Okay, you have a cool teacher. I don't know if it never happened when I was in school, but I don't know if the teacher actually had a plan for what if you actually did bring for everyone. Will the teacher say, okay, then you can eat? Because I think it's like a legitimate problem with in schools, in high schools at least, and probably like even more. It is a legitimate problem when kids actually eat too much sugar during the day, you know, because they become impossible to teach. First the big hyperactive, super energetic, and then the big crash, and neither of those is good for actually using your brain very well. I think it's a legit problem, but I mean, my work with high school students, if you know, I've mentioned it. Mostly, I've worked pretty much with adults, pretty much all of my coaching and teaching stuff. But when I did work with high school students, it was like a special extracurricular cool project that they were participating in, usually after classes, sometimes instead of a class. So I never had any problems with like a typical high school students like not listening or anything because well, for them I was not like a teacher. I was just a cool dude, you know, coming in for a couple hours a week for this full fun project that they have, kind of, right? So I never had that real problem. I never really got to experience whether it's difficult or not to teach in a school. But I imagine it is pretty difficult, and if someone has a birthday and gives everyone candy, then good luck teaching anything after that sugar. You would get a notice for indecent behavior. What? In our school, if you bring for everyone, then whole class can eat in class. Oh, so it's actually like a Oh shit, this is a tier 7 Abbey and I don't have soup, so I need to be careful. I don't want to just die randomly while I'm reading chat to like a guy that will find me and that I want to fight, but I can't fight because of what I'm doing. He was a physics teacher. I truly believe he would throw someone out a window. Physics teachers can be very passionate. Most of my physics teachers were really passionate. As in, they were actually having fun and showing like stuff, you know, not just doing the same thing every year. And it was really awesome. Yeah, it's exactly like to demonstrate stuff. Yeah, I understand you're joking, but yeah. My physics teacher was incredibly disappointed in me, though. Now that I think about it, he definitely, and it's like I don't know if he still remembers me. He probably does, yeah. Because after I graduated and after I finished university, because I studied in another country, another city in my country, and after I finished university, I came back to where I live now, and I still went back to my old school, and we played basketball every week with some of the previous students and some of the teachers. So he might still remember me, but my physics teacher was incredibly disappointed with me because of all the wasted potential and stuff, you know. Because when I applied, I went to high school where I had to actually like apply to get in, you know. Like, it wasn't like my middle school was like a more regular school, but the high school I went to I had to apply myself, and it was partly because of that physics teacher that I got in. Because anyway, I did a lot of like when I was very young, I like competed like in mathematics competitions and stuff. Anyway, I was like a smart science kid, at least he thought so. So he thought I would be amazing to have in the school, that I would, you know, represent the school and represent my country in like competitions and stuff. So because of him, I got into the school. But when I actually got in, I pretty much lost my interest for physics and maths, mostly. So I kind of stopped doing it. So in the end, I did nothing that he wanted to do and completely focused on everything else. But I mean, I still have good memories of him, but I'm pretty sure he was very upset. But I still have good memories because physics teachers are cool. And all teachers are kind of cool because I think it's pretty difficult to be a teacher. But necessary. See? We're not that... It's not super philosophical yet, right? But we are getting there. But it is not 7 hours yet. Usually, you know... I'm not saying that I'm going to stream 7 hours every single day when I stream, but when I do stream 7 hours, at 7 hours we get into crazy, deep philosophical discussions here. Also, the PvP is drying out a little bit at this time. Based on my schedule, this is exactly the lull kind of, or the thing I say every day. If you're here, you know I'm talking about this. The action of the mists is much more passive during a couple hours, like 2, 3, 4 hours between the after work people and the night gamers. So I think in an hour or two the mists will pick up again. But right now is a more passive time, so that's why we also get more philosophical. Can you show me your interface settings, how much scale and HUD and window? And also graphics settings would be nice. So if you want the actual HUD example, go to Discord, go to general chat and search for HUD or layout. If you cannot find it, then just write a question like, yo, can you share your HUD again? I've shared it several times in Discord. It's not a pinned message, so you need to like search in the actual channel. But I've shared it a couple times. Like, it's the actual HUD that you can copy directly into the games to have all the buttons and everything the same way. The graphic settings, yeah, sure, I can show in a moment. But I'm a little bit pressed for time right now because I have just enough time to hopefully get this red stack and then get to the chest. But I'll come back to that. CT8, oh yeah, also that, yeah, health shoot, absolutely. I've said that also several times. One thing is that people who came from work, some of them are just spending time with their wives, girlfriends, children, mothers, whatever, or who came home from studying, you know, after playing for a couple hours. But many of them, you're absolutely right. It's also because those who are planning to spend the whole evening gaming, for them it's CTA timers. Yeah, for many. Prime time starts for guilds around 18 UTC. 100%. Yeah, you are absolutely right. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. I've talked about that before. One of the reasons why mists become empty is it's not just the daily schedule, but it is specifically the guilds. Yeah, good point. Okay, let's see what awaits us. What awaits us on this? By the way, interestingly, the fight against Double Bladed, like the same fight. The same fight like used to be more kind of cripple favored. This big kill we got earlier. I used to use cripple for this matchup when this was popular build, the double bladed build. And the reason is, first of all, then you can actually catch them, you know, especially with the Duskweaver. Although here I was able to catch many, but it required more baiting. With Duskweaver cripple, I sometimes was able to kill double bladed just by getting a bit of an advantage, and then they start running away for an endless reset, and I can catch them. And the other big reason, of course, is that when you have good ping, you cannot do this with higher ping, I know, because I've tried 50 times on NA. But if you have good ping, you can, not reliably 100% of the time, but majority of the time, or at least 50-50, you can cripple the stun run. I mean, obviously, you can always cripple the stun run if they're running away, but if they're running towards you and they're hitting you, if you have high ping, unfortunately, you get stunned and your cripple goes on cooldown, but it actually, the server says, oh, sorry, you were already stunned, your cripple didn't actually work, right? But on EU, I have done this, where the guy is running towards me with stun run, and I cripple it off before his hit registers, so I get the big... Unfortunately, the cripple doesn't give the actual bonus for me to kill the double bladed with extra damage, but at least, you know, getting rid of stun run kind of takes away his ability to really fight me either. But I'm happy on Impaler now. I'm getting used to it. Thanks for following, Astael. Whichever you prefer. 1 minute for the chest. I'm going to be just in time. Only 6 stacks, but it is a tier 7 Abbey, so it is less critical that I have fewer stacks, because it's likely that my opponent will also not have full stacks. If somebody has managed to get 15 stacks in tier 7 Abbey, then they are probably a very high IP build, or they just got very lucky. I mean, they got into the mist, into the Abbey very early, but it's probably that they have very high IP build. Like the chest is kind of more attractive than the Blight, honestly. I'm gonna go on cripple for this. And obviously we're gonna kill him. No. Oh, never mind. He's gonna fight back, actually. Now that I'm on cripple, I would like to not be... Like, now that he's fighting back, I would like to not be on cripple. Unfortunate that I wasn't close enough. I don't want to use my... Like, I don't want to use my buff either, but it looks like no one else is coming. So proccing my buff doesn't seem like a big problem. Yeah, he's gonna proc my buff, but well, what can I do? I mean, valiant effort from tier 6, but yeah. Another one, lucky there's no one else, but I changed to cripple because, you know, I just need to catch him, he's never gonna kill me. But, because I changed to cripple, it's actually almost a fight, you know? If I was an impaler, I'm afraid that he's just dead instantly, but because I changed to cripple to make sure I can catch him or get away if something happens, to be safer also, he actually procs my buff. But who knows? Who knows if there was someone else here looking at us or not? Probably not. I didn't see anyone. Clerical is a weird choice. Shout would be better. He wasn't actually on Clerical, was it? Oh yeah, he was and he didn't use it. Okay, weird. Oh, this is not... Okay, it is bad because you cannot cancel it. I want to say it's not terrible against Daybreaker, you know, because my E is telegraphed from far, but... You know. Yeah, you're 100% right, Voodoo, absolutely. He should have the... He should have the force field, or the new shield. Both of those would be better. He would benefit from poison more, Imo. He was using Gigpot, yeah? Or not? I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't know, honestly. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen anyone play Blightstaff PvP. I know that there's this Spanish streamer, he used Gig, yeah, okay, I remember correctly. I know that there's a Spanish streamer we've been discussing and talking about who is making it look good, and I'm so happy to see that, Psychopata is his name. I think is Spanish. If he's streaming in Portuguese, I'm sorry, I just misremembered it, because I haven't watched him. But I know that I've heard about him good things already, and I'm very happy to hear that someone is playing something not super meta and making it work like that. But it's still, like, since I haven't seen it, and for a while, it's been like a shortage of actual nature stuff players in PvP related content. I feel like I cannot talk too much about what potion to use and how to play it, because no one is playing it. There's a reason. Almost no one is playing it, and there's a reason why. And also it means that I don't have anyone to look at and to give advice based on somebody else's experience, right? Well, just at least wait for people. Yeah, I mean, the mist, maybe we'll meet. Yeah, taps, come in. I mean, you are in the black mists, I hope. Yeah, now if you're talking about meeting. I mean, you have to find me fast because I am getting to a point where it's time to go eat soon, but who knows? Maybe you are in this mist right here. I played it a bit, and Q and W is not enough damage for me. Yeah. I mean, you still have to, of course, weave auto attacks because of the Q charges, but yeah, it's like a slow and methodical self-defense. And that's pretty much it. You're not actually threatening the enemy, usually. It's very difficult to get to a point where you have enough of an advantage that you can actually force the issue and catch and finish the kill somehow, or put pressure on your enemy. It's kind of like the opposite. Like, remember I was just talking about Death Givers, that the cool thing about the build is that how much pressure you put on your opponent. That your opponent has to perform well under that pressure, and if they make mistakes, then you cash in. And, you know, people will make it. Even experienced players will make a lot of mistakes when you are suddenly on the spot and you suddenly have to play well, you know? So the nature staff is kind of the... Someone is playing a bow somewhere. Oh shit, we have a Sky Strider. So the nature staff is kind of the opposite of that, you know? You put almost no kill pressure, you know? There isn't like... Playing against nature staff, unless it's like a very good build with those hovering sandals, and it has to have good mobility, and it has to have cloth armor for sure for damage. Like any regular nature build, especially like something like a Blight, I don't feel any pressure. Like, if he was same IP as me, sure, he can win the fight, I can make mistakes. But there, I'm gonna have so much time to reevaluate, make new decisions, adapt, run away, reset, everything like that, you know? I don't feel the pressure to perform right now, otherwise I die. It's the absolute opposite. I feel like, you know, call me back in 3 to 5 business days when you're actually ready to start killing me, type of thing. So that means that in an aggressive stance, like the nature staff doesn't work. And to be successful in solo PvP, you kind of need to have a build that, especially as you go higher tier than just 4.1 or 4.2, you kind of need a build that can perform in both situations. Both when you are being the aggressive one as well as the other way around. This is tier 8, let's go. Don't like it, but let's go. I'm gonna eat Roach Snapper and keep myself on Harpoon, I think. I could also try, I mean, if he doesn't change helmet, I could also try with the deflecting spin, because it's really good against his E. Okay, you know what? Let's try it. I haven't played it enough, this deflecting spin. I have to kind of try it, but he does have helmet for it. He has boots now, so he will get away. I just want to try what the deflecting spin will do. I don't think it's as valuable as I imagined it might be, so let's see if he comes to me now. I think he still has boots, I'm not sure though. If he jumps towards me, I'm fighting. If not, then I'm changing my spell. Okay, I'll change my spell. And then I just Inferno against him, and that's it. Oh shit. Now I tried to deflect, man. What am I doing? Okay. At least I have boots now, so. But if I had Harpoon now, I think he might be close to death, but unfortunately he's not. I mean, unfortunately I don't, but still. That was not necessary, but hey. Wait. I didn't realize he was all the way north now. No! Now it might be GG because of this. Because I harpooned at the bad moment. Very unfortunate, but close at least. Next time I have boots, I just full YOLO it, I think. Damn, I just completely misplayed. I just misclicked, you know? It wasn't about... Tactically, everything was sound. But I just misclicked my spells, absolutely. Deflect is good if guy is not got... If guy got higher tier. Yeah. Yo, Dante, my man, we are finally... it is finally a big money-making stream. Also, welcome. Welcome here for the ending of it. Tactically, everything's sound, but my brain not braining, so it's just a matter of misclick. But with deflect, okay, I understand the guy got higher gear. I wanted to try deflect, but I don't want to struggle that much about catching him, you know. As you like, I don't need the deflect. I feel like here, at the end of the day, if I can catch him with helmet and harpoon, I kind of maybe can also just use boots to dodge some of his E damage. Anyway, this was maybe it's a sign to start ending. We are still on Giga Profit from the nice kills from before, but or maybe, you know what? Yo, this is a good ending. Okay, so we had a good time of playing Daybreaker and attacking everything. I saw Dante using... Oh, so you actually summoned... Okay, I thought Dante just joined, but you Voodoo actually summoned Dante by mentioning him. Dante using Reflect might be a good option. Okay. I'll keep it in mind if I ever want to fight like a Sky Strider, which is much stronger. Obviously, he's going to be much more aggressive there also. Let's do... was here for bow fight. Yeah. Oh, okay, but you were not here for the most important thing. I'm just going to leave it on screen for a moment, you know, just... while we discuss what to do next, I'm just gonna leave it on screen, Dante. I mean, if you notice it, you notice. If you don't, you don't. It's not like I'm trying to show off that we actually had a really good day today. This is not the only one, but I mean, definitely enjoyed some some more killing action than normally. How about my channel points redeem? Okay, thank you for making sure I notice it, Stig, because the new chat is a little bit like confusing to me. Let's see what the channel points redeem is, and then after that we will. I think to end the stream, I'll have just one run of a fun build. I think today has been a great success already with some nice skills, including the 8.3 and some others. Like, I mean, those who've been here, you've seen we had a nice fight against 7.3 also earlier. Like I've always said, tier 70 rate seems to be like the greatest money maker after all. We had this fist fight at the start also. Sorry, not fist, actually Flamewalker fight. Yeah, I forgot. Fist fight was against tier 7, I think. Flamewalker fight also. So a lot of like progress for sure. I feel I'm getting back into it. But I think it's time to switch away from Daybreaker and have like a last half an hour of something just for fun, you know? Okay. Okay, Stig redeemed Deep Wisdom, so let's all focus. You can use channel points to get instant wisdom. It's a very long question, so let me read it. And you're about to get wise. The question is, imagine you are a physics teacher and your student answers one question wrong to you because he forgot one small thing. But he's confident, debating, and trying to prove he's using a really high level of his knowledge and logic. Would you consider that question answer wrong or not? There has to be a bit more context. I don't know if this isn't like a wisdom question, but my first reaction is, yes, I would say that answer is still wrong. However, as a teacher, I would like to set up the kind of, as much as I can. I know there's like confinements, you know, from actual curriculum, like national curriculum. But as a teacher, I would prefer to set up my exams, or as a professor, if I was teaching students, to set up my exams or my tests or whatever in a way that they actually allow for this sort of, you know, discussion or explaining, you know, in a way where people know that actually explaining what you're doing is more valuable than whether it's a correct answer or wrong answer, you know. And once that is done, then you can accept it. But in this example, Stig, where the person answers the question wrong, but he's confident and debating, I think it's unfair to everyone else, if it's not clear, to start giving points because everyone else will think like, okay, well, I got the answer wrong. Had I known, I would have also started debating and explaining that I actually know a lot of stuff, you know? So if that is not made clear beforehand, I would definitely just grade that you have to get the right answer no matter how you get there. But if I was a teacher for longer and not just like substitute or something, I want to create a system where the actual progress, effort put into getting as close to possible as to the right answer is the one that actually is what actually matters. I hope that answers your wisdom request. Didn't get the whole start in the clip, and yes, the popular Sky. I'm pretty sure he's referencing our previous convo. What's a solid one-handed spear build for Mist? Assassin jacket, any sort of plate boots, on rejuvenating sprint, torch, offhand. If you are tier 7 or higher, forbidden, then go smuggler's cape for mists and undead cape for open world. If you're lower tier, don't buy any cape at all. As for your helmet, you can choose. If you want to be more aggressive and fight people and attack people, you can try stalker hood. You can try even Duskweaver helmet, because you can now, any helmet you can use, you can change also to the shield. So every helmet has a defensive. If you want to be a more simple defensive guy, then just use a Guardian helmet. It's currently a very good defensive. I mean, it's better than Hunter hood at least. Good fight, sleep tight, and don't let the flame walkers fight. Wait, it's not. It is good night if you are going to sleep. I am doing one more run, but it's not going to be a Daybreaker run. It's going to be. You guessed it. Or did you? Let's do the same. Let's do again a tier 8 tier 8 assassin jacket. Do I have more of these things? What do I need? I need these, yeah, okay. 192. He was actually tier 8, right? I mean not matters. I just randomly misclicked a lot of bullshit. And, you know, it was a one. Even after I completely wasted my first harpoon, it was still a one fight in the end. But yeah, but he was actually tier 8, I just realized. So, I mean, if I did overcharge, it would have been fine too. But overall, I mean, this seemed like a very easy matchup, you know. if you don't fat finger random buttons, based on this fight, it seems like a very easy matchup. Okay, we're gonna get a horse. We are gonna get Carleon Cape, I think. Energetic sprint. Let's go. And actually, wait. Can I get some eel stew from here? I do have some eel stew to use. No, okay. I'm not gonna buy super high tier. Yeah, I'm off. I might be back, but probably will miss the end of your stream. Yeah, okay. Well, we're ending soon. Thanks for being here. Thank you for clipping and sharing the clips. I very much appreciate that part of what's happening in chat. It's very nice to see the bunch of clips. Of course, as I said, you must prioritize clipping all the amazing 8.3 and kills that I get, you know, because then I can pretend to the world that I am the ultra giga best at everything. But in reality, I appreciate all the clips, you know. We are analyzing a lot of things, as you know. Today has been a good analysis stream as well. And as I always say, you learn more from mistakes, and that applies to me as well. Okay, let's go like this. What did I play back when I played Grovekeeper? What boots did I play? Can I check that somehow? I can check it on Murder Ledger, right? That's the one thing that I can't really use the Killboard 1 for, I think. On Murder Ledger, I can look like my weapon, Grove. I think maybe I can actually do it on Killboard 1 as well. Oh, yeah, I can also. Yeah, okay, I can also. There's easily weapon. I was using Tenacity. Okay, so I was using actually any sort of foot armor, leather shoes, tier 5-2. Okay, so we're just gonna use the rejuvenating sprint like this. The rest of it, I think, is the same as before, right? I went high tier with... oh, wait, I actually was using poisons with this, yeah. But I went high tier with Undead Cape, but we are going to play tier 7 for just a little bit to see if we can get some nice fights with this. Like this. No food swap, but I do need siphoned energy. Any questions or ideas? Can you please show that Sky Strider's cape? He had 2 potions, yeah. Like he should. Yeah, oh well, it would have been nice to also get a Sky Strider kill, because it is also becoming one of the missed meta weapons for sure. And morally, I still kind of feel like I got the kill, you know, but whatever. It happens. Sometimes you mess, like, at the end of the day, when I mess up, like, tactically, when I make a decision, a wrong decision, and it's clear that I should not have used that spell, it's much more annoying, but it is also, like, you can learn from that. But I've always had this attitude, and always in other games as well, towards myself and towards others. Mechanical skill, you can't really focus on in any way. You can't say, like, oh, you need to do this better. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we always need to hit spells and hit the right buttons. But there's always going to be situations where you misclick, at least for most of us. And it also, like, when I'm trying to improve, or where someone else is trying to improve, I usually, like, mechanical skill usually the last thing you can consciously focus on, in my experience. Have you ever played Guild Wars, the MMO? I played Guild Wars 2, yes, but only the, like, MMO, the social progression part, you know? I had a couple characters, and I just leveled them, and, you know, just enjoyed the spells, but I never actually got to the PvP part. My jacket. Let's see if I find. If we don't find anyone, then I will just continue streaming tomorrow, and for today it's done. He still has 2 potions. But he's on soup. If he doesn't realize he's on soup, I can kind of brawl him a little bit. Hey, we actually killed the Flamewalker. We are We are the troll, but we are the meta killer nevertheless. Okay, too bad everything trashed, but damn, that guy really did mess up a lot of his Qs. He was not sure what he's doing. So, here's how you... The way to counter the meta is to have fun. Man, Poglog is so much fun. Last time, I remember now, the last time when I played the 4-4-6-3 Poglog, I think that was the death, right? That was the dagger death, right? That was the one where, you know, I talked also before, like the guys that were... No, was it not? The guys that were teaming up as daggers and I didn't understand why. No, maybe that was not the death. Okay, I don't remember how I lost it, but anyway. I remember how fun the Poglog was. And obviously in this matchup, I cannot win this. Against a good Flamewalker, I cannot win this. I fought Poglog versus Flamewalker like 7 times. And, of course, like the one thing I can do when he's running towards me, I just jump in the air. If I dodge his E, I am winning. But the thing is, if he never E's, no problem, right? He doesn't need to do that. And I need to somehow try to predict it. I cannot react to his E, it's not fast enough. And if he just doesn't E into me, I can never E also, because he will be able to react to my E every time and dodge it with his E. I cannot react to his E, unfortunately. So, like, against a good Flamewalker, this matchup is impossible. But hey, went up pretty well. Poglog, yeah, man, this is so much fun. Give me another one. Oh shit! Oh shit! Who is playing 7-3 light crossbow? That is interesting. With a Carleon cape. This guy gonna Q. I mean, he's never gonna catch me, but I have nothing, right? I will never have damage to actually kill him, right? Like, there's zero. I can just throw my poisons and use my helmet, you know? I can be the double-bladed in this fight. But I don't think... I don't think I can do anything. Let's think together. Can we come up with a battle plan for this? I throw poisons and I use my helmet from far. And then what? The moment I'm in range for his Q, he's gonna Q. If he Qs me 3 times, he does the same damage as, like, 5 minutes of me bonking him, essentially, you know? There's, like, I don't even know. I have to dodge every single spell. At least I can iframe his E with my E, if I am really good at timing it. But that's not gonna be enough. He's on Omelette also. Oh my god, I have to try it, right? I can't not try it, bro. I have to, but it is... It is not wise. Oh, the only redeeming factor about for him, about the mobility, is that he's on Omelette, right? I mean, that's all I can do. I am the double-bladed. I can just hit my helmet from far and hope for the best. Unfortunately, when he goes south, I cannot see him, so I can't really follow him. I need him on the side or in the north. Oh shit. He hit his Q. Abort. Mission abort, guys. We are losing the fight. He hit the Q. Although, my helmet is actually similar damage. If he only hits 1 Q, it's not hopeless. Okay, I'm just being a pointless pain in the ass at this point, you know? Also, I need to poison. I need to get close enough to poison. But, if I like, he's gonna just kill me and I'm gonna feel sad. Brawl him and play disconnect. And I hope he disconnects, yeah. Oh shit. While I was reading chat, I completely lost... Well, at least I can still reset forever. I think so, yeah. I bootsed a bit late, but... I'm gonna also run out of energy slowly. Now, his boots will be ready. That's a bit of a problem now. His boots will be ready before my E, so he's gonna keep me in combat with them if he wants to. Oh no, actually no. Oh, come on. Yeah. Yeah. I need him to let me reset. Yeah, I was looking at chat at the wrong moment. I need him to let me reset, otherwise, I mean... Even at full HP it's hopeless, but this way it's like giga hopeless, unfortunately. At least he seems interested, and he's still an omelette. He hasn't changed. He doesn't even have other food. He's on cheap omelette, so... Maybe this is good, you know? Maybe this is giving him the idea that he has a chance to... I mean, he does have a chance, but this is giving him the idea that this is an easy fight for him. I also need to overcharge at some point. Okay, the iframe worked. If I can do the same in an actual fight... I'm just practicing my iframe timing at this point. Nah, too late with that. He's not using his Guardian. I threw Poison and Helmet, and he didn't use his Guardian. So this is definitely a beginner. And he drank a potion. Okay, this is clearly a new player, so we maybe have some chance here. Let's see if he gets angry that I overcharge my tier 7 against his 7-3 crossbow. But we're definitely dealing with the beginner. Like, an actual player would 100% have used his helmet 5 times already. I'm not sure he might not know what overcharge does, you know? He might think that this is like a super giga awesome thing that I'm now stronger than him. Not realizing that he's playing 7-3 and I'm tier 7. I mean, looking at his omelet, he is like also clearly... Anyway, very new. He's actually running away, guys, by the way. He is actually just full running away because he saw the overcharge animation and he doesn't know what it means. So he's thinking that this means GG. But yeah, well, there's also the point that he probably doesn't care that much about my tier 7 items. Although, I mean, it depends. He might be beginner at PvP, like it's his first time PvPing, but he might actually have a lot of experience with the rest of Albion, you know? So maybe silver is not an issue for him. I don't know. Roll him, yeah. Okay, well, I am overcharged tier 7, I don't mind that. I have tier 8 jacket again. I think I'm gonna play more and more like this, with my jacket being 1 tier higher. Or maybe he also just got tired of me trying to... Because in his mind, like, I did a long running away sequence trying to kind of reset the fight, right? Because he gave him so much free damage. But in his mind, it might have been like, I'm just wasting his time or something like that. I don't want to fight dual swords with both helmet reflect and W parry. But I'm going to, but I'm just saying, I don't think it's a good idea. Woodsy said on YouTube earlier, "Hey, I just found your channel after watching my video and watching your video on learning PvP. Nice, happy to see that. I really appreciate your attitude and outlook on the competitive aspects of the game. Thank you. That means a lot because that is the part that I am actually, you know, aiming to contribute to in Albion. Obviously, I hope that we all are getting better, but at the end of the day, it is the kind of the attitude and the mindset that I think is the cool part. Would you like to fight?" Great quality, keep it up. Turquoise white hordes. Oh yeah, because in my chat, in the chat I have Twitch and YouTube chat combined, so I don't see the emotes or the little pictures on YouTube. So what I see at the end of your message, Woodsy, is colon goat turkeys white horns colon. So I can just imagine what it looks like. It's odd to see previous big streamer in the category switching to pre-recorded streams. Is there something specific? Switching to pre-recorded streams. Let me dismount. Oh, okay. Sorry. The dual swords is gonna fight. He has... he says that he doesn't know what my weapon does, but he has very good W, and he has very good hood. Okay. But he has only 1 potion. I mean, he has to come to me at some point, right? And he used his parry correctly. So, I'll have to be ready for that, kind of. But that means that, like, the fact that he's on parry means that he won't have the mobility that he would get from other Ws. Not even the Blade Cyclone, little bit of mobility. I don't think this is going well. Because looks like he understands that he can always just parry my E. And if he knows that, I don't think this is going well at all. Oh, never mind. Nice. He saved Hunterhood for last as well. But he did parry randomly, so there was at least that window for me to E. Nice, man. If I don't know if that's true, if he really doesn't... I think he was memeing about not knowing my weapon. Because if he like legit changed to parry for this, it was actually not that bad, you know? But if it was legit that he actually doesn't know what my weapon does, can you imagine how awesome like this guy will be if he keeps playing for a couple months? He has like a disadvantage in terms of gear. He doesn't know what my weapon does, and he's just, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the fight. Big respect to this guy. That's the kind of PvP players that we need more of. Not to say that there's a big problem, but you know, GG unlucky. GG, you are the real man for taking fight. You don't even know enemy weapon. Respect. I'm so happy to have that kind of player. Mogdon, he mean probably. Yeah, only pre-recorded streams now. Mogdon is streaming only pre-recorded. I don't know enough. My understanding. Look, man, I come from YouTube, right? So whenever I've opened a Mogdon stream, which hasn't been much, I feel like his streams have been amazing entertainment. You know, he's like a showman. You know, but whenever I've opened the video, not many, I feel like his YouTube videos have always been like very focused on just playing the YouTube game, you know, not playing the money, not playing the Albion game, but playing the money game. So I don't know enough about him to really have any ideas. But I've heard so many good things about Mogdon that I feel like maybe his YouTube is like a bit more like kind of just there to try to get to make a living. But I feel like the streams that he's made with so much passion and so much love that he's given like the entertainment to community for so long, and that's why people like say so many good things about him that I've heard. But that's it. I don't have any opinion. I don't know anything. But are you sure? Like, I mean, maybe it's just one stream or something, you know? Maybe it's just something like specific time that like he has to do, like he's traveling or something, and he's just maybe he's just traveling and he has to like kind of fill the gap, you know? I would kind of doubt that he's actually full on decided to run reruns, but again, you know, I am new. Even though I've been making YouTube videos for a while, and that's why I can at least speak to my impression of his YouTube videos. Right? As I said, that I feel like on YouTube he's not playing like Albion, he's playing the YouTube game. But I'm so new to Twitch, I don't know what is good on Twitch and what people do and don't. So it's very possible that it makes sense, you know, to occasionally stream a rerun. I kind of have not thought about it yet, but who knows? Maybe it's a good idea. Like some of my favorite streamers. All time that I maybe don't watch that much right now, but I used to watch some of them, like the Cole Carnage, you might know, like playing games. Always very much loved his way of streaming. I think he has like a separate channel, or at least very often he has like a full day when he's not live himself. There's always a channel running like his reruns of his playthroughs. So if someone wants to, you know, just chill out and watch like him playing some game, even though he's not live, they can still do it. So. He's an amazing entertainer. Player-wise, he's kind of mid, but as a content creator, I'm fine to watch him. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who is a good player and who is not. I don't think about that too much. But it is kind of in line with what I've heard from before as well, and specifically streams, like as I was saying. Like, the entertainment part, I feel like specifically comes out when he's live on stream and putting his whole heart and soul into making sure that anyone who is watching is having fun. Even doesn't matter if it's Albion or anything else, you know. How do you play against Flamewalker? I always lose against one-handed spear Daybreaker. Oh, I'm a bit too tired, and it's a bit too general question, Neshoku. Honestly, I'm also still figuring out. I don't have enough experience with that matchup yet. I'm still figuring out how to play it. On one-handed spear, it seems almost impossible to win against Flamewalker unless you somehow dodge their E's and Q's. The biggest thing that you can think about right away is if you are going to take the fight, you have to constantly think about dodging Q's. That's something I've learned the hard way several times. You cannot just relax into the rhythm of brawling that, you know, okay, I'm on top of my enemy, I hit my spells, he hits his spells. If you do that, you're going to lose the brawl. And they also have more mobility. They are better at everything, essentially. So, you need to constantly keep it at the back of your mind. Every time you're brawling, whenever you're close to them, constantly move around, constantly be unpredictable and try to dodge the Qs. That's like the best advice I can tell you. On Daybreaker, I feel like it's doable. Like, in this fight here, he actually didn't, like, crazy mess it up, right? So... what we had at the beginning. Yeah, this fight here actually felt like it's possible. By the way, also see, make sure you... I swapped to Energizing Shield. Yes, he has a bit more mobility and he can get away if he purges my boots. But without this, I would not be able to ever get this kill. I use my shield whenever I see him E, or at least when he puts his W on me. So that at least 3 or 4 times in the fight, I get like full value of my shield, which is like, you know, almost 2000 or maybe even more if I'm lucky, HP extra. So that's another thing. I at least on Daybreaker, my approach was to... Yes, I try to dodge everything, but at the end of the day, I'm planning to just out-brawl him, and I'm not worried about his mobility as much. If he runs away, he runs away. Can't do much about that. How often do you shield? In that specific fight, I shield whenever I see or expect him to go for an E, or sometimes when he puts his W on me. My plan for the shield in most fights is just to shield as often as possible, but to make sure that I shield at the moment where I think I will get full value. So the whole shield will actually be broken, you know? Oh shit, he has minor boots, so it's kind of pointless. He's just gonna minor boots, so I did dismount him, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to catch up. We'll see though. Let's see which way he goes. Yeah. Bogdan said that his streaming cannot sustain him and he gave up streaming for IRL business. For some fans, continue asking for him. Oh, okay, see, so it's a very, very reasonable explanation, yeah? I can respect that. I mean, he has a child, right? He cannot live life like I am living, where I am kind of thinking, okay, you know what, I like this for a while, as long as I at least don't die of hunger, whatever, you know, let's see what happens, you know? He has a wife and a child, so he doesn't have the luxury of living like day to day. He has to make sure that he feels responsible, and he has to make sure he feels confident that he can, you know, at least for a while and for some time into some time in the future, he knows what's gonna be like the stability in his life. So that's very understandable, Stig. It's interesting. It's cool that you have this, that you know this. Still weird that the category is full of reruns. Well, if by weird you mean bad, yeah, it's not amazing. Yeah, of course. It is exactly the fact that SBI has created that mostly with the way that the drops have been set up. If you were here earlier, I was talking about IP capping yellow zones, and I was saying how happy I am that it's a decision where the company decided to cut their short-term profits a little bit by capping yellow zones and taking away a lot of the motivation to spend real money to buy gold, for the sake of having a better game long-term. The kind of decisions the SBI has made around drops, this was before me, but essentially like giving daily drops to everyone has drops all the time, that is the opposite of that. That is the terrible, like from a regular person view, I'm talking as an outsider. If I had nothing to do with Albion, just trying to analyze this business decision already at the beginning, to me it seems like this is just like a terrible short-term decision by someone who doesn't care about what happens in 2 years and just wants a couple more, like just wants to make it seem short-term like Albion is more popular by having more inflated viewers at the expense of severely harming the game's kind of long-term progress. Because it's bad for for everyone who's like introduced to this, because you know people open the Twitch channel, they open some of the top 10 channels and they see this game isn't actually played, you know, it's just AFKing. Also, it's bad for the creators, you know, some creators have actually had legit situations where they have applied for a sponsorship, or they have been in negotiations with a sponsor with potential income, and they've been told that at the end that the sponsor does not trust Albion category enough. So some creators have been in a situation where they've been denied potential like money and livelihood because the category as a whole is just like, for someone who doesn't play Albion, who doesn't know which creator is who, right? For a company thinking who to sponsor, they don't know if they are paying for actual advertising or just view bots to watch, yeah? So it's it actually has legit harm on how the game is growing through creators and through new viewers. So I think having this kind of drop system that SBI has had for a while, even without any Albion knowledge, for me seems like the opposite of what I was praising earlier. It's the opposite in the sense that it's like a long-term harm for the sake of a little bit of short-term benefit, whereas IP capping yellow zones is a very good decision of long-term benefit at the cost of a little bit of short-term harm. The fact that his reruns at least have some sort of AI stream entertainment and no mammoths come away, still better than golden movies. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea what Mogden's streams are like ever. Now I'm hearing this for the first time, and obviously, and not obviously, but honestly, I don't care too much. Does not affect me either way, but I'm glad, Stig, that you are saying that Mogden's stream is still good. Even after rerun, there is something happening there. If I've understood it correctly. SBI should use some kind of drops revocal process for those view botters and reruns. They are moving towards that hellshot. Like, for example, you see the alpaca, you know, like the thing. If you gift a sub, or gift 2 subs, or buy a sub and gift a sub on my channel, you get the alpaca skin in the game. The AFK drops channels, AFK mammoths, they don't have that. So the SPI is taking steps and starting to like kind of rework. I don't know if they will do it with all drops or not, but they're starting to move towards a system where there's a bit of like a white list of creators. Not the separate white list, it's just the creator program, yeah? But they did remove all the AFK rerun streams from creator program, so they don't get those kind of benefits. And in the future, if there'll be more benefits just for creator program creators, once again the AFK streamers will not get them. So slowly but surely it will return to normal. So that's one big thing about the that, you know, long term it will, like, more and more people will come to watch me or Equart or Coco or Dante or whoever you love, you know, Scribble, all the guys who are actually constantly live and doing like incredible like live streams, because they will have more drops, more options, more things to offer, you know, rather than the AFKers. And of course there's an infinite list of actually people who are, well, not infinite, but there's a very long list. It's a curse staff, by the way, so we can attack him. And it's full spec curse staff. This is 100 million gazillion % someone that if I don't chase him out of his abbey, he's gonna come for the final chest and he's gonna mess up a good fight that I get. So this is zero question of whether it's good to get him out of here. Don't want to waste too much time on it, but it is good. But I think another big thing that SBI hopefully will get to in the future is just using drops as a way to kind of highlight events and create seasonal or occasional hype, like normal games do this. Not to inflate numbers, because, I mean, I'm very happy to have however many viewers I have on a daily basis. And I like to think that since I don't do giveaways and anything, most of people in chat here are here because they enjoy spending time together and learning, or just being in the Albion kind of mindset with me. But I'm sure there's people who just want drops as well. And on many channels there's a lot of those. And I think, like, if SBI changed it to like other games, it's, once again, short term it's a little bit less for everyone, but long term it's so nice, because it would be like other games, you know, like if you play any other game, like I'm sure that almost every game has Twitch drops, but those drops are not constantly every day. You have to sit and like, you know, farm drops for like I don't know how many hours. It's always some sort of event, you know, some sort of very special skins that are made for the event or made for the actual to generate hype over the course of 1 or 2 weeks, and then it goes back to normal. Okay. Rant over. Take everything I say about Twitch, take with a grain of salt, because remember, I started streaming a month ago, a bit over a month, so, you know, I have random opinions from what I've observed, but they are by no means actually, like, based on long real-life experience. At least not specific Twitch experience. Somebody's writing to me. He wrote something. Bro, can I ask you something? Is that the... Who is that? I don't know who that is. Okay. Okay, I can fight you. Next time he is, I'll just Inferno and we should be fine. Okay. Oh, he had OC actually. Interesting. That's cool. I like when people bring OC to be aggressive. He was only... I don't have him here. He was tier 6, I think. Okay. Mate, I don't think you drink enough water for how much you talk. Stay hydrated, bro. Thank you, Kirpo, but there is also a redemption for channel points. Yesterday it was redeemed 4 times and I drank a lot. But you are correct, yeah. I absolutely need to. But over the course of the day, I drink a lot. I make up for it, you know. You're right, and thank you for reminding me. But I do, it is something on my mind often. So, for example, when I wake up, I just, no matter how I'm feeling, I always force myself to drink like a big, like a 300 milliliters of water pretty much right away, you know? And after the stream also, when I feel that, you know, I haven't drank enough, I will, like, no matter what happens, I will finish this bottle, and I have also another one now ready with some more water for future. So I will definitely drink, but you are making a good point, and this is not just for me, this is for everyone. It's like a simple life hack to actually just feel better in life. $3 minutes, okay. Drinking water Friday night. Yes, Vadius, I am drinking water Friday night. I don't know. I lost kind of... after learning a bit more about alcohol, I kind of lost interest for a while. I have no principles against it. I'm absolutely open that I'm going to be in a social situation and I want to drink and I don't care. I don't have anything against it. But I just kind of lost interest. Like, last, I don't know, 2.5 years, 3 years, I have drank very, very little alcohol at all. It's pretty much just been like some sort of social situation. Where I kind of, even then, you know, I don't feel the pressure, but, you know, then it's kind of part of it. And even then, it's been very, very rarely. Like, I am crazy enough in the head that I can have drunk fun without actually being drunk if it comes to that, you know. I did, yeah, anyway. It's not that, living the vida loca with still water. Yeah. Still water. Who do you think I am? After I finish the still water, I have a full bottle of sparkling water with peppermint, mint. Yeah, that's just mint and lime. So we're gonna go crazy party tonight. Still water. I mean, it is Friday after all. Still water is more like a Monday thing. I really hope I get this red stack and not a chest. And even though I only have 9 stacks in a tier 6 heavy, it's not, oops, it's not the end of the world. I'm still overcharged. Okay. 5 minutes of overcharge. Kronos says, hello, I'm new to Albion and I watched your spear guide. Hello, Kronos. Happy to have you. I killed some proper death givers on this build last time I played it. It should be very difficult, but difficult doesn't mean impossible. I'm definitely going to be looking at him to be the aggressive one, though. Like, we killed some action... Like, if you remember, when I played Poglog, I played it for 2 days. That was kind of the moment when I felt, and I think everyone who was there, we felt together, that the Poglog went from being a meme, a fun weapon, to an actual weapon, you know? Was when I was fighting tier 8 death givers on a tier 7 Poglog with overcharge, so essentially same tier, and actually won like a straight up 1v1 fight. Not against the beginner. That was crazy. I was a bit lucky by Eing his E one time, but still it was very nice fight, and not like a for fun build only. Oh, I have to... Okay, I just have to check if that's the guy that we killed. Is that the guy? Is he playing this now? No, he's... Oh, he hasn't played after that. Okay. Everyone has its own way to relax. Good for you to stop drinking alcohol. Yeah, as I said, I don't have like a value judgment. I don't feel like it's good or bad. I mean, okay, I did kind of try to convince my mom to also drink less. Not that she ever had a problem, but you know, she lives in France, so there's like part of daily culture. So I do have a little bit of like value judgment, at least from some age, you know, that the health risks are increased, but I don't really... It's not the reason. It's not just... Overall, I just kind of stopped having interest. It was when I learned what it does to your body, but it wasn't like a super... It didn't seem like a super important big decision. It was super good to know what I should get, because I love the spear. My only question is, I'm using Cultist Head, Cultist Cowl. Which skill should I use? Kronos, after the last update, every helmet has a very useful defensive spell. So when you're using Cultist Cowl, I suggest that you constantly keep it on the Inner Corruption, which is the special, you know, the reason why you have Cultist Cowl. It's good against brawlers, especially melee brawlers who hit you with a lot of auto attacks and spells when they're close to you. But in some cases, when you're fighting someone that you feel like Cultist Cowl is not that useful against them because they're not just going to stand and brawl as much, then you can change to the Energizing Shield, which is now part of every single helmet that you have. Actually, Cultist Cowl has all 3 spells, sometimes useful, says Stig. Yeah. I mean, they finally made every single helmet useful because by giving it a very good spell. And for the second spell, like, I mean, everything is useful, right? Except for the plate helmet, the stone skin is pretty underwhelming. This part, I mean, it's still okay, but it's kind of underwhelming. A very long cooldown. But having cleanse occasionally is useful, of course, on leather hoods, and having the knockback. I mean, you don't really want the force field on spear as much, but there might still be situations where you are happy with it, yeah. I do. Okay, we want eel stew, and we want to find a good fight quickly, so that I can feel like it's time to go to sleep. Okay. Nice. Everything ready for another overcharge and a big fight. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me a big fight so I can retire. Or rather, go rest. Thanks a lot, then I was right with my choice. Yeah, I mean, the only problem with Cultist Cowl is that you will have situations where you're fighting against the bow or a frost staff, who really want to kite you, or even some hammers, you know. There are other builds that will occasionally kite you, even a Heron Spear, you know. So if you're gonna be against someone against whom you are anyway winning brawls, yeah? If you're standing on top of your enemy, against that specific enemy, you're fighting someone that, if you're standing on top of them, you are winning the fight. Because you do more damage with your spells and auto attacks than they do. If they hit you with everything, you hit them with everything. But the problem of the fight is that you have a hard time catching them. Because they are using mobility to space away, to create space, and then do damage from far. In that sort of fight, the Cultist Cowl, not this one, but the Cultist Cowl will be useless, right? Because you need something to get closer, and the Cultist Cowl won't help you. So that's the big problem with Cultist Cowl. It is super good in most, or okay, in some situations it is super good, in most situations it is useful, but in some situations it is barely useful. Obviously you can still then swap it to the shield, if you're just being kited. You swap it to the shield, then you can still use the shield as a defensive, yeah? Against the bow, against the frost. When they are using their spells on you, you use the shield and you get the extra HP, it's still beneficial. But it won't help you actually catch them, and many fights will be against frost and bows. If you don't catch them, the fight is just GG. You can't win. Late helms are tank things for PvE, if I'm not mistaken, so it is useful in PvE. Like extra defense for a couple seconds. I've never seen anyone use it, but maybe. I am not as well versed in the secrets of PvE as many other Albion players. I've changed to. I mean, now I obviously am not gonna do it because now there is the mana shield, which is much better, right? But I have definitely previously been in a situation where I have a Helmet of Valor or Duskweaver helmet, and I have nothing good to do with it, so I just change it to Stone Skin. Definitely has been the case. And I mean, if you time it correctly, I mean, it's still extra defense, you know? It's still like a defensive against the telegraphed ability from an enemy, whatever, dual swords or something like that. Still not bad. But it is such a long cooldown, considering that it doesn't have like a game-winning impact. It doesn't have that much of an impact. Like right now, it seems like this is just strictly better than having Stone Skin. It's just lower cooldown and stronger defensive, because if you use it, I mean, you have to use both this and Stone Skin at the right moment, but with this one you just get plus 700 HP on this, like on the IP I'm using. On the Stone Skin you get a bit of extra defense, which is not gonna amount to 700 HP, and it has longer cooldown. Thanks for the tips. Yep, Kronos, that's why I'm here. Come on, one big final fight. Hello, who are you? Are you my big final fight? I think so. He doesn't have Frost Shot. I don't want to use my potion on this. Okay. A bit of a minus karma move, but he did have at least a cultist robe, which is worth something. This we can even throw away. At least we got the cultist robe, I guess. I mean, when there's nothing else happening, might as well, you know? It's minus 0.1 karma, not actual minus karma. Yeah, I remember now from the 2 weeks ago when I played a lot of Grovekeeper. I remember now one of the things that was really enjoyable, not just the kind of fun mobility for multi-way situations, but one thing that was really enjoyable is the ability to dismount like I just did. Obviously, I would much rather fight people that don't need to be dismounted, you know, that are same IP or higher, but occasionally this is nice. Not the 4.1, but like other tier 7s who are afraid, I can at least kind of force them into a fight if I really want to. Okay. Stop CTAs, guys. Come back from CTAs. Come to the mist for another 10 minutes. Let's get a fight, and then I'm off to rest. Someone is hitting mobs here, I think. Or was that part of the song? Damn, that might have been part of the song. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Yeah, I think it was part. There was like some drums in the song or something. It hurt. I thought that someone is hitting mobs on my right. I agree, ZVZ is boring to watch and even more boring to participate in. I took part in one ZVZ at the beginning of Albion, and it took me one try to realize this is not what I'm gonna do in this game at all. It was very clear to me. Although I have some appreciation for the type of teamwork and coordination that is required, not only, but that helps at least to actually win the fights, you know? You have to have good callers, people who understand what calls mean and listen to them, and it's interesting, you know? It's like kind of military level of interesting, you know? Having a functioning kind of system and teamwork like oiled machine is fun. But it's not for me. 100% not for me. I need to be an artist when I play, like not like one cog of a big machine, you know. I need to feel that I have a lot of tools and I'm choosing the right tools for the situation and making decisions all the time, not just following what is objectively the best thing to do, which is essentially what you are doing when you're just listening to the shot caller saying, now drop your E, now go back, you know. Bro, what about your 100 kills challenge on new account? Are you still making it? Yes, I am. Although, I took a month break from all of Albion, then last month I've been streaming on Twitch. Satyam, now this week is the first time that the stream is available on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. But I was just streaming on Twitch for a while. And yeah, I've already talked about this. Yeah, essentially there are some reasons why I didn't want to play that challenge right away. Is he fighting back? Do you think he's gonna fight? Oh yeah, he's gonna fight back. I was kind of close. I wasn't sure if my helmet will be enough there. Normally, I kind of need to keep my helmet for his E, but since he was dying anyway, I went for it, but... Anyway. Artist on Poglog. Exactly. You get me, hamster. That's what I mean. The world is my canvas, and this is my... What's it called? What's the thing called that you paint with? Brush. Paintbrush. This is my big, fat... paintbrush right now. Also, what's up? You are here near the end of the stream. Glad to have you. You must give me props, hamster, for getting finally back on the road to clearing mists. I'm not gonna do as good of a job as you are, but clearing mists of meta, maybe you saw, and this is just a random odd flex, but I will show you, you know, because I'm still proud of what we have achieved today in this. So you see, I'm finally getting in there to help all of us get rid. And there's some other, like, it's been a good day in general, but this is the... Oh shit! No! Damn. I didn't realize he has a stag. If he has a stag, I very much want to fight him. Is there any chance he decides? No, okay. Nice. Yep. Also, I actually killed a Flame Walker today, which is that's more like a personal achievement, you know. That's not so much an actual thing, but I killed a couple, but it was like one at least kind of actual Flame Walker kill, you know. I know I'm not on your level yet in terms of 8.3, 8.4s, but we're getting there. Why is everyone hoping to get dismounted by the log of the Pog? What are you doing, guys? Okay. Let's use everything. Okay. No. Does he have another healing potion? He doesn't. Okay. Stop slowing me, mob. Come on, that's not fair. Okay. Fine, Mr. Bow. We reset and we go again. Although I don't think he's gonna let me dismount him again. Oh, he did. He's using boots to follow me, right? I heard him. Yeah, he's there. Nice. I just need to not get hit by the E, and then he already... Like, anyway, this is gonna be reset, you know? Next time he W's, he's gonna E, but no, he went for a random E. What I thought he would do is just W and then E. Just out of this range. Okay. Accidentally baited him into a fight, actually, by getting so low. Log of the Pog! I mean, he's tier 6, right? But I think... It's generally not bad. I mean, from my experience, like last time when we played Pog Log, you know, like tier 8 and 6-3, it felt like the fights against some of the kiters were actually not bad at all. Holy mother of boots, why are you using that? The guy is here against coming to kill healers, or... This just removes heals, right? Oh, also damage resistances. Oh, okay. So he does have a plan. Let's see. None of these, like, these are not actual fights. Okay, the last one, yeah, sure. Since I use everything to dismount him and he can kind of, you know, turn around and kill me potentially. Let's say it was a fight. But none of these are, like, fights, like, which would be satisfying to end the run on. And go enjoy some rest time. Really need an actual fight. Win or lose, need one actual fight. The Death Givers in the Abbey would have been a nice fight, but... Fortunately, didn't want to get bonked. Let's see if someone is clearing camp. Green Mist. No, thank you. I want PvP, and there's not that much PvP in Enchanted Wisps. Come on. Come on. Where is everyone? Okay, fine. One more mist. Let's... Maybe in the next one there's a bunch of... how do I have... Oh, I have a tier 8 bag, okay. I was thinking, like... I killed a bunch of, like, tier 6 guys, and there's, like, a 4.1 guy. How do I have 1 million silver in my inventory all of a sudden? But yeah, okay. I got the tier 8 bag from somewhere. Okay, let's do another Abbey. Not very good build to clear Abbeys, because my PvE is kind of sad, but at least in Abbeys we have a better chance of finding somebody who is not 4.1, who maybe will fight. It's reasonably possible. I really got too much food. Since I don't have a swap, I don't need 2 food. Not even gonna log the Pog for that long. Okay. I think we have to... It's like in some sitcoms there are these jokes, like, you know, in Brooklyn Nine-Nine there's like a 5-drink Amy and 4-drink Amy, you know, like a joke. If you know Brooklyn Nine-Nine, you know the joke probably. If not, then it seems like I'm talking weird shit, but it's like a random, like, sitcom style joke, right? Like that everyone knows that Amy, one of the characters, you know, when she gets like when she has 3 drinks, she's gonna be all like loving. 4-drink Amy is like really depressed. I don't know the details, you know, I'm just giving an example. So I have a feeling like I have actually something similar with like 1 hour Vic, you know, 2 hour Vic, like how long the stream has been going on. No shit, there goes again, man. It's like 7 hour is the philosophical time, you know. But now we are getting into the 8th hour, so it's brain is dead kind of time, and maybe later I'll figure out what happens after the 5th hour and before that also. I think on a normal day, yeah, 7 hours is how long it takes to get very deep philosophical. 8 hours is to completely fry my brain. I need a bag. Okay, I have the tier 8. Do I have a cheaper bag? Okay, well, this will work kind of as bait as well. Is there anything here that's worth something? Not really, right? Maybe this? No, not really. Fuck it. Don't want this in my inventory. What else did I pick up? This was also worth nothing. Okay. And dual swords were also like... Okay, I didn't pick them. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, at least it was a purple chest. I'm not very happy about... We had a big discussion, like a decently big discussion about stacks earlier. And the randomness of whether you get a buff or a chest. And also the randomness of which buff you get. And how much this sort of RNG affects your success. And this is also now applied to depths. But someone said that SBI is planning to actually change it so that you get, at least in depths, I don't know, I hope this applies to Abbeys also. But I think it's a very, very good potential change. That you will be able to always get a stack. Even if you get just a chest, it will also give you at least one extra stack of this. That's going to be a big thing. I hope they do it also for Nightfall Abbeys, but we'll see. Then in Nightfall Abbeys it will be clear that it's mostly your choice. If you have a bad PvE build, or if you've chosen to chase around somebody in the Abbey instead of farming mobs, then it will be like the consequences of your choice that you have fewer stacks in the end, and not just completely RNG. Like right now I'm getting, you know. I'm already struggling with this weapon to actually properly clear mobs, but getting all the chests, it's even worse. I only have 2 stacks. It's very sad if I have to fight the last chest with 2 stacks. But my clearing speed is so bad that I'm not going to be able to get a lot more done. I hope SBI someday start doing something with the optimization of this game, says Stig. Okay, I've heard about mobile experience, yeah, but I have no issues. I guess it affects ZVZs, and it affects those who are in ZVZ and those who are in a city, I guess. I'm in the middle of 2 people, so I need to be a bit careful. Someone is at the south. Oh shit, someone is almost dead at the south. Heron Spear. Man, if I'd known, I would have walked this way right away. I mean, he's close to the exit, so... He's not gonna fight, right? It's tier 6. I don't blame him. Oh, never mind. He's fighting. Yo, 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 yo. We have an actual Chad. He's fighting despite not having any... I mean, he doesn't have mobility. That's why he's fighting. But not really having much hope to actually win me. He's fighting. Nice. Big respect. Oh, nice. And we have an item there. Okay. I need a red buff desperately for the Frost Staff. Frost Staff is going to be tough because I cannot E whenever he has W ready. So if I don't get on top of him, I need to somehow get on top of him with boots and W so that he feels the need to W away. If I don't achieve that, then he will just easily dodge my E and pretty much everything I want to do. Did he clear? I don't know if he cleared the red room. He probably cleared the red room to the north. So I need to find another place for my stack. At least I got, with just killing one mob here, I got 2 stacks because the Heron cleared the rest of the room. How to kill Imp Staff in general? Well, Imp Staff is like most shapeshifters, not the tanky ones, but like many. He's much squishier when he's in the Imp form. So if you can do damage to him while he's transformed, you're gonna have a big advantage. And just like, you know, Boltcasters, any sort of interrupt or reflect is pretty strong against his barrage. And he's gonna do a lot of damage. And I mean, you don't really have a choice. If you want to take the fight, you kind of have to try to brawl them, because they also have good range. So it's gonna be a bit more of like a committing fight. Like usually on most weapons, you kind of commit to it, you decide to take it. And you try to do damage, most of your big damage when he's in Imp form. Of course, very good Imp Staff player will know that, and will play a lot more in human form against you. Like a couple weeks ago when I played against Hamster, he was playing Hellfire Staff. He actually, several times what he did is he intentionally changed into Hellfire, like into Imp form, just for like a quick moment, to try to bait out my E. So he changed to imp form when we were fighting and we were both kind of low. He changed to imp form and instantly changed, kind of almost instantly changed back. Hoping that, and that's kind of correct, you know, because in my brain, if I have my E ready, the moment I see his imp form, my brain is telling me, okay, time to press E, right? Because this is big damage time. That's just an interesting thing, but it does become a bit of a game around are you able to do as much damage as you can when they are imp formed. And the rest of their build also matters, don't forget. We've been talking about this many times today. You can't look at Albion as weapon versus weapon game at all. I mean solo PvP of Albion. You have to be very mindful that the whole build affects, and sometimes other parts of the build matter even more. If your enemy has a mercenary jacket, it's definitely very valuable to play around it. I got a bit confused because it says not all nodes have quick learn enabled. Is there something I'm still quick learning on the POG log? I didn't know. I thought I had 100 already. I do have hammers also 100. I don't... Oh my god, no way. This is so tilting. I want to fight the Frost Staff, but now I mean, okay, against Frost Staff, yellow buff at least has some potential to be useful at the right time. But this is so frustrating that I finally found the red buff room, and I did not get the red buff. Sometimes one Astral E is enough for second freeze. Okay. I have not experienced that. I guess my computer is decently good, so maybe I don't know that. I know that I've heard this from others, and I mean, I also get FPS drops in the city, and I've heard that how valuable it is to when your city is overloaded. I think you can force it. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it, but I've heard that it's a very big difference to quality of life in terms of playing Albion if you do play in the cities as well, like trade skills, whether you are for cities overloaded or not. And I've heard that ZVZ can crash your computer, but I don't know. Great Frost without W. Man, how am I ever gonna kill that? And he has 13 stacks red, man. Is there any way in any world that I somehow... Like, even his W is longer range than... I cannot imagine anything I can do to kill him. I really want to take the fight, though. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a good ending to the stream. I do have some stuff in my inventory again. He's 8.1, right? And I am tier 7. I overcharged to tier 8. This is the only thing I can do. Since he's not on Blink, then fuck that guy. But yeah. Oh, maybe another challenger will enter the game. Yeah, I don't know what to do. He cannot dodge my jump. But he has cultist, he has giga damage, you know? He's gonna W, E, E, and cultist me. And I'm gonna lose like over half of my HP just off of that. Oh shit. Are they actually gonna fight, maybe? I don't want to kill the quarterstaff, I want to help him, but not much I can... I'm just being an ass for no reason. There is hope. This is hopeless fight. Let's go see if I can find the quarterstaff. Unfortunately. So, on top of the 2-tier difference, there is extra tier from stacks, and he has red buff. And, I mean, even if everything was even, I don't think I can win the fight, but I would at least try, of course. I need to learn what happens to POG log in that situation. But to add 2 tiers plus another tier from buffs plus good buff, it would be just donation. Like when I said earlier against Death Givers, you know, I have to go for it because his build is 50 times more valuable. So, you know, 2% chance would make it break even if you forget about trash rate. Here, I mean, his build is not that valuable either, of course, but I don't have anywhere near 2% chance, I think. Which is unfortunate. I was really hoping to get a fight this Sabi. Really excitedly waiting for the last chest timer. Animations are cool. Animations are so satisfying on Poglog, and the sound effects. Okay, didn't get a good fight. Time to say goodnight. It's closing time. That was a very happy episodes of The Office, the closing time. I don't know the whole episode, but just the song, you know, like playing a song when the office hours end. I like it. It feels like a pretty happy thing to do. Okay, it is time to end the stream for today. I am not gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna touch grass, as I said, on Sunday. I still have to figure out at what time exactly we're gonna have fun together. So it will not be like a regular timing stream, but we will do something on Sunday. Let's see if there's something to raid. As always, if you have ideas, let me know. I'm looking for Albion online, and we're looking for someone who does something in English. And something PvP related, you know. That's essentially, I mean, it can be a group. It doesn't have to be any sort of like anything specific, but it would be nice if it was at least somewhat PvP related. Let's see, and also, I mean, someone who hasn't streamed the whole day already. Thank you again for all the awesome content. Thank you for being here, Odin. I mean, here's to more to come. Let's see. Can I find something? Lupac, rank 1 Crucible, Guild Island. Okay, the guild stuff is a different story altogether. Pew Pew is 5 hours. Nomad, maybe. I don't see Nomad. Where is Nomad? Let me search. Yeah, Nomad is a good shout because I really like his approach. When I started Albion, he already had, like, I started way later than most veterans. He had played a lot, and I used some of his content to understand the game, and I really liked also his kind of peaceful and nice approach, and he played Spear. So I'm very happy to raid and share love with him. And we also raided him a couple times, so that's why I always, at the beginning, just look through some of the ones like that we haven't raided. But let's go for Nomad today. I think it's a very good decision. So stay for some channel points. Thank you for being here. Have an amazing weekend. Maybe I'll talk to you on Sunday. If you are all out having fun doing something, then talk to you probably on Monday. The exact schedule is I uploaded it to Discord. So if you remember there, you will see the schedule week by week a bit more clearly, usually. Sometimes I'm late. Bye. Bye.
That's a death to the right?
Hey, Crows. What's up, Vic? How you doing? Thank you for the raid, my guy. Right, we're trying to tank some rep for Alpine on the NA server.
Just catch this guy.
Oh, no.